Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Monica. I have never been so sure a ring is about to appear as I am tonight. My heart is drumming a joyful, nervous beat inside my chest. My palms are clammy with anticipation. The hostess at La Fleur, a French place so fancy the server doesn't ask if you want still or sparkling water, they just pour from a bejeweled bottle, ushered us to a secluded corner table, complete with soft candlelight and a single rose in the center. If that isn't a sign of impending engagement, I don't have any idea what is. Sebastian is seated across from me, smoothing the lapel of his tailored blazer. His sandy brown hair is combed to perfection, and there's that determined set to his jaw I've come to recognize whenever he wants to discuss something important and relationship-defining. He insisted on this reservation 2 weeks ago, saying, "It'll be a night to remember." My stomach is churning with equal parts excitement and anxiety. I'm 31 years old, a practicing therapist with a color-coded calendar, and, apparently, a fairly predictable life routine. Still, tonight feels special. I can practically see the ring glinting in his breast pocket. Hear the triumphant violins in my mind as he drops to one knee. "Monica," Sebastian says, setting aside his menu, "we need to talk." Here it comes. "Yes?" I reply, hoping I don't sound too breathless. He exhales, picking up his glass of water. No wine for him tonight. Another sign. Probably wants to keep a clear head for the proposal. We've been together 3 years, and I've been doing some soul searching. Oh? I do my best to sound calmly intrigued, even though I can feel my chest tightening with anticipation. He nods, swirling his water in a manner that looks far too serious for someone about to pop a question. These past few months, I've been focusing on my personal growth, my evolution, if you will. My grin falters just a little. Your evolution? Yes, exactly. He sets the glass down with a measured sigh. And in that process, I realized something about us, or rather, about our dynamic. I lean forward. Our dynamic? He clears his throat, glancing around to make sure the other diners aren't listening. I feel stagnant, Monica. I feel like I'm missing something vital, some flavor of life, because you're so safe, predictable even. And I'm sorry to say, that's not what I need anymore. Wait, what? My forehead creases. This is definitely not how an engagement speech goes. Sebastian folds his hands together, his voice turning patronizingly calm. Listen, I've always appreciated your emotional intelligence, your grounded presence, truly. But in the last few months, I realized I crave more. Adventure in my partner, more spice, if you will. I blink, unsure I'm hearing him correctly. Spice? Are you talking about me like I'm a marinade? He presses on, ignoring my confusion. I'm not blaming you. You're wonderful, but you're also very, how do I put this, vanilla. And that's not a bad thing, per se. Some people love vanilla. It's dependable, classic. My stomach drops. I can't believe he's giving me a culinary metaphor for our relationship. Sebastian, are you breaking up with me because I'm too vanilla? He offers a smile that radiates condescension. Let me reframe that. You're safe, Monica. You have all these emotional boundaries you talk about. Your cozy routines, your structured schedules. And that's worked. Until now. I just need to branch out. Find someone who matches my desire for unpredictability. For a moment, I'm speechless. The fancy candle flickers between us, casting dancing shadows that can't hide the pity in his eyes. I thought he was going to propose, but apparently I'm getting a ringless farewell instead. I swallow, my throat tight. If you wanted spontaneity, you could have just talked to me. We've never even discussed any of this. Instead, you ambush me with a breakup? He nods. I know it's hard to accept, but we're at different stages now. Our paths, they don't align. He extends his hand toward mine, as if to offer comfort. Monica, you're a great person. You'll make someone else very happy, just not me. I yank my hand away before he can touch it. My pulse is pounding so loudly that the soft violin music in the background is drowned out by the rush of blood in my ears. Are you seriously doing this here? I manage, voice tight with contained fury. Better to do it at a nice place so we can part with civility. His face is the picture of calm rationality, but the flicker of guilt in his eyes tells me he knows this is a low blow. Anger, embarrassment, heartbreak, they swirl inside me until tears prick the corners of my eyes. But I refuse to cry here. In front of tuxedoed waiters and a room full of starry-eyed couples, I stand up, ignoring the scrape of my chair against the marble floor. Goodbye, Sebastian, I say, voice trembling only a little. Enjoy your spice. I grab my purse, pivot, and stride out of that romantic bistro with as much dignity as I can muster, ignoring the curious glances from nearby tables. Outside, the cold evening air hits me like a slap, and I hurry down the sidewalk before my self-control shatters. By the time I reach my apartment, my face is streaked with silent tears. The elevator ride up to the 7th floor is a blur of repressed sobs, and the moment I turn the key in my door, the floodgates open. I whip off my heels and fling them aside, sinking onto my couch in a pile of heartbreak and rumpled chiffon. My living room, usually my cozy sanctuary of candles and plush throw blankets, now feels like a mocking reflection of the stability Sebastian despised. Everything in its place, neat, orderly, safe. And apparently, so am I. My stomach growls, a confusing mixture of hunger and nausea. I haven't eaten since lunchtime, skipping because I wanted to save room for that fancy French dinner. Now, instead of souffle, I have heartbreak, but I also have almond butter. I shuffle to the kitchen, rummage in the cupboard until my hand lands on the jar. No spoon. I don't even bother with such civilized nonsense. I scoop out a big glob with my index finger and collapse back onto the couch. Tears slip down my cheeks as I scroll aimlessly on my phone. Finally, I open the group text with my best friends, Dana and Keisha, and type with shaky hands. Sebastian dumped me, called me too vanilla, ugly, crying into nut butter. Please help. I press send, then stick another fingerful of almond butter in my mouth, the saltiness mixing unpleasantly with my tears. A few minutes later, my phone buzzes. Dana, wait, what? I'm calling you. Keisha, girl, we're going to set his LinkedIn on fire. I've done it before. Stay strong. I let out a watery laugh, more tears spilling. They know how to make me smile even when I feel like the world is caving in. I message back that I'm too miserable to talk right now, but I'll call them in the morning. Keisha sends me a string of broken heart emojis, and Dana texts, "We love you. We'll help you bury the body if needed. At least I'm not alone." 6 weeks later. You need to come out with us tonight. Dana's voice crackles through my phone. She's a lawyer, used to sounding authoritative. I don't think so. I glance at the clock on my kitchen wall. It's only 7 p.m., but I'm already in my pajamas, hair piled in a scarf. I have a new Netflix doc loaded up, and I'm kind of in the middle of some ex-boyfriend mourning stage. A snort from the other end. It's been 6 weeks, Monica. You're allowed to still be hurt, but you can't hermit forever, especially not after the mugging. I grimace, glancing at my bandaged forearm. A week after Sebastian ended things, I was mugged on my way home from that fancy crystal shop in Midtown. The robber took my wallet, phone charger, and reusable tote, like a final cosmic gut punch telling me, yep, you really are powerless. Okay, I sigh. You're right. Let me shower and see if I can muster the energy to show my face in public. Keisha's voice joins in. She's on speakerphone. Good. We'll meet at Rumba Room at 9. Wear something hot. No, not a turtleneck. Something that says, I'm out of your league and I know it. I roll my eyes. Fine. But if I'm wearing heels, you both owe me dessert later. Deal, they chime in unison. I stare at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. My hair is in a silk press, parted just enough to highlight my cheekbones. I chose a fitted little black dress, something that's been hanging in my closet since that time I thought Sebastian was going to take me to an upscale charity gala. He never did. Now, I blink at myself, practicing a confident smile that I kind of believe. You are not vanilla, I whisper, echoing Keisha's pep talks. Your honey lavender swirl, salted caramel, and everything else he can't handle. I add a dab of plum lipstick, slip on strappy heels, and head out the door. Maybe tonight, I'll feel a fraction closer to normal. Girl, you look smoking, Keisha yells over the thumping reggaeton beat at Rumba Room. She's in a neon pink jumpsuit, swirling a margarita. Dana, in a sleek emerald wrap dress, wiggles her eyebrows in agreement. Thanks, I say, trying to ignore how loud my heart is pounding. It's been a while since I've gone out, and I'm not used to the crush of bodies dancing under neon lights, but there's an exhilarating pulse in the air, the kind of energy that reminds me I'm alive and free. We move to the bar, and I'd order a mojito. The bartender slides it my way with a wink I choose to ignore. My mobile buzzes in my clutch. My mother, probably checking in. I stifle a sigh. She's been worried about me ever since I told her about the robbery. After a few sips, warmth seeps through my limbs. Keisha and Dana drag me to the dance floor, and even though I'm not the best dancer, I let myself sway to the music. For a moment, I'm not the vanilla ex-girlfriend or the robbed victim. I'm just Monica, slightly tipsy, definitely out of breath, but laughing with friends. That's when a heavy hand lands on my shoulder. I turn to find a guy with a sleazy grin leaning in. Hey, beautiful, he slurs, breath reeking of tequila. Want a real dance? I recoil. I'm fine, thank you. He steps closer. My heart hammering, I wave Dana over, but she's lost in the crowd. The guy grabs my wrist and fear zings through me, memories of the mugging flashing hot and fast. Let go, I snap, trying to pull away. He smirks. Come on, baby, I just want to talk. Before I can formulate another sentence, Keisha appears from nowhere, forcibly prying his hand off me. She said no, Keisha hisses. The creep stumbles back, eyes wide. Dana's behind him, all 200-page law brief attitude. Walk away before I sue you for harassment, she threatens, pointing a finger in his face. He mutters something under his breath and melts into the dancing crowd. Adrenaline surges through my veins, making me both grateful for my friends and furious at how helpless I just felt. Again. I am so over feeling powerless, I mutter to Keisha. I can't keep counting on you guys or random luck to save me. She rubs my arm. Honey, it's okay, but maybe you should seriously consider that self-defense class we talked about. You know, build some confidence. My shoulders tense, but she's not wrong. Yeah, I murmur. Maybe I should. It takes me a month, 30 days of mustering courage to finally do it. But I do it. I walk into Eastside Empowerment Gym, slip my credit card across the counter, and sign up for the Women's Self-Defense course. They have a brand new 6-week program starting soon, focusing on practical techniques to protect yourself. I feel a flutter in my stomach, a rush that's half fear and half anticipation. It's the same feeling I got when I thought Sebastian was about to propose, like I'm on the verge of a life change. Only this time, I'm in control of it. The gym manager is a trim, middle-aged woman named Becca, who beams at me over her clipboard. Welcome aboard, Monica. This is a great program, and we have an excellent instructor. He'll teach you how to kick butt in no time. I force a little laugh. I hope so. I'm pretty tired of feeling like a walking target. Becca nods sympathetically and hands me a schedule. Just show up in comfortable workout clothes next Tuesday at 6 p.m., and we'll get you started. I accept the paper, glancing at the typed dates. This entire program runs twice a week for 6 weeks. Plenty of time for me to hone some skills. And maybe grow into a version of myself that nobody will ever call too vanilla again. Later that evening, after I've pinned the class schedule to my fridge, I sink onto my couch. I can't help scanning my living room. Everything is tidily arranged, soft earth tones matching throw pillows, a single succulent by the window. Sebastian's words replay in my mind. You're too safe, too predictable, too vanilla. I feel that old familiar sting behind my eyes, but this time I don't let myself wallow. Instead, I fish a sticky note from my desk, scribble "I am stronger than I know" in bold marker, and slap it onto the fridge beside my new class schedule. There, I say aloud. No more living in fear, no more letting someone else define me. I open my phone camera, grin, and snap a quick selfie with the sticky note in the background. Then I text it to Dana and Keisha with the message. Guess who just signed up to learn how to beat up creeps? Dana replies first. Yes. The bad guys better run. Proud of you, babe. Keisha sends a celebratory string of muscle emojis, then, you are unstoppable. Let's celebrate soon. My smile widens, a bubble of hope expanding in my chest. For the first time in months, I'm not just reacting to the chaos, heartbreak, robbery, random creeps. I'm choosing a new path, forging forward with something that's all mine. Sure, maybe a self-defense class isn't the magical solution to heartbreak and lost confidence, but it's a start. I can already picture myself, fists raised, not as a victim, but as someone capable of fighting back. Someone who refuses to be overshadowed by an ex-boyfriend's criticisms or a thief's intimidation. I take a deep breath, letting the air fill my lungs before exhaling slowly. This is the beginning, I whisper to my empty apartment. I'm done letting the world knock me down. From now on, I stand up for myself, no matter how messy or scary that gets. I click off my living room lamp and head for my bedroom, hugging that small flame of resolve close to my chest like a newly lit lantern. Tomorrow I'll buy some workout gear, maybe neon leggings that scream, I am definitely not vanilla. And on Tuesday, I'll walk into that class ready to become Monica 2.0. The Monica who fights back, the Monica who is anything but predictable. I can't wait.
Chapter 2. Knox. It's a Tuesday evening, and I'm half convinced that if I take one more whiff of lavender-scented deodorant in this gym, I'll pass out. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the effort everyone puts into smelling nice, but the new wave of participants in my women's self-defense class seem to have discovered essential oils. My money says I'll be sneezing bergamot halfway through warm-ups. I roll my shoulders, standing at the head of the padded training area. The lights in Eastside Empowerment Gym are bright. The AC is on full blast, and I'm mentally preparing to teach a room of wide-eyed newcomers how not to punch themselves in the face. It's something I've done dozens of times, but each session feels different, mostly because each group of women has a different vibe. Some come in jittery, some come in bold, some come in gossiping about the bachelor as they wrap their hands. Me? I'm Knox Delaney, 33 years old, former pro MMA fighter turned gym owner, and apparently the city's reluctant protector figure. The irony is that I spent most of my teenage years knocking heads in illegal fight clubs until an MMA scout noticed my right hook. Now I'm teaching self-defense to ladies in Lululemon. Funny how life works. At 6'4", I tower over most people. Tattoos spill down both arms, sleeves of ink that tell my life story through silhouettes of phoenixes and cryptic words. My hair's dirty blonde, buzzed short on the sides because I can't be bothered with fancy styles. And I've got a faint scar running across my lip from a fight I won, but definitely didn't come out of unscathed. This tough exterior, though, hides a serious soft spot. I hate bullies. I hate seeing people get walked all over. And I especially hate the idea that someone might feel powerless. That's why I do what I do here, teaching folks how to fight back. Sure, I swear too much. My friends say damn is my punctuation. But I'd give anyone the shirt off my back if they needed it. So, yeah, I guess I've got a bit of golden retriever energy and a Doberman body. Tonight's class is a new 6-week cycle. We do these every few months, and the turnout is always interesting. A few returning students wave in my direction, but mostly these are brand new faces. I nod at a friendly older lady in the corner unrolling her yoga mat. She's a sweetheart named Marjorie who scolds me for my filthy mouth whenever I get worked up. Then in walks a woman who looks like she's stepping onto the world's most intimidating stage. She's wearing bright coral leggings, a fitted black tank, and a matching coral headband that keeps her curls pulled back. She has deep espresso brown skin and these high cheekbones that could cut glass. Even from across the room, I can see that her eyes are full of uncertainty, but also this electric spark. She's scanning the gym like she's ready for anything, and also like she might puke if someone breathes on her wrong. I glance at the sign-in sheet. Yep, there it is. Monica Taylor. She's the only name I don't recognize. Her gaze collides with mine for a split second, and I swear she almost drops her water bottle. I offer a nod of greeting. You must be Monica. She clears her throat, stepping forward. Yes, hi, that's me. Her voice is smooth, a bit breathy. She looks calm enough, but her posture is stiff. The corners of her lips tremble like she's trying to smile and not let a meltdown seep through. Up close, I notice details. A slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. Nerves. A whiff of peppermint from her lip balm. She's polished, from the neat shape of her eyebrows to the meticulously painted nails. But there's something underneath that polish, like if you poke too hard, the entire structure might crack. Knox Delaney, I say, extending a hand. I'll be your instructor. She hesitates, then takes my hand in a surprisingly firm grip. Good to meet you. I half expect her to let go immediately, but she holds on a beat longer like she's steeling herself. Then she releases, clearing her throat again. I haven't done anything like this before, so if I'm terrible, don't judge me. I smirk. No judgment. Promise. That's literally what this class is for, learning how to not be terrible. A flicker of amusement crosses her face, and she nods. Great. She glances around. So, should I just stand anywhere? Anywhere you're comfortable. I tap the center of the mat. But front row's better if you want to see the demos clearly. She looks like I just suggested she sing the national anthem at a baseball stadium. Front row? Right. A tiny gulp. Okay, sure. With that, she sets her water bottle down near the front, tugging at her headband nervously. I notice a small glint of something reflective on her wrist, a delicate bracelet. She's the type who thinks about her outfit down to the accessories. Put together is an understatement, yet the tension vibrating off her could power a small town. Focus, Knox, I remind myself. She's just a student. I may be a loudmouth with zero filter, but I do have boundaries about hitting on someone who's paying for my class. I clear my throat and clap my hands. All right, everyone, circle up. We're going to start with some basic warm-ups, then we'll get into stance, footwork, and the magic of the jab. A few groans echo in the small group. Marjorie mutters something about her bad knees. A couple of the younger women giggle when I mention footwork. Meanwhile, Monica stands near the front, eyes darting from me to the rest of the group, as if she's worried someone's going to throw a punch at her any second. Let's loosen up, I say, rolling my neck side to side. Arms up, big circles forward, like we're back in gym class, but cooler. Monica actually laughs at that, a short but genuine sound. Good. If I can get her to relax, maybe she'll pick up the moves faster. I guide them through a few stretches, focusing on shoulders, hips, and wrists. The class is small enough, maybe 10 people, that I can watch each student's posture. When we move into stance practice, I demonstrate how to hold your fists up near your chin and keep your elbows in. Then I walk around adjusting shoulders, showing folks how to pivot their back foot for more power. Monica's stance is not great. She's got her arms stiff as boards, like she's hugging an invisible beach ball in front of her chest. But hey, it's only her first class. I place a hand lightly on her elbow, adjusting it. She sucks in a sharp breath. Relax, I say quietly. Think about your shoulders rolling down your back. Try not to be too tense. Easier said than done, she mutters, brows knitting. But she does as instructed, letting her arms loosen a bit. Perfect, I say. And sure enough, a flicker of pride flashes across her face. She tries again, shifting her weight from foot to foot. All right, next, the jab, I announce, stepping back to address the whole class. That's your lead hand. I throw a quick demonstration. Left arm shoots straight out, knuckles turned over, then snap back. It's your rangefinder, your poke, your hey, get off me! Tool. Monica looks adorably uncertain. What if we're left-handed? Pipes up someone else in the group. Then switch feet, or come talk to me after. I'll show you a southpaw stance. I wave them off, not wanting to confuse the entire group. Now pair up and practice. In the hustle to find partners, Monica ends up with Marjorie, who is easily twice her age but exudes an unstoppable grandma-on-a-mission energy. I hide a grin as I watch the two of them face each other. Monica raises her fists, tries a jab, but ends up more like she's shooing a fly. Marjorie ducks, surprisingly agile. Oh, hey, sorry, Monica exclaims. Did I do that wrong? Marjorie offers an encouraging nod. You just gotta put your whole body into it, dear. She demonstrates a quick jab that surprisingly has a bit of pop. Monica's eyes widen. I decide to step in, showing Monica the motion again. Here, I say, guiding her arm. Extend it straight out, rotate your hips, and keep your other hand by your face to guard. Like this. She tries, still shaky, but there's a glint in her eye that tells me she's not about to quit. After half a dozen tries, she's starting to get the snap. Better, I say, stepping back. You've got potential. She snorts, probably thinking I'm just blowing smoke, but I don't compliment lightly. She does have potential, some hidden spark that I can't quite describe. Maybe it's the determined line of her mouth when she's concentrating. Maybe it's the subtle hint of frustration that she's not picking this up perfectly on the first try, which tells me she's a bit of a perfectionist. Focus, man, I remind myself again, forcing my gaze away. I check on the other pairs, stepping in to correct posture or foot placement as needed. Finally, after about 40 minutes of fundamentals, I call for a water break. People disperse toward the benches at the edges of the mat. Monica sinks down with a relieved sigh, wiping sweat from her brow. She rummages in her bag for a stainless steel bottle. I linger near the bench, trying not to stare. The overhead lights glint off the faint sheen of sweat on her arms, highlighting defined triceps. She might not be big, but she looks fit, like she's done a lot of yoga or Pilates. Then I notice her expression shift. She rubs her face, exhaling a shaky breath as if she's fighting back some wave of emotion. "You okay?" I ask softly, crouching beside her. She jumps. "Oh, sorry, yeah. I'm good." Her cheeks flush. She looks away, then back at me. This is harder than it looks, you know?" I nod. It's normal to feel a little overwhelmed. New environment, new skills, but trust me, it gets easier. Her shoulders slump in relief. "Thanks." She swallows, then forces a small smile. "And thanks for not laughing at me. I bought these leggings thinking I'd be some unstoppable badass." I glance at her neon leggings, which are indeed quite loud. "Hey, those leggings are the real MVP. I can see you from across the room. Trust me, in a self-defense situation, visibility is half the battle." I wink, earning a surprised laugh from her. The sound of her laughter does something to my chest, like a little pinprick reminding me I'm human. She has this warm, melodic laugh that cuts through the tension in the air. I like it. She drains the rest of her water, then squares her shoulders. "Well, I'm not quitting. This might be a total 180 from my usual routine, but I need it." I tilt my head. "Your usual routine?" A shadow crosses her face. "I'm a therapist. Lots of listening, empathizing, breathing exercises. Self-defense is definitely not in my wheelhouse." That explains the calm vibe she radiates, even when she's obviously stressed. "Therapist, huh? That's cool." I scratch my jaw. "This class might be a good counterbalance. Punching pads is cheaper than punching patients, right?" She stifles another laugh. "You're not wrong." "All right, everyone, gather back," I call out, rising to my full height. I notice Monica's eyes flick over me briefly, taking in my size, the tattoos on my arms. She seems intrigued and maybe a little intimidated, hard to tell. We finish class with some group drills, focusing on blocks and simple escapes, how to wriggle out of a wrist grab, how to pivot away from an attacker's reach. Monica is partnered with Marjorie again, which results in a few funny moments. At one point, Monica tries to pull free from Marjorie's grip and ends up flailing, nearly toppling backward. She apologizes profusely, while Marjorie cackles like an evil overlord. "Relax, dear," Marjorie says. "I've fallen more times than I can count. If anything, you're the one who should worry about twisting an ankle in those fancy leggings." The rest of the class is peppered with some accidental elbow bumps and giggles from the group. By the end, everyone's sweaty but smiling. I gather them for a quick cool-down. As they stretch, I remind them about next week's session. "Remember," I say in my best motivational tone, "every step you take in here is a step away from fear and toward being a badass." I swirl my gaze around the group, but it catches on Monica, her brow still slightly furrowed, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Settle down," I tell myself. She's a client, a brand new one at that. She's also a bit out of my usual circle. I can see the aura of stability swirling around her. I'm the opposite. Zero filter, spontaneous, a bit chaotic. She's calm, measured, might faint if I drop an F-bomb. And I drop them a lot. "All right, class dismissed," I announce. "Hit the showers or head home or do whatever self-care thing you do. Next week, we'll level up to combos and partner drills with pads." A flurry of chatter breaks out as everyone collects water bottles and hustles to the exit. Marjorie says something about how she's too old for combos, but will do it anyway, which I find hilarious. Monica lingers, tucking a spiral-bound notebook into her bag. Did she take notes? That's adorable in a weirdly endearing way. She glances up, catching me staring, and her eyes widen. "Thanks again," she says, "for, not letting me flop around like a fish without intervening." I shrug. "Hey, that's my job. Feel free to ask for help anytime." She musters a more confident smile this time. "I'll try not to be too shy about it. See you next week, Knox." I let the warmth of her voice soak in for a moment. She said my name like it's a comfortable fit in her mouth. Then she turns and walks away, hips swaying slightly in her bright leggings, hair bouncing in that neat headband. I blink, realizing I'm still watching her leave even after she's halfway across the gym. Damn, I think, exhaling. She's intriguing. She's obviously reining herself in, controlling every breath, every movement. But behind that control, I sense a storm waiting to break. And I can't deny I'm curious. But curiosity can be dangerous, especially for a guy like me, who doesn't exactly excel at gentle transitions. My relationships tend to go from 0 to 60 in about a second, then crash and burn. Usually that's fine. But something in Monica's eyes says she's fresh from heartbreak. I can see the glaring, invisible, handle with care sign. I run a hand over my nape, letting out a long breath. Professional, I mutter to myself. Keep it professional, Delaney. I gather stray foam pads and drag them to the equipment rack. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I fish it out to see a text from one of my longtime training partners. Probably wants to schedule a spar, but my mind's not on that. It's stuck on Monica's hesitant smile, the tension in her shoulders, and the determination in her eyes every time she launched that jab. I shake my head, mentally filing the memory away. She's got 6 weeks in this program, maybe more if she decides to stay on for advanced sessions. I can't let my curiosity morph into something unprofessional, right? As I flick off the lights in the training room, part of me is already counting down to next Tuesday. Because for all my talk of don't cross lines, I can't help it. I want to see if Monica Taylor can transform that anxious energy into real power, and if somewhere along the way, she might let me see the storm behind her calm.
Chapter 3. Monica, I'm convinced I need my head examined, maybe by another therapist who can politely inform me I'm displaying all the textbook signs of a meltdown. Because right now, I'm standing in my kitchen on a Saturday morning, staring at a YouTube highlight reel labeled Knox Delaney's Greatest MMA Finishes. And I may or may not be squealing every time a sweaty, shirtless Knox pummels another fighter into submission. It's been roughly 2 months since Sebastian declared me too vanilla and ended our 3-year relationship. 1 month since I decided to take the self-defense class at Eastside Empowerment Gym. In that time, I've attended about 5 classes under Knox's watchful, annoyingly mesmerizing eye. Each session, I've realized something new about him. He's huge, like lumberjack with a fitness model contract huge. Tall, broad shoulders, every inch of him roped with muscle. Also, he's covered in tattoos, swirling patterns of birds and abstract shapes up his arms, one that looks like a phoenix wrapping over his ribs. The man is surprisingly gentle when correcting your stance, but the second he sees you not putting in effort, he transforms into a drill sergeant with a mouthful of swear words. Oh, and a crucial bit. My ex-boyfriend Sebastian, Mr. I Crave Spice, once spent hours drooling over Knox's Instagram for workout inspiration. That's right. The man currently teaching me how to jab is Sebastian's idol. The same Sebastian who told me I wasn't daring enough for him. I can't even begin to unpack the irony. As soon as I found out, thank you random memory of catching Sebastian scrolling through Knox Delaney's unfiltered gym tips. My heart did that ba-dum dance. A voice in my head cackled with glee. Oh, this is perfect. This is the ultimate revenge scenario. That's how I ended up at 8 a.m. on a Saturday, in my pajamas, binging Knox's old MMA highlight videos. My phone propped on the counter, volume low, so I don't terrify my neighbors. It's not about thirst watching. Definitely not. It's about research. If I'm going to seduce Knox Delaney, purely to prove to Sebastian and the entire world, I'm not some boring vanilla ice cream. I have to know my subject. I cringe when Knox slams an opponent to the mat, finishing with a chokehold. That's intense. Then the clip ends, switching to a slow-motion replay of his victory grin. He's sweaty, battered, and victorious, raising his fist. The camera zooms in on the cut across his lip, the gleaming tattoos on his arms, and that blazing confidence in his blue eyes. Oh my God. I nearly dropped my coffee mug. My cheeks heat as if I'm watching something R-rated. Calm down, Monica. He's your instructor, for crying out loud. But at the same time, he's also your ex's athletic obsession. That fact alone sets my revenge lust ablaze. My phone buzzes. Dana, my best friend, FaceTiming me. I accept, and her face appears. She's still in bed, braids wrapped in a scarf, dark eyes wide with curiosity. "What's up, Luscious?" she greets. "Why are you ignoring my texts about last night's fiasco with Keisha's date?" I stifle a giggle. "Sorry. Got sucked into an MMA rabbit hole." Dana's eyebrows shoot up. "Pardon?" "It's research," I explain, spinning the phone to show the paused frame of Knox on the screen. "That's my trainer, Knox. Remember how I realized he's Sebastian's longtime MMA idol?" Dana's eyes widen like saucers. "Shut up. The hot teacher at your self-defense class? The one who calls you doc sometimes?" "The very same," I say, returning the phone to face me. "I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe I can, flirt with him. Show Sebastian that I can totally bag his hero, just to prove I'm not the dull, colorless girlfriend he dumped." Dana's grin spreads. "Girl, that is spectacularly petty. I am so here for it, but also be careful. That guy looks like he could bench press a minivan." I swallow, recalling the size of Knox's biceps. "Yeah, well, I'm not planning to pin him to the mat. More like seduce him with subtlety." I can practically hear Dana's eyes roll through the phone. "You? Subtle? Remember when you tried to flirt with that barista and accidentally told him, 'I'd love to like your latte art'?" I bury my face in my free hand. "Don't remind me. I've improved. Slightly." Dana cackles. "Oh, this is gonna be fun. You better text me all the details. Also, pick a killer outfit. Neon. Something that says, 'I'm bold and definitely not vanilla.'" My gaze flits to the corner of my living room, where I've hung a brand new, retina-searing set of workout leggings and a matching sports bra in neon yellow. "Yeah, that's the plan?" You'd think after 5 classes, I'd be more relaxed strolling into Eastside Empowerment Gym. But my heart is hammering with nerves as I push through the door, decked out in the brightest workout ensemble known to humanity. Neon yellow leggings cling to my thighs, the matching top hugging me like a second skin. I might as well be a human highlighter. "Hey, Monica," Becca, the gym manager, greets me with a friendly wave from behind the front desk. "Ready for class?" "As I'll ever be," I say, adjusting my hair, which I've coaxed into a high puff. "Thanks, Becca." I head toward the mats, weaving past a couple of sweaty guys practicing on heavy bags. The smell of chalk, rubber, and faint disinfectant hits my nostrils, stirring my adrenaline. Then I see him, Knox, standing off to the side with a clipboard, scanning the room for latecomers. He's wearing a charcoal gray tank top that's doing 0 to hide his biceps, which look like they're carved from stone. Tattoos trace up his arms, swirling patterns that peek beneath the fabric. His short cropped blonde hair and stubble give him a perpetual, "I just woke up looking rugged" vibe, and I'm 99% sure I noticed that lip scar as he mouthed something to another trainer. "Be cool, Monica," I chant internally. "Tonight's your chance to flirt. Prove you're not a dull therapist in boring leggings. Keep it together." The plan is simple. Flash a confident smile, toss out a few breezy compliments, maybe drop a hint that I find him interesting. If I do this right, I'll come off as both alluring and capable. No meltdown, no panic, easy. Just as I'm sidling closer, he turns, spotting me. His gaze takes in my neon ensemble in one sweeping motion, and I swear I see a flicker of something. Amusement? Surprise? Evening, Doc, he greets, smirking. Decided to dress like the sun today? I grin, ignoring the flutter in my stomach. Yep, thought I'd brighten everyone's night. He arches a brow. Mission accomplished. Definitely can't lose you in a crowd. I giggle. Yes, an actual giggle. And mentally whack myself for it. Well, I'm committed to not being invisible. Knox nods, eyes dancing with hints of a smile. Invisibility has never been your issue, trust me. Oh, that's somehow flattering. I try not to overanalyze. So what's on the agenda tonight? More jabs? We're adding in crosses and hooks. Building that muscle memory? He lifts the clipboard, scanning it. Once the rest of the crew shows up, we'll partner off again. Cool, can't wait, I say, letting my voice dip in what I hope is an enticing tone. I'm all about expanding my skill set. Knox's eyebrow twitches. Right, just don't overdo it. Wouldn't want you pulling a muscle or something. My face warms. Is that a double entendre? Or am I reading too much into it? Focus, Monica. Don't worry, I reply, injecting a teasing edge. I'm more flexible than you might think. His lips quirk. Before he can respond, the door swings open and half the class trickles in. With a short nod, Knox moves away to greet the newcomers, leaving me buzzing with adrenaline. Step 1. Slight flirtation. Complete. Moments later, we're lined up on the mat, stretching. Knox claps his massive hands to grab our attention. Okay, folks, circle up. Warm-ups, 10 squats, 10 push-ups, then we'll do some light footwork drills. As the group splits into pairs to practice the moves, I notice Knox weaving among us to offer corrections. My partner for the evening is a chatty college student named Pilar, who's about as tall as my left earlobe but has the energy of a puppy. She bounces on her toes while I attempt to follow the footwork pattern Knox demonstrated. All right, time to add the punch combos, Knox calls out. Jab, cross, hook, nice and slow at first. Pilar and I face each other, hands up in a guard position. She tries a jab cross hook, and I hold up my hands for her to lightly tap. She's surprisingly good, unleashing a quick flurry that cracks the air. My turn. I exhale, remembering the technique. Rotate the hips for power. Keep the other hand guarding. Jab, cross, hook. It feels decent, though I might be telegraphing my movements too much. I catch Knox watching. He strides over, crossing his muscled arms. Looking good, Monica. Try keeping your elbow up on the hook. Think of scraping it parallel to the floor. He demonstrates, his body twisting in a fluid motion. My eyes linger on the bulge of his tricep as he flexes. Focus, focus, focus. I nod, trying again. He steps closer, gently adjusting my elbow. The warmth of his hand seeps through my neon sleeve, and my heart leaps. I smell a faint masculine hint of soap and maybe a whiff of sweat that, annoyingly, only heightens his appeal. Nice, he murmurs. See how you generate more torque that way? Yeah. I have no idea if I even heard him properly. All I can think is how strong and steady his grip is, and how his chest is basically a wall of muscle. Pilar glances between us, smirking as if she's reading my not-so-subtle attraction. Great. Knox moves on, leaving me with my heart thrumming. I flash Pilar a conspiratorial grin. He's something, huh? She giggles. Girl, you are too obvious. I hush her, cheeks flaming. If I'm going to prove I'm not vanilla, I can't keep dissolving into a starry-eyed puddle every time he corrects my stance. We shift into partner drills for real, with one person holding pads while the other punches. Knox pairs me with Keisha, who's joined the class recently for moral support. She's a nurse with a big heart and zero chill. Right now, she's wearing bright red leggings, an unstoppable grin, and an expression that says, "I'm definitely going to tease you later." "You ready for me?" Keisha asks, raising the pads. "Bring it on." I focus on my footwork, letting her call out combos. Jab, cross, hook. Smack, smack, smack. My fists connect with the pads. I'm far from perfect, but I'm feeling pumped. Then I notice Knox hovering nearby, observing. Time to dial up the flirt, I decide. Maybe I'll toss my hair, or try a witty remark. Keisha shouts, "Uppercut!" I slip in an awkward attempt, scraping the pad. Oops, not exactly smooth. "Don't overthink," Knox advises from behind me. "Foot pivot, rotate your shoulders. Let the power come from your legs, not just your arms." I nod, trying to seem confident. "Right. So more hips?" A ghost of a smile curves his lips. "Exactly. Put those hips to work." My brain short-circuits for a moment. Before I can respond, Keisha yells, "Ready? Hook?" I spin for the hook, but my timing is off. My feet tangle, and somehow, in a cosmic testament to my fate, my fist sails way too high, missing Keisha's pad entirely. Momentum carries me forward, straight into the last place I want to make contact. Knox's groin. I hear a solid thump, and then a deep, strangled grunt. The entire world seems to freeze as Knox doubles over, hands flying to protect his battered, well, manhood. "Oh my God," I gasp, dropping my gloves. "I am so sorry." Keisha's eyes go round as saucers, and several classmates stop mid-punch staring. Knox wobbles, face contorting in pain. Even in my mortified state, I notice that the color drains from his cheeks, and for a guy with a badass fighter persona, that's saying something. He tries to laugh it off. No problem, he rasps. "Just need a second." I reach out as if I can fix this, but of course there's no quick fix for a punch to the crotch. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," I chant, cheeks burning. Keisha steps in, patting him awkwardly on the shoulder. "Knox, you good?" He holds up a trembling thumbs up, then inhales through clenched teeth. "I'll be fine, maybe." I glance around, mortified beyond measure, aware that half the class is either wincing in sympathy or stifling laughter. After a couple of tense minutes, Knox manages to straighten, sucking in a steadying breath. "I'm so sorry," I repeat, my voice cracking. He waves me off, still a bit hunched. "It's cool. Accidents happen." His tone is kind, but I can see the tears in his eyes. Or maybe that's just my imagination. Either way, I feel about as graceful as a bulldozer in a china shop. "Maybe we should, break for water," Keisha suggests. The rest of the class eagerly nods, scattering. I sidle up to Knox, whose face is slowly regaining color. "Are you sure you're okay?" He presses a hand to his thigh, wincing slightly. "I've taken hits there before. Never gets easier." Then, with a weak laugh, he tries to lighten the mood. "You know, if you wanted my attention, you could have just said, 'Hey, Knox, let's chat.'" I let out a mortified snort laugh. "Believe me, not how I plan to ask you out or, get your attention." A spark glints in his blue eyes despite the pain. "Noted. Next time, just wave." My cheeks blaze anew. This is a disaster. I was supposed to seduce him, not assault him. "I'm so sorry," I say again, forcibly reining in my babbling. "I'll just go get you ice." He shakes his head. "I'll live. Don't stress too much, Doc." Doc, the pet name that always makes my stomach flip. But now I can't even enjoy it because I'm too busy wanting to crawl under the nearest bench and die. Everyone files out, leaving me practically hiding behind Keisha, while Knox chats with a couple of advanced students. My mortification is hitting an all-time high. I've never punched a man in the family jewels before, let alone the man I was trying to flirt with. "Cheer up, babes," Keisha whispers. "At least he knows you pack a punch now." I groan as I bury my face in my hands. I'm never showing my face here again. "Don't be dramatic," she says, swatting my shoulder. "He didn't ban you. He was joking about it. He's tough. I bet by tomorrow, he'll be fine." I peek out from behind my fingers. Knox is giving someone a fist bump, then glances my way. Our eyes meet, and he lifts his chin in a friendly half nod, as if to say, "We're cool." I swallow. My humiliation remains, but I can't deny a tiny flutter of relief. He's not furious. Maybe mildly traumatized, but not furious. Still, this is not how I imagined my big I'm not vanilla scheme going. I was supposed to be the sultry, confident seductress. Instead, I've proven I'm a chaotic neon tornado with questionable aim. Perfect. I'm at home, rehashing every mortifying second via group text with Dana and Keisha. The messages scroll furiously. Me. "Ladies, I legit punched him in the... Dana." "Well, wait. I can't even breathe." Keisha. "He's probably lying in bed with an ice pack right now, cursing your name." Me. "He acted cool about it, but I died inside." Dana. "At least you made an impression." Keisha. "Yes, no man forgets the woman who made him see stars that way." I throw my phone onto the couch cushions with a theatrical groan. My carefully orchestrated plan to seduce Mr. Muscle is now in shambles. Instead of seeing me as intriguing, I'm sure he'll view me as the klutzy lunatic in neon leggings who nearly destroyed his chance of ever fathering children. Sighing, I wander into my bedroom, changing into comfy pajamas, flannel shorts, and an oversized t-shirt. I catch my reflection in the mirror and cringe. "Good job, Monica," I mutter. "You broke the #1 rule of seduction. Don't break the seducee's body." Flopping onto the bed, I stare at the ceiling. I refuse to give up, though. Sebastian labeled me vanilla, and I'm determined to prove him wrong. Yes, my first attempt at flirting ended with a groin shot, but I can't let that be the end of this story. I can still salvage this. After all, Knox didn't ban me from the gym. He didn't cuss me out or label me incompetent. If anything, he took the accidental blow in stride, teasing me about it. That might mean there's hope. Hope for what, exactly? Revenge, I remind myself. This isn't about Knox as a person, right? It's about showing Sebastian and the entire universe that I can do something wild, thrilling, and undeniably non-vanilla. Maybe that means hooking up with the city's hottest ex-MMA fighter. Maybe it means just building enough tension to show I'm not some timid little therapist. But as I recall the way Knox's strong hand felt adjusting my elbow, and the way he looked at me like I was more than just another student, I can't ignore the possibility that maybe there's more going on here than petty revenge. "Focus," I whisper. Sebastian doesn't deserve to see me wilt. If I bag his idol, I'll be unstoppable. The thought sends a twist of excitement racing through my stomach. I grab my phone, opening a blank note to strategize. If I'm truly going to do this, I need a plan. Apologize again to Knox in a flirty but not pitiful way. Ask him about MMA. Show interest in his world. Feed his ego. Present a more coordinated, less groin-targeting approach in class next time. I type bullet points, my eyes half-lidded, adrenaline humming. If I can channel my own chaos into something that makes him see me as confident, fun, and definitely not dull, I might stand a chance. Sure, it's borderline manipulative and a bit comedic. But I'm not playing with his feelings, just letting him see a side of me that doesn't revolve around essential oils and structured therapy sessions. I do have an adventurous streak somewhere in me. Sebastian never saw it, but Knox might. Tomorrow, I decide, yawning. Tomorrow, I'll buy him an apology protein shake or something. I can't help but smile a little, because even if everything about tonight was humiliating, a tiny part of me is buzzing with an odd sense of possibility. Like maybe punching the guy you want to seduce isn't a death sentence to romance after all. In the hush of my apartment, I flip off the light and cuddle into my pillow. My mind replays the accidental impact, my fist hitting him, his pained groan, the worried expression in his eyes, then improbably the softness in his voice when he said, "Next time, just wave." A laugh escapes me in the darkness. Maybe I should text him, see if he's all right, but that would cross a line, right? He's my instructor. I don't have his number, and I doubt a 10 p.m. check-in is appropriate. Yet I can't seem to stop thinking about the way he smirked when I teased him about my flexibility, the subtle flicker of interest in his gaze. The man might be physically unstoppable, but there's something else behind his swagger, something kind, protective, almost sweet. I shake my head. I can't let myself go down that emotional path. This is about revenge, not a real connection. Still, as I drift off to sleep, the corners of my mouth tug upward. One thing's for sure, Knox Delaney isn't going to forget me, not after this. And that might be exactly what I need. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4, Knox. It's been 18 hours since I, Knox Delaney, professional punch-taker and occasional idiot, got socked in the crotch by Monica Taylor. And before that ill-fated hook, I already knew she was trouble in neon leggings. Now I'm convinced she's a walking paradox, polished and controlled on the surface, but harboring enough chaotic energy to send me reeling. I can't stop replaying the entire scene in my head. From the moment she pivoted that bright yellow hip to the second, my entire lower half exploded in pain. I'm sprawled on the worn leather couch in my office at East Side Empowerment Gym, cradling a half-melted bag of ice against my thigh. For the record, I'm basically fine. It was only a glancing blow. I've taken worse hits in the cage. But the memory alone makes me grimace. If anyone had told me last year that a sweet-seeming therapist named Monica would nearly shatter my future prospects of fatherhood, I'd have told them to lay off the hallucinogens. Sighing, I shove the melting ice aside and reach for my phone. My reflection in the black screen is a bit grim. Short, dirty blonde hair in need of a trim, blue eyes ringed with mild exhaustion, and the faint scar on my lip from a long-ago fight. A couple of my tattoos peek out from under my gray t-shirt sleeves, swirling patterns that snake around my biceps. I'm the picture of a rough-around-the-edges gym owner. Big, tattooed, maybe a little intimidating, but I still look rattled. A knock rattles my office door. Becca, our manager, pokes her head in. She's short, sturdy, and no nonsense, wearing a black hoodie emblazoned with the gym's logo. "You alive?" she asks, eyebrows arched. "We missed you at the front desk for orientation. I told the new members you were, under the weather." I snort. "You mean I was nursing my bruised pride?" "Something like that." She steps inside, arms crossed. "You want me to handle tomorrow's women's class for you? Or are you good?" My jaw clenches. "I'll teach. I'm not letting a single misplaced punch sideline me." She gives me a look that says, "Uh-huh. Sure. Just try not to scare the new girls with your wounded expression. We can't afford negative Yelp reviews claiming you were moody and in pain." I wave her off. "I'll manage." She lingers a moment, tapping her foot. "Knox, you sure you're okay? Because rumor has it you might have a mild crush." I point at the door. "Out." Becca laughs, raising her palms. "Fine. See you on the floor in 10. She exits, letting the door swing shut behind her. I'm left alone with my thoughts. Crush? That's insane. I barely know Monica. She's just unexpectedly hilarious in a way I didn't see coming. I'm used to the confident gym bunnies who show up in flawless makeup, snapping selfies while doing half a squat. Monica's different. She showed up in neon clothing, sure, but with genuine fear in her eyes. There's something endearingly real about her. Plus, she's got a left hook that, though slightly misplaced, packed a surprising punch. I push myself off the couch, dump the soggy ice in the trash, and square my shoulders in the mirror. "Focus, Delaney," I mutter. "She's a student. Don't get personal." But a tiny part of me is itching to see her again, partly to ensure she doesn't freak out and quit the class after that fiasco, partly because, I enjoy the way her eyes sparkle when she nails a technique. And okay, I might also enjoy the accidental comedic chaos trailing in her wake. She's too polished to be this clumsy, which means there's a story under the surface. It intrigues me more than it should. After orientation, I head home. Home is a 2-bedroom loft I lucked into thanks to a friend who manages property downtown. The place is industrial chic, with exposed brick, high ceilings, and large windows. I sling my gym bag on the couch and toe off my sneakers. My shoulders ache from holding pads all afternoon. Kicking back on a bar stool near the kitchen counter, I grab a bottle of water from the fridge and guzzle half in one go. Then I reach for my phone, scrolling through messages. There's a text from my buddy Jace, who's also an ex-MMA fighter. He's the type who loves drama and never misses a chance to grill me about my personal life. Jace. "Dude, heard you got clocked below the belt by a newbie. You good?" I roll my eyes, typing a response. "Yeah, it's fine. She's new. Total accident. A few seconds later, his reply pops up. New, eh? Gonna ask her out. Always told you the best technique to get close to a girl is to get a punch to the junk. I bark a laugh. Shut it, man. She's a student, not a hookup. Jace, I know you. You're too curious to let that slide. Me. Go fight a tree. I set my phone aside, a reluctant grin tugging at my lips. The way he teased me about her hits closer to home than I'd like to admit. I've never been good at relationships, especially not post-MMA career. Too many women see me as a trophy muscle man, or they assume I'm a violent jerk. Real intimacy? Not exactly my specialty, but I can't deny there's something about Monica that stirs a weird sense of protectiveness and a spark of interest. She's neither starstruck by my fighting past nor dismissive. She's got that guarded calm, but every once in a while, I see cracks where genuine chaos peeks through. It's fascinating. No, I remind myself. I'm not going down that road. I'll keep it professional. Help her learn self-defense, and ignore any urges to dig into her personal life. But if I happen to enjoy her presence, that's nobody's business but mine. The next day, I run errands in the morning, picking up new MMA gloves for the advanced students, restocking first aid supplies, and grabbing groceries for my perpetually empty fridge. By mid-afternoon, I'm back at the gym, fiddling with the speed bag in the corner. The rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack helps clear my head. Classes tonight start at 6, so I've got some downtime to review the lesson plan. Before I can settle in, my phone buzzes with a call from an unknown number. Normally I'd ignore it, but curiosity prods me to answer. Hello? A hesitant voice crackles through the line. Hi, is this Knox? This is Monica. Monica Taylor. My heart does an odd flip. Yeah, hi. Everything okay? She must have gotten my number from the gym's business card or something. She clears her throat. Yes, just, sorry to interrupt your day. I wanted to apologize again for the other night. And, well, you're probably busy, but I was thinking about, your, pain level. Are you okay? She sounds so earnest, my lips twitch into a grin. I appreciate the concern. I'm good. I survived worse hits in the ring. That's a relief. There's a pause, then a rush of words. I feel terrible. Like maybe I set a record for fastest way to humiliate your trainer. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I'm so sorry. A chuckle escapes me. Relax. I'm not traumatized. Maybe a little shell-shocked, but physically fine. I hope you're not freaking out about it. She exhales, the breath audible through the phone. I might have lost some sleep replaying it in my head, but I'm determined to keep coming to class. Unless you're uncomfortable with that. The idea of her quitting twists my gut. No, definitely keep coming. We have a new set of drills next time, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to punch other places, preferably not my nether regions. And I promise not to hold grudges. She laughs, the sound warm and self-deprecating. Thank you. I might show up with an ice pack offering, though, as a peace treaty. I smirk at the mental image of her brandishing an ice pack shaped like a cartoon penguin or something. I won't turn down a comedic gesture. All jokes aside, I appreciate you calling. You didn't have to. She hesitates. Yeah, well, I just wanted to do something. Thanks for understanding. There's an awkward beat of silence, but it's not entirely uncomfortable. I can practically picture her nibbling her lip, trying to figure out how to end this conversation gracefully. So, I say, clearing my throat, I'll see you at class in a couple days, right? Yes, definitely, thanks, Knox. Sure thing, Doc. She hangs up and I tuck my phone away, heart still thrumming. That phone call was short, but it feels like I glimpsed another layer of Monica's personality. Sweet, apologetic, maybe trying too hard to be in control. She's certainly not the typical gym bunny. The difference is intriguing, but it also sets off a tiny alarm bell in my mind. Getting involved with someone vulnerable could be messy, especially when I already have enough chaos running a gym and dealing with my own emotional baggage. Still, hearing her voice brightened my day more than I'd like to admit. I test the speed bag again, and my hits land with a sharper rhythm. A small smile tugs at my mouth. That evening, I host an advanced technique session for a handful of dedicated students. While assisting them with grappling, I find my focus drifting. My mind conjures images of Monica in her flamboyant outfits, awkward but determined. I catch myself staring at the corner of the gym where she typically stands. She's not there, obviously. It's not her class night. But the emptiness feels strange. Tasha, an advanced student of mine, notices my distraction and teases, "Knox, you're daydreaming. Usually you're barking orders at us like a drill instructor by now." "Focus on your stance," I growl, ignoring the heat creeping up my neck. She laughs. "I bet this has something to do with that rumored crotch punch. Word gets around fast." My scowl deepens. "Move your feet or I'll put you through extra burpees." Tasha just smirks, but she returns to practice. My mind, however, refuses to let the subject drop. I'm not used to feeling so off-kilter over a student. Usually I maintain a professional boundary. But with Monica, it's like I can't help being drawn in. She's a puzzle, and my brain loves a good puzzle. When I finally lock up the gym around 10, I slip into my old pickup truck, battered from years of hauling equipment and random junk around. The city streets are quiet, a few neon signs flickering along the sidewalks. My phone buzzes as I shift into drive, so I check it at the next red light. Another text from Jace. "Jace, don't do anything reckless. That girl's out of your league if she's sweet enough to apologize for an accident. You're a chaos magnet." I roll my eyes. "Yeah, thanks, Dad." Then I toss the phone onto the passenger seat, cursing under my breath when it slides to the floor. Truth be told, Jace has a point. I've never been great at relationships. My last attempt ended in a shouting match when she realized I wasn't ready for commitment. The concept of something real has always scared the hell out of me. In the ring, I know how to fight, dodge, adapt. But in love, I flail worse than a first-time boxer. Still, something about Monica's vulnerability tugs at me. The way she tries so hard not to show her cracks, only to reveal them in sudden bursts like how she apologized over the phone. I can't ignore that flicker of sincerity. "Not my business," I mutter as I turn onto my street. "I'm just the instructor." But even as I say it, a part of me knows I'll keep an eye on her at the next class. Not because I don't trust her jab, because I need to ensure she's okay, or at least not blaming herself too much. And maybe, deep down, I want an excuse to talk to her again, outside the usual teacher-student dynamic. The following day passes in a blur of gym management tasks. I do inventory on our gloves, reorder some gear, handle membership inquiries, and give a few one-on-one sessions to clients who prefer private training. A middle-aged man named Jorge tries to pay me in homemade empanadas. I almost accept because they smell heavenly, but I wave him off, insisting we keep it professional. He leaves them anyway, so now I have a Tupperware container of what might be the best-smelling pastries in existence. Around lunchtime, I shovel in an empanada while checking my email. A notice from the local community center catches my eye. They want to partner for a self-defense workshop next month. I'm about to write back with an enthusiastic yes when the image of Monica floods my mind again. She's a therapist, right? Maybe she'd have valuable input on incorporating mental resilience or trauma awareness into the workshop. The thought is new and strangely appealing. Collaborating with her could be interesting. I shake my head, banishing the idea. We've barely had 2 conversations that weren't overshadowed by her mortification or my throbbing groin. Jumping into a collaboration might be a step too far. But the idea lingers as I hit reply, letting them know I'm open to further discussion. That evening, I prepare the training room for the next wave of classes. The women's self-defense group meets tomorrow, so I carefully lay out extra pads and double-check the first aid kit. My reflection stares back at me from the large mirror on the wall, reminding me of the times I used to stare down opponents in the ring. There's a certain excitement before a fight, an electric hum. Tomorrow, I realize I feel a flicker of that same energy. Not because I planned a brawl, but because Monica will be there. She probably has some comedic apology planned, or a brand new pair of leggings that glow in the dark. I can't help but chuckle. I stow the last of the gear in the supply closet, mind drifting to her. She's the opposite of what I usually go for. My exes were either adrenaline junkies or groupies who followed my career, half in love with the idea of dating a fighter. Monica doesn't seem to want that. She's got her own motivations, and something tells me they're not entirely about self-defense. I sense a wounded pride behind her eyes, like she's determined to prove something, maybe to an ex or to herself. The weird part is that I understand it. I've been there, trying to show the world you're not who they assume you are. I used to be the hot-headed kid who got into street fights. Stepping into professional MMA gave me a chance to show I wasn't just some dumb brute. Maybe Monica's on a similar journey, but from a different angle. Either way, it's hooking my attention more than I'd like. As I flip off the lights in the training area, I make a silent vow. I'll keep my distance emotionally, but I won't ignore the fact that she's struggling. If there's a way to help her gain genuine confidence, I'll do it. And if that means staying after class to show her a new technique, or giving an encouraging word when she's feeling awkward, so be it. I might be a loud, foul-mouthed ex-fighter, but I also know what it's like to crave validation. Back in my office, I scribbled tomorrow's lesson plan on a whiteboard. Footwork drills, combos, partner practice. The final step reads, optional conda or extra help. I can already picture Monica signing up for that. A grin graces my lips. The minute I realize I'm looking forward to seeing her, like really looking forward to it, my stomach tightens. This is how it starts, Knox. First, you let yourself get intrigued. Next, you start caring. Then, before you know it, you're in a relationship you can't handle. My track record is abysmal. I should just chalk up my interest to curiosity and leave it at that. Easier said than done. I drop the marker on my desk, stretching out my arms. The tattoos on my biceps ripple, reminding me of the night I got the Phoenix inked. I just recovered from a nasty injury and needed a symbol of rebirth. Maybe that mindset is what draws me to Monica. She looks like she's on the brink of her own transformation, stepping out of her safe zone. Something about that resonates with my past. Calm down, I mutter to the empty room. Don't get carried away. But I already know I'll be keeping a special eye on her. Next time she steps through those doors, making sure she doesn't vanish into her shell, ensuring she doesn't deck me below the belt again, and maybe, just maybe, figuring out what makes her tick. Because behind those perfectly shaped eyebrows and carefully measured expressions, there's a spark that both entertains me and sets me off balance. Now I'm not entirely opposed to losing my footing. With that thought lingering, I sling my duffel bag over my shoulder and head out, locking up behind me. My footsteps echo in the parking lot, the night air cool against my skin. Tomorrow is shaping up to be interesting. If I'm not careful, I'll do something reckless like actually let myself hope that Monica is more than just a curious student. But hey, if I can survive a direct hit to the groin from her, maybe I can handle whatever else she throws at me. I get into my truck, the engine rumbling to life. As I drive away, city lights flash by, painting streaks of color on the windshield. My mind replays Monica's wide-eyed face as she realized her fist had landed in the worst possible place, then that phone call where her voice trembled with sincerity. I can't help smiling.
Chapter 5, Monica. Girl, if you don't wear something that screams, I am a walking thirst trap. I'm personally dragging you back to your closet. Keisha stands in my bedroom, arms crossed, eyebrows poised for battle. She's wearing a shimmering gold mini dress paired with strappy sandals that look like they could double as lethal weapons. Beside her, Dana lounges on my bed, scrolling through her phone, occasionally shouting commentary like a ringside announcer. I huff, hands on my hips, surveying the explosion of rejected outfits strewn across my comforter. I'm going to a club, not auditioning for a reality dating show, I protest, but my half-hearted complaint loses steam the moment Keisha brandishes a tight, emerald green dress that still has the tag on it. Try this, she orders. You keep saving it for special occasions. Newsflash. Tonight is special because you desperately need to blow off steam. You've been freaking out about Operation Seduce Knox ever since you nearly ended his bloodline with that misplaced punch. A groan rumbles from the depths of my soul. We're calling it an operation now? Dana glances up from her phone, rolling her eyes dramatically. Please. You've been on a half-baked mission for weeks, telling us how you want to show a certain ex that you're not vanilla. Meanwhile, you're busy swooning over your MMA trainer. If that's not an operation, I don't know what to call it. They're not wrong. It's been almost 3 months since Sebastian broke up with me, citing my so-called predictability. And it's been around 6 weeks since I first stepped into Knox Delaney's self-defense class, despite, or maybe because of, my humiliating attempt at flirting that ended in a devastating blow to his nether regions. I've somehow become more captivated by the man, but my attempts to woo him have fizzled. I can't seem to slide gracefully into his good graces. Instead, I keep tripping over my own feet and delivering awkward lines that do little more than amuse him. Still, I can't deny that the time spent at Eastside Empowerment Gym has changed me for the better. My punch form is sharper, my reflexes quicker, and my sense of personal control more solid. Of course, that doesn't help my incompetent flirting. Keisha waves the emerald dress, snapping me back to the present. I yank it from her grasp, pressing it against my torso. The silky fabric clings in all the right places, though the neckline plunges lower than I'm used to. Taking a deep breath, I remind myself that tonight isn't about safe choices. Fine, I concede. Let's do it. 20 minutes later, we're weaving through neon-lit city streets en route to Rumba Vibe, a club pulsing with reggaeton beats and laughter. The place exudes an electric energy. Bouncers managing velvet ropes, disco lights dancing across a throng of weekend revelers, and a pounding bass line that seems to thump right through my ribcage. Keisha hustles forward, hips swaying confidently as she hands the bouncer her ID. Dana and I follow suit, and soon we're engulfed by swirling lights and bodies. The bar gleams along one wall, staffed by a trio of bartenders who move with well-practiced efficiency. Meanwhile, clusters of people crowd small tables or claim dance floor territory with wild abandon. Squeezing between fellow patrons, we stake out a spot near the bar. Dana spots an empty high-top table and pounces, securing it with a dramatic flourish. I can't stop tugging the hem of my emerald dress, every nerve attuned to the possibility that it might ride up or expose something meant to remain hidden. Relax, Keisha urges, lightly slapping my hand away from the fabric. If you keep fiddling, you'll look even more uncomfortable. Own it, Monica. You look scorching. She's not wrong. The mirror behind the bar caught my reflection earlier, and for once I didn't shy away from the view. My espresso brown skin contrasts beautifully with the deep green fabric, and my hair is swept into a sleek updo with a few curls framing my face. A set of gold statement earrings glint against my jawline, and I managed a bold lip color that refuses to be upstaged by the neon lights. Dana flags down a bartender. He's tall, with a man bun and a practiced smile that could charm a bull out of a stampede. "We need 3 cocktails," Dana declares, leaning across the bar like she's about to hand him a subpoena. "Something fruity, not too sweet, and guaranteed to none regrets." He laughs. "Coming right up, ladies." Within minutes, we're armed with drinks the color of tropical sunsets. I sip and sigh contentedly at the burst of passion fruit and rum, letting the music's rhythmic thump loosen the tension in my shoulders. Keisha sets her glass down, tilts her head conspiratorially. All right, Spill. How's Operation Seduce Knox going? I know you keep trying to flirt at class, but it's been radio silence on the results. I grimace. It's not going as planned. Every time I open my mouth, I either sound like I'm analyzing his childhood traumas, or I end up referencing that crotch punch fiasco. I'm fairly certain he finds me entertaining, but not in the sexy way I hoped. Dana snorts. Entertaining is a start. Means you're on his radar at least. I roll my eyes. Yay me. On the radar as the klutzy therapist who can't keep her fists, or her words, to herself. Keisha waves that off. Sometimes comedic failures are the best preludes to real sparks. As if on cue, a random guy in a Hawaiian shirt shuffles too close, nearly colliding with my chair. He slurs an apology that smells like tequila and then staggers away. Speaking of comedic, here's a clown, Dana quips, downing half her cocktail in one go. We all giggle, and I knock back another mouthful of the sweet, boozy concoction. The alcohol seeps into my veins, making me bolder. I straighten my spine, determined to drown out the humiliations of my non-existent love life. Oh, hush, I reply. If you two can nab men who adore your brand of crazy, then there's hope for me. Keisha lifts her glass in a toast. Damn straight. To eventually hooking up with protein shake with a pulse. I nearly choke on my drink. Stop calling him that. She grins mischievously. Why? That's what you called him last week. Don't pretend you didn't. My cheeks flare with heat. I did indeed refer to Knox as a protein shake with a pulse. Or maybe I said something like protein shake in human form. Either way, I didn't expect it to become my friend's favorite moniker for him. Dana cackles. Own it, Monica. The man is basically a walking billboard for muscular chaos, and you want to climb him like a jungle gym. Dana, I sputter, pressing a hand to my chest. Her eyes gleam with mischief. If you do manage to climb him, text us details, specifically about the chest tattoos. You two are incorrigible. I grin despite my mock outrage. Let's just dance. We abandon our table, drifting to the dance floor, where the reggaeton beat vibrates beneath our feet. The pulsing lights flicker, illuminating the swirl of hips and raised arms around us. Dana is the first to lose herself in the music, spinning with a grin wide enough to power the entire block. Keisha hollers in approval, flicking her hair like she's in a music video. I try not to think about my mid-thigh hem, focusing on the synergy of the crowd. The DJ transitions to a fresh track, the bass line heavier, coaxing a wave of cheers from dancers. I close my eyes, letting the rhythm guide me. The week's stresses, failed flirtations, random day job woes, memories of an ex who called me bland, melt away in the swirl of neon color and body heat. A hand gently taps my shoulder. Monica? I spin, expecting to see Keisha, but come face to face with an unwelcome stranger who reeks of cheap cologne. He's got greasy hair, a questionable stubble pattern, and a grin that suggests he has no concept of personal space. Hey there, he slurs. Want to show me some of those moves up close? My stomach lurches. I'm good, thanks. He sidles closer, ignoring my polite rejection. Come on, don't be shy. I step back, frowning. I said no. The crowd shifts, separating me from Dana and Keisha, who are too absorbed in their own dance bubble to notice my predicament. He reaches for my wrist, leering. Panic flutters in my chest. My throat tightens. Should I shove him away? Scream? The vibrant lights and pounding music turn my confusion into a spinning kaleidoscope of worry. Hey, a familiar voice growls behind me. She's not interested, buddy. I twist around, relief crashing through me when I spot Knox. He stands a few feet away, arms folded across his broad chest, looking every bit the formidable MMA fighter. His short blonde hair glints under the flashing lights, tattoos shifting as his muscles tense. He has on dark jeans and a fitted black t-shirt that clings to his torso in a way that really shouldn't be legal. Beside him, a couple of guys I recognize from the gym linger, looking uncertain about the unfolding scene. Greasy hair snarls, "Back off, man." Knox steps forward, voice low. "I don't think so." He glances at me, concern etched across his rugged features. "You okay?" I exhale, adrenaline surging. "I'm fine, he's just..." The creep lunges again, aiming to snag my arm. Knox reacts instantly, intercepting his hand with a firm grip, twisting it just enough to send a jolt of pain up the guy's wrist without actually injuring him. "All right, that's enough," Knox warns, a vein throbbing in his neck. The intruder's bravado crumples. He yanks free, shoots me a venomous glare, then staggers off, muttering curses I can't hear over the music. My heart rattles in my ribcage, relief mixing with an odd spark of excitement. Knox turns to me, scanning my face for any sign of distress. "You sure you're all right?" "Yeah," I manage, voice shaky but grateful. "Thank you. I guess. You really do practice what you preach in your self-defense class." He shrugs, that trademark half smile creeping across his mouth. "Couldn't let you handle that alone, especially with the dancing crowd boxing you in." I realize Keisha and Dana have spotted us and are now huddled at the edge of the dance floor, peering over with the most conspicuously excited expressions possible. Knox's presence is overwhelming in the best way. Even though I've seen him shirtless in the gym and once accidentally memorized his entire tattoo collection, there's something extra magnetic about him in a club setting. He swapped out the typical athletic gear for casual clothing that still showcases his broad shoulders and muscular arms. His cologne is understated yet enticing, a subtle reminder that he's not just my instructor. He's a man who can silence a dance floor with one glare. Trying to shake off the tension, I smooth a hand over my dress. "I didn't realize you came here." His mouth quirks. "I don't, usually. One of my buddies wanted a change of pace. We got off work early, so here we are." I nod, swallowing. "Well, thanks for stepping in." He glances at the swirl of dancers around us. "You're not exactly in your usual environment either, Doc." I let out a soft laugh, heat creeping to my cheeks. "I do go out sometimes. I'm not an old lady in pajamas every night." A smirk tugs at his lips. "Could have fooled me." I place a hand on my hip, mustering my sass. "And here I thought you'd be impressed by me in this dress." His gaze flicks downward, then back up, lingering just enough to send a sizzle through my veins. I'm definitely noticing. Suddenly, my pulse thuds in my ears. Is it the music? Or the fact that Knox Delaney just slid me a look that suggests he's more than casually intrigued? My entire body tingles with a new awareness, remembering all the comedic fiascos we've endured. Like that unforgettable punch. But standing here, I don't feel ridiculous. I feel alive. "Monica!" Keisha's voice slices through my reverie. She and Dana materialize, plastering on conspiratorial grins. "You okay?" Keisha asks, though her expression says, "Please tell me you two are about to kiss." Dana bobs her head. "We saw that creep, but looks like your hero handled it." She winks at Knox. "Thanks, big guy." Knox shifts, stifling a grin. "Just doing the decent thing." Dana and Keisha exchange a glance, so loaded with meaning I can practically see neon arrows screaming, "Leave them alone." Then, with a round of unsubtle winks, they both claim they're thirsty, desperately in need of fresh drinks, and vanish into the throng, leaving me and Knox awkwardly alone in the swirling haze of disco lights. I cough. Well, that was predictable. They have a habit of orchestrating accidental alone time. His chuckle rumbles pleasantly. I noticed. So what do? Bail and let you get back to your friends, or... I stare at him, my stomach doing flips. Or... He shrugs, sliding his hands into his pockets. Or I can stay a minute, make sure no more creeps bother you. That'd be nice. My voice is soft, the energy around us pulsing with unspoken tension. We edge away from the center of the dance floor, settling near a small alcove that offers a bit of privacy from the crush of people. The lighting is dimmer here, illuminated by a rotating disco ball that tosses shards of colored light across Knox's face. The effect is mesmerizing, highlighting the arch of his cheekbones and the curve of his scarred lip. Out of habit, I cross my arms, partly to keep from trembling, partly to maintain a shred of self-composure. So, thanks again. You were pretty quick on the draw. He leans against a pillar, arms bulging under his sleeves, smirk returning. I'm used to stepping in if I see trouble. I tilt my head. Do you always rescue random women in clubs? He laughs under his breath, shaking his head. No, then again, you're not random, Doc. Something about the way he calls me Doc in that low, teasing tone sets my skin aflame. I bite my lip. I suppose that's true. He cocks an eyebrow. Would it freak you out if I said I was hoping to run into you again, outside the gym? My heart staggers. You were? He rubs the back of his neck. It's complicated. We have a trainer-student dynamic, but you're more interesting than I expected. My insides melt at that candid admission. Interesting how? He holds my gaze. Interesting in that you seem one way, organized, calm, but there's a fierce streak behind your eyes. You're careful, but you have these flashes of chaos that catch me off guard. A low chuckle rumbles. Never a dull moment with you. I should feel exposed, but his words spark an odd relief. He sees me. He recognizes that I'm not some one-dimensional bore. Suddenly, my frustrations with Sebastian's vanilla accusation shrink under the weight of Knox's observation. Thanks, I guess, I say, laughing softly. Though my brand of chaos might not be the safest thing for your vital regions. He snorts. I'll take my chances. My pulse quickens. This is a different side of him. Playful, open, maybe a tad flirtatious. The tension is thick enough to cut with a butter knife, and I can't deny that I like it. Before I can muster a witty reply, a tipsy couple careens into our alcove, giggling uncontrollably. Knox slides closer, guiding me out of their path with a gentle hand on my elbow. The contact sends a warm jolt through me, and I suddenly remember every daydream I've had about tangling with him, ideally without fists flying in the wrong places. I clear my throat, taking a half step back to regain composure. I should probably check on my friends. If they see me alone with you much longer, they'll start planning our wedding. He chuckles, an electric spark in his blue eyes. That might be jumping the gun. Definitely. I wring my hands, then force them to my sides. But maybe we can talk again, sometime that's not in a sweaty gym or a chaotic nightclub. His brow lifts. Like a normal conversation over coffee or something? Exactly. He nods slowly, measuring my expression. I'd like that. Relief mingles with a flutter of nerves. Great, I manage. We'll figure out the details later. He gives a parting nod, then glances at the dance floor. I'll let you get back to your girls. Just text me if you need any more heroic rescues. I can't help a small laugh. You're so full of yourself. He grins. Nah, I'm just confident I can help if you decide to roundhouse kick the next creep in the groin. Cheeks burning, I watch him slip away, merging into the crowd where his gym buddies beckon him with shouts. For a moment, I stand there, replaying our banter in my head until I realize I've probably been grinning like an idiot for a solid 30 seconds. Dana and Keisha reappear, both wide-eyed with curiosity. Keisha mouths, "Spill." I shoot them a half-dazed smile, letting them drag me back to our table. My mind whirls with the realization that, for the first time, Knox is openly acknowledging something beyond the student-teacher realm. My heart does a mini somersault as I slip onto a bar stool, ignoring the fresh drinks they push toward me. Because in this dingy, neon-soaked club, a man who once saw me as a clumsy pupil just hinted that maybe he wants to know me better. And if that doesn't prove I'm anything but vanilla, I don't know what does.
Chapter 6. Knox. I'm starting to think the universe has a twisted sense of humor. One minute, I'm standing by the bar at Rumba Vibe, sipping a watered-down soda while my buddies argue over which corner of the dance floor has the best view of potential dates. The next minute, I'm hustling to snag a tipsy, swaying Monica Taylor before she can topple face first into the neon-lit crowd. If someone had told me 6 months ago, when I was living and breathing only for my gym, that I'd be half in lust, half in awe of a therapist prone to accidental crotch punching, I would have laughed them out the door. Yet here I am, weaving through gyrating dancers with Monica's arm draped loosely around my shoulders. She's wearing a slinky emerald dress that clings to her espresso-brown skin and shows off curves that make my brain short-circuit. Her hair is pinned up in a style that's half undone from too much dancing, and she's blinking like she's trying to keep the world in focus. Every time a strobe light flashes, it glints off her gold statement earrings, reminding me just how different this woman is from anyone I've met. "Knox," she says, voice slightly slurred. "You smell good, like soap and punching bags." I bite back a grin. "Soap and punching bags, huh? That's definitely a first." She giggles, leaning her head against my bicep as I guide her toward a quieter corner. The crowd thins near an archway leading to the exit, where we finally have room to breathe. My gym buddies, 2 guys named Troy and Marco, have retreated to the bar to give me space, smirking like I'm a lovesick puppy. Maybe I am, but I'm not about to feed their gloating. Monica peeks up, eyes half-lidded. I might have overdone it on the cocktails. "Just a little," I reply softly, scanning her flushed cheeks. She tries to straighten, wobbling on her gold heels. "I'm sorry. You probably think I'm a disaster." I catch her elbow before she can do another drunken sway. "Trust me, I've seen bigger disasters." A hint of a smile touches my mouth. "You're just comedic chaos sometimes." "Great," she mutters, face crinkling in embarrassment. "But hey, comedic chaos is an upgrade from too vanilla, right?" I see no trace of blandness in this woman. She's got quiet fierceness lurking beneath her polished exterior. If only she believed it herself. "Come on," I say, guiding her gently. "Let me get you home before you spontaneously combust." She barks a laugh, then hiccups. "I appreciate your concern. But my friends..." "Your friends are currently negotiating with a bartender about the perfect ratio of tequila to fruit juice," I assure her, glancing across the club to confirm Dana and Keisha are indeed engaged in a spirited conversation with the staff. "They told me to take you home. In fact, they insisted." A faint flush creeps over her cheeks. They're the worst. They do these schemes like leaving me alone with you in random corners, and they think they're so clever. "Maybe they're just good wing women," I tease, coaxing a laugh from her. "Or that," she concedes with a sheepish smile. We maneuver through the exit, stepping into the cool night air. A wave of relief washes over me, away from the flashing lights and pounding bass. A few couples stand on the curb, waiting for rides. The faint smell of food trucks wafts from somewhere down the block. Monica lifts her face to the breeze, eyes fluttering as if she needs fresh oxygen for her spinning head. "You parked nearby?" I ask. She winces. I rode with Keisha and Dana. They're definitely not leaving soon." I hitch my thumb toward the small lot at the end of the block. I've got my truck. Let's get you back safely. Promise I won't kidnap you. She musters a grin, stepping carefully in her heels. I appreciate the disclaimer. The short walk to my aging pickup is punctuated by Monica muttering about how ridiculous her shoes are. I can't help noticing how her dress shimmers under the streetlights, highlighting her toned legs and the graceful slope of her shoulders. She's more than a knockout, though she's resilient and witty, and something about her keeps tugging at my attention like a gravitational force. When we reach the truck, I open the passenger door and offer her a hand. She stares at it for a moment, then places her palm in mine. Heat transfers through that small point of contact, reminding me that this is the same woman who once nearly ended my future offspring with a misdirected hook. The memory brings a crooked smile to my lips. Once she's inside, I jog around to the driver's seat. The engine rumbles to life, headlights cutting through the darkness. Monica shifts, tugging at the hem of her dress, eyes unfocused. A dress? I prompt gently. She rattles it off, and I punch it into the GPS. We pull onto the main road, the city lights flickering by in a kaleidoscope of neon. My radio is low, playing some old-school rock ballad that feels oddly soothing. Monica exhales, leaning her head against the seat. Thanks for doing this. You didn't have to. I grip the wheel, giving her a sidelong look. Don't sweat it. It's part of the job. She arches an eyebrow. Oh? What job is that? Gym owner or nighttime chauffeur for drunken women? I snort. I'm multi-talented. I do disclaimers too, remember? A quiet laugh escapes her, and she closes her eyes for a moment. We drive in companionable silence, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional beep from the GPS. Her presence feels strangely comforting, despite her mild intoxication. After about 10 minutes, she sits up a little straighter, blinking at the passing storefronts. Turn right at that light, she says, sounding more coherent. Then it's 2 blocks down on the left. I follow the directions, arriving at a modest brick apartment complex. It's not run down, but the flickering porch light outside suggests it could use a little TLC. I park by the curb, cut the engine, and turn to her. Home sweet home. She fiddles with her door handle, but her coordination isn't top-notch right now. I hop out, circle around, and open the passenger side. Her cheeks puff in a sigh of relief as she slides down carefully, gripping my forearm for balance. The sidewalk is uneven, and her heels catch on a crack. Whoa, I murmur, steadying her. Her fingers clutch my bicep, and the warmth of her hand sinks through the thin fabric of my t-shirt. She exhales, blinking up at me. Thank you. Again. A surge of protectiveness flares in my chest. No worries. We walk toward the building's entrance, her footsteps wobbly. She points at a keypad near the door. Need to punch in a code. I keep forgetting which combination I used. Let's hope it's the one with my birthday. With a slight frown, she jabs at the numbers. The lock beeps and the door swings open. We climb a short flight of stairs to the second floor, each step echoing in the quiet hallway. The faint hum of someone's TV seeps from behind closed doors, accompanied by the aroma of leftover takeout. We reach her apartment. She rummages in her small purse for keys, muttering about how they always go missing at the worst times. When she finds them, she unlocks the door. It's a cozy space, tidy with warm lighting, a couple of potted plants perched on the windowsill, and a couch adorned with colorful throw pillows. A single lamp illuminates the living room, revealing a neat row of affirmation sticky notes along the edge of a bookshelf. I am capable. I am enough. I create my own happiness. I can't help but smile. Those sticky notes are so Monica. Calm and structured on the outside, but I've seen the fire she keeps under wraps. She trudges inside, kicking off her heels with a groan. Oh, sweet relief. Then she wobbles sideways, plopping onto the couch with a graceless thud. Ow. I hover by the door, uncertain if I should stay or go. Need anything? Water, maybe? She tilts her head, eyes glassy. Water sounds great. I feel like a desert. Stifling a chuckle, I close the door behind me and stride to the kitchen. It's compact but well organized, neatly labeled jars of tea, a shelf of vitamins, and a blender that probably sees more kale smoothies than mine ever has. I fill the glass, rummaging for something in her cabinets until I find an unopened sports drink. That, too, might help. Returning to the living room, I spot her struggling to unzip the back of her dress. She notices me, cheeks flushing. I'm not trying to flash you, I swear. This zipper is a demon. A sudden wave of heat courses through me, but I do my best to keep my gaze on her eyes. I'll avert my gaze. Here's some water. Also found a sports drink if you want electrolytes. She accepts the glass gratefully, draining half in one go. You're a saint. Where's your halo? Probably lost it in a bar fight, I deadpan, setting the sports drink on the coffee table. Sure you don't need anything else? She hesitates, fingers fumbling with the tricky zipper. Would you mind giving me a hand? I can't reach. My pulse quickens. Yeah, sure. I step behind the couch, carefully catching the small metal tab of her zipper. Tell me if you're uncomfortable. She shakes her head. You're fine. I just can't manage it alone. I tug gently, freeing the zipper from the stuck spot. The silky fabric loosens across her shoulder blades, revealing glimpses of smooth skin. I catch my breath, ignoring the sudden urge to trace the curve of her neck with my fingertips. Instead, I step back, clearing my throat. There you go. She breathes a relieved sigh. Thank you. Then her face contorts. She claps a hand over her mouth. Oh, no. I think I might. Before she can finish, she bolts off the couch, sprinting toward what I assume is the bathroom. I hurry after her, heart pounding. Sure enough, she lurches over the toilet, retching. I grimace in sympathy, rubbing her back lightly with one hand to keep her hair out of the line of fire. Easy, I murmur. Deep breaths. She shudders, coughing between heaves. This is mortifying, she manages between bouts of nausea. You seeing me like... Don't worry. I stroke her shoulder reassuringly. I've seen worse. I used to train new fighters who'd vomit the first time they got pinned in grappling. She shoots me a weak glare, eyes watering. So, I'm basically a rookie fighter with a puke problem. I huff a soft laugh, handing her some toilet paper. Pretty much. Eventually, her stomach seems to settle. I grab a towel, wet it under the tap, and hand it to her. She presses it to her forehead, tears clinging to her lashes. Her voice comes out thick with embarrassment. You must think I'm a total mess. I meet her gaze, heart twisting at the vulnerability etched on her face. No, I say firmly. I think you're human. Happens to everyone. She sniffs, letting me help her stand. I guide her back to the couch, retrieving the water glass so she can rinse her mouth. Then I slip into the kitchen again, rummaging for ginger tea. This time I find a stash of peppermint tea bags that'll have to do. While the water heats in her electric kettle, I lean against the counter, mind churning. I've seen Monica in workout gear, neon leggings, fancy dresses, but this is the first time I'm witnessing her raw vulnerability. Beneath her polished exterior, she's just as prone to miscalculations, heartbreak, and shaky confidence as anyone. That glimpse of realness tugs at me in a way I can't ignore. Tea in hand, I rejoin her. She's resting against the couch cushions, dress half unzipped, cheeks flushed, eyes half lidded from exhaustion. I crouch to offer the mug. Careful, it's hot. Should help your stomach settle. She takes a tentative sip, nodding in gratitude. Thank you, Knox, I mean it. You didn't have to see me through this. Her quiet sincerity squeezes my chest. It's no big deal. I'd feel like a jerk if I left you to fend for yourself. She gives a shaky laugh. You're basically my guardian angel tonight. Let's not go that far, I say, though a flicker of warmth lights in my chest at her words. I'm no angel. She sips the tea, eyes drifting shut. Still, you're being a gentleman? Another yawn escapes her, and she slumps lower. I check my watch. It's late, definitely after midnight. You should get some rest. Want me to help you into your bedroom? Her eyes flick open, and she glances around. Yes, but please don't judge the mess. I can't fathom her place being messy. Everything looks pretty orderly to me, but I just nod. Carefully, I slide an arm around her shoulders, supporting her as we shuffle toward a door on the opposite side of the living room. Inside, a simple bed with gray sheets and a small stack of folded clothes rests against the wall. It's neat, aside from a pile of laundry in a hamper. I guide her to the edge of the mattress, and she sits, hugging herself. I'll be fine, she murmurs, voice thick with fatigue. Just need to lie down. I hover uncertainly. Sure you don't need me to call your friends, or? She waves weakly. They'll show up eventually, or maybe crash at their own places. I'll text them. You, though, go home. You've done enough heroic deeds for one night. I hesitate, wanting to make sure she's absolutely okay. She must read the concern etched on my face because she offers a small, reassuring smile. Seriously, I'm good now. I'm not going to pass out in the hallway. I exhale, nodding. All right, but let me leave you something first. Stepping out, I return to the kitchen. I spot a small paper bag labeled travel kit in her cabinet, probably a leftover conference swag bag. I rummage for headache medicine from another drawer, thankful that she's so organized, everything labeled neatly. Then I stuff in a sealed water bottle, a banana found on the counter, and an extra peppermint tea bag. From my back pocket, I fish out a pen I usually keep for notes at the gym. On a spare sticky note, I scrawl, "Drink water. Take these. Try not to punch your next rescuer in the crotch. Your friendly neighborhood. Bad decision." A grin quirks my lip at the signature. Before I overthink, I tuck the note in the bag and place it near the couch. Monica's bedroom door is half open, and I see her lying down, eyes closed, legs dangling off the bed as if she fell asleep mid-thought. Quietly, I approach, slipping off her heels that somehow ended up near the door. Then I drape a light blanket over her legs, mindful not to wake her. She stirs slightly, murmuring something incoherent, but doesn't open her eyes. The tension in her face has eased, replaced by soft vulnerability. For a moment, I stand there, uncertain. Her makeup is smudged, and a stray curl has fallen across her forehead. Despite the disheveled state, she looks peaceful, like a weight has lifted. Something about that scene squeezes my chest with a mixture of protectiveness and tenderness I haven't felt in a long time. "Night, Doc," I whisper, backing out of the room. I let myself out, locking the door behind me. The hallway is dim. The stairwell creaks as I descend. Once outside, the cool air jolts me awake. My heart is still pounding from that unexpected closeness. I climb into my truck and sit for a moment, mind racing. Monica is unlike anyone I've known. She's a therapist with a knack crotch punching, a perfectionist who tries so hard to keep her composure, and a person who might just need someone to remind her she's worthy of fun and spontaneity. I might be in deeper than I intended. A reluctant smile curves my lips. This was never part of my plan being no plan since I've never done well with long-term commitments or any emotional entanglements that can't be solved by punching a bag. Yet here I am, wrapped up in concern for a woman who wrecks my comfort zone at every turn. Turning the key in the ignition, I drive off, mind buzzing with half-formed thoughts about what happens next. Tomorrow, she'll either pretend this never happened, or she'll text me in mortified horror. Knowing Monica, she might do both. Either way, I'll face it head-on. Because even though I swore I wouldn't cross boundaries, there's no ignoring the flicker of possibility I feel around her. I picture the note I left. Your friendly neighborhood. Bad decision. A joke, sure, but I can't erase the idea that maybe I'm not such a bad decision if we do this right. Maybe she's the one possibility that makes me think real connection is worth the risk. For now, I'll chalk up tonight as a memorable adventure, one that ended with her safe in her bed, and me wondering just how much trouble I'm inviting into my life. The city lights blur past as I head home, small grin lingering on my face. No, I'm not dreading what tomorrow holds. I'm curious. Excited even.
Chapter 7. Monica. It's been 4 days since I woke up with the mother of all hangovers. A half-unzipped emerald dress and a paper bag labeled, "Your friendly neighborhood bad decision." The fact that Knox Delaney authored that note has haunted my every waking moment, and if I'm honest, a few not-so-innocent dreams. Even now, sipping a chamomile tea in my tiny kitchen, I can't stop grinning. That's ridiculous, right? He carried me home, held my hair while I reenacted The Exorcist in my bathroom, then left a bag of hangover remedies like some buff, tatted guardian angel. No man has ever done something so simultaneously mortifying and sweet on my behalf. Of course, I also found that sticky note with, "Try not to punch your next rescuer in the crotch," scribbled across it. Typical. He never misses a chance to remind me about my humiliating track record. My phone buzzes. Keisha's name flashes on the screen. "What's up?" I answer, walking over to the mirror to check my reflection. My hair is pinned in a neat bun, my favorite gold hoop earrings dangle confidently, and I'm rocking a modest but adorable black t-shirt dress paired with leggings, perfect for a quick stop at Knox's gym. Not that I planned my outfit around him or anything. "Girl," Keisha exhales dramatically, "did you see those pictures from Dana's feed? The ones she posted from last weekend?" I cringe. "The night I became a tequila fountain in green silk?" "Yeah, I glimpsed a few. She was kind enough to keep my meltdown mostly off camera." Keisha snorts. "Bless her. Anyway, you heading to the gym tonight? Thought you were skipping class after your closeness with the instructor." She drags out the last few words with a suggestive purr. I roll my eyes. "We're not skipping. We're definitely not hiding. I need to keep learning these moves if I'm ever going to stop random creeps from hassling me in clubs. Also, I have to face Knox again eventually." A small flutter tickles my stomach at the memory of his steady hands guiding me home. But I'm leaving soon. Gonna try to get there a bit earlier to talk to him about stuff. Keisha whoops. "You've got this, babe. If you make a move, text me the details. Include rating of his biceps on a scale from 1 to bodybuilder thirst trap." "Keisha," she cackles, and I hang up before she can add more commentary. My cheeks warm. With a final sigh at my reflection, I gather my tote, lock my door, and head downstairs to my car. 30 minutes later, I'm navigating the bustling parking lot of East Side Empowerment Gym. The late afternoon sun casts a warm glow, and a trickle of people filter in for various classes. Normally, I'd expect to see Knox's truck out front, but he's nowhere in sight. Maybe he parked in the back, or more likely, he's inside prepping for the next wave of workouts. I slip through the entrance, nodding at Becca at the front desk. She arches an eyebrow at me, a knowing grin tugging her lips. "Hey, Monica, here for the self-defense class?" "Yeah," I say, readjusting my tote strap. "Thought I'd come a bit early." Her grin widens. "Knox is around somewhere." She winks, and I attempt a cool smile, ignoring the heat creeping up my neck. Does everyone sense the awkward tension between me and the giant coach who calls me Doc? I hurry past the reception area, eager to avoid more well-intentioned prying. The gym's interior resonates with the rhythmic sound of jump ropes slapping the floor. A few advanced fighters practice on heavy bags, grunting with each strike. My pulse quickens when I notice an unfamiliar hush in the far corner. 2 uniformed police officers stand near the lockers, speaking in low voices to a woman with pink pastel nails and a flashy gym bunny outfit, tight pastel leggings, matching sports bra, and pigtails that look suspiciously juvenile for a grown adult. That woman is Tamara. I've seen her lurking around here before, smiling with too many teeth at Knox, batting her eyelashes in ways that border on mania. Rumor has it she's developed a fixation on him. My therapist's spidey sense always tingled around her, the way she seemed to watch Knox from behind corners, or wait for him to finish training sessions, never actually signing up for class. But right now, her posture screams agitation. Her arms flail as she gestures wildly, eyes darting. One of the officers nods, scribbling in a small notebook. The other stands with arms crossed, expression flat. My gaze drifts, and I spot Knox a few feet away. His broad shoulders tense, and tattoos flex along his forearms as he crosses them. He's wearing a black t-shirt like a glove to his body, accentuating every muscle, and charcoal joggers that cling to powerful thighs. His face is twisted with barely contained frustration, jaw locked. I approach warily, heart pounding. Something's off. Why are the cops here? As I step closer, I catch fragments of Tamara's frantic speech. And he's always following me. He claims it's for training, but he's actually obsessed with me. I can't do anything. He's stalking me, I swear. My stomach churns. She's accusing Knox of stalking her? The nerve. Everyone in this gym knows it's the other way around. She's the one lurking in corners like an unhinged cat waiting to pounce on an unsuspecting canary. Knox unfolds his arms, turning to the officers. This is insane. I've told her multiple times to leave me alone. His voice trembles with anger, but he's trying to stay calm. She's not even a registered member. She shows up at random hours, tries to corner me. I've asked staff to keep an eye on her. One of the officers, a tall woman with a no-nonsense expression, studies Knox. Look, Mr. Delaney, we're just following up on Miss Tamara's complaint. She says you've been sending her threatening messages, waiting for her after hours. Knox's lips tighten. I've never threatened her. I don't even have her number, let alone a reason to text. Tamara, hearing this, narrows her eyes at him with theatrical venom. Don't lie, baby. You said you wanted to train me privately. You told me I looked hot, that you wanted... Okay? The second officer clears his throat. Ma'am, calm down, please. Knox looks like he's 1 second away from a meltdown, especially when Tamara flutters her eyelashes, producing crocodile tears. I see right through them, but the cops seem obligated to investigate. Everyone in the gym is either pretending not to stare or stealing sideways glances at the drama unfolding near the lockers. I'm outraged, my chest tight with indignation. Knowing Knox, he'd never corner a woman or harass her. It's absurd. Even if I wasn't half in lust with the guy, I'd be appalled by these false accusations. My protective streak flares, and I stride forward, clearing my throat in what I hope is a commanding fashion. Excuse me? I say loudly, stepping between Tamara and Knox. That's quite enough. Tamara spins, eyes bugging out. She's wearing pink eyeshadow that matches her nails, and her cheeks are flushed from her theatrical crying. Who are you? She demands, voice quivering with false innocence. I steel my spine. I'm Monica Taylor, and I can tell you right now, Knox Delaney is not stalking you. She plants her hands on her hips. Oh, and how would you know that, sweetie? My pulse thuds. I can't believe I'm about to do this, but the moment demands something big, something undeniable. Because, I blurt, he's my boyfriend. He was with me last night. All night. The words echo in my own head. Wait. What did I just say? One of the officers raises an eyebrow. Tamara's jaw drops. Knox himself looks startled. His eyes widen momentarily, like he can't decide if he's thrilled or horrified. Oh, I'm not done yet. I figure if I'm going to commit, I might as well go all in. So, before any rational part of my brain can protest, I pivot, grab Knox by the front of his t-shirt, and press my lips to his in a bold, desperate kiss. Everything slows. Knox stands rigid for half a second, probably from shock. Then, as if it clicks that this ruse might help him out of a jam, he exhales into the kiss and wraps an arm around my midsection. My toes nearly leave the ground as he deepens the embrace, and a hot wave of tension sizzles through me. It's a scorching, unexpected moment, our mouths colliding with a hunger that feels a bit too real for a fake display. When we break apart, I'm gasping, face aflame. Knox's gaze bores into me, that usual cocky spark replaced by pure astonishment. Tamara screeches like a cat drenched in water. "You're what? You must be lying." She gestures wildly at me. "He can't possibly be dating you. You're nobody." My temper flares. "Nobody who just locked lips with my boyfriend," I shoot back, ignoring the way my insides somersault at the memory of that kiss. The female officer coughs, waving her notepad. "All right, that's enough, ma'am," she addresses Tamara. "You claim Mr. Delaney is harassing you, but these two say otherwise. Is there any actual evidence? Texts, photos, eyewitnesses?" Tamara's mascara-smeared face contorts. "He's hidden the evidence. He's cunning. I've seen him creeping around corners, whispering my name, sending me signals from across the gym." She points at me. She's probably covering for him. He's manipulated her. Knox looks close to losing it, so I squeeze his arm, hoping to steady him. Meanwhile, the second officer grimaces. "Look, Miss Tamara, if you have tangible proof, we can investigate further. Otherwise, we have no grounds to charge him with anything." Tamara's tears intensify, but the effect is more cartoonish than tragic. "You're letting him get away with this?" The gym has gone pin-drop silent, except for the muffled sound of jump ropes dropping to the floor and a distant radio. Becca peeks around the corner, eyes wide with fascination. Tamara leaps forward, pointing a pink-nailed finger at Knox's chest. "You can't just replace me with that boring neon chick." The irony nearly makes me snort. "You belong to me and you know it." She's so outlandish that even the cops cringe. Officer #1 flicks her gaze to Knox. "Mr. Delaney, I'd recommend you file a report against Miss Tamara. If she continues to show up here uninvited, this is obviously a two-sided situation." She glances at me, taking in the flush of my cheeks and the protective stance I've adopted. "But right now, it doesn't appear that you're the one stalking her." Knox exhales. "Thank you," he says softly, a mix of relief and tension in his voice. Tamara sputters, tears threatening to smear her pink mascara. "He's mine. He's playing all of you." The female officer holds up a hand. "That's enough. Miss Tamara, if you continue to harass these people, we can arrest you for trespassing or disturbing the peace. Consider this a warning." The meltdown intensifies as Tamara stamps her foot, inadvertently snapping the heel of her pastel pink sneaker. She hisses, trying to maintain balance while shouting incoherent accusations. The spectacle is almost surreal, like a twisted reality show. Eventually, the officers usher her outside, where she continues shrieking. Her voice fades as they guide her to the parking lot, presumably to deliver a final lecture on how not to be a public nuisance. I stand there, panting from the adrenaline rush. Knox remains by my side, silent for a moment. The entire gym is still. Everyone waiting to see if we'll follow Tamara's exit or start yelling. Instead, we just exchange a weighted look that says, "What the heck just happened?" Finally, the onlookers disperse, returning to their workouts. Someone coughs, then a speed bag starts rattling again, and the normal clamor resumes. Becca shoots me a wide-eyed thumbs up from behind a column. My cheeks flame. Knox releases a long breath, running a hand through his short blonde hair. He shifts to face me, towering at least a foot taller. The swirl of tattoos on his arms, still tense, stands out in vivid detail. My gaze lingers on his lips, remembering our unplanned kiss. A wave of mortification floods me, and I clear my throat to break the silence. "You okay?" I ask softly. He barks a short laugh. "I should be asking you that. You just battled a pink hurricane." I can't help a shaky giggle. The meltdown of the century. For a second, I thought she might try to rip my eyes out. His expression warms, a faint smile tugging at his scarred lip. "You handled it like a champ, though." He hesitates. Also, that was, some performance. The boyfriend bit and the, kiss. His voice dips on the last word. I can't stop my face from blazing. "Sorry, I didn't exactly plan that. She was accusing you of being a creep, and I panicked." Knox's eyes crinkle with something like amusement. "So your solution was to claim me as your boyfriend in front of the entire gym, then plant one on me?" A tiny grin escapes me, despite the swirling embarrassment. Yes, that was the first logical idea in my flustered mind. He lets out a deep exhale, regarding me with a mixture of curiosity and something hotter. "Well, it worked. The cops backed off, and it certainly left an impression." My heart twirls. "At least they didn't arrest you, or me, for that matter." Knox glances around, then lowers his voice. "We should probably talk about this somewhere else. Mind stepping into my office for a sec?" I nod, ignoring the curious stares from a few gym regulars. With a determined tilt of my chin, I follow Knox toward a door marked "Employees Only." It leads into a small hallway, then to a cramped office with a battered desk and a single worn-out chair. Posters of MMA events hang crookedly on the walls, and a small filing cabinet squeaks as he bumps into it. He closes the door behind us, leaning against it, as if barricading the chaos outside. For a beat, we stare at each other. The forced kiss replays in my head, sending a fresh wave of butterflies through my stomach. The man is enormous, 6'4" at least, yet there's a gentleness in the way he looks at me, even after I've basically roped him into a lie in front of law enforcement. "So," he says, clearing his throat, "we're together now, apparently?" I rub my neck, mortified. "Temporarily, at least. We can clarify it was a misunderstanding." His eyes flick to my lips briefly, then return to my gaze. "Might be too late for that. Half the gym just witnessed your grand proclamation." He smirks wryly. "And that, snappy lip lock?" "Right," I groan. "Look, I'm sorry if I overstepped. I didn't know what else to do. Tamara was going ballistic and I wanted to protect you from her nonsense." Knox's amusement fades, replaced by quiet gratitude. "I appreciate that. She's been creeping me out for a while now. Part of me expected a stunt like this, but I didn't think she'd bring the cops with false charges. So, thanks for stepping in. Though you didn't have to go all in with the relationship charade." "Well, at least it was effective. She lost her mind." He nods, muscles relaxing. "Yeah, meltdown achieved." We lapse into silence. My chest tightens. Remembering how his lips felt, there's an echo of that heat in the small office, lingering like unspoken tension. Finally, I break the hush. "So what do we do now? People might keep asking questions." Knox's expression wavers. He strokes his chin thoughtfully, the scruff at his jaw rasping under his fingertips. "If Tamara backs down, we can say we broke up. Or if she doubles down, it might be safer to keep up appearances. The last thing we need is her ramping up her accusations." My stomach flips, uncertain if it's from nerves or something else. "That means we'd have to pretend we're a couple, in public at least?" He shrugs, biceps flexing. "It might solve a few immediate problems. She'd have no reason to claim I'm chasing her if I'm openly with someone else." A hint of mischief lights his features. Warmth flushes my cheeks. Right, we did have that little bar rescue moment. And the recent lip lock. So we're basically pros now. His grin transforms into a low chuckle. Sure, let's call ourselves pros. Then his humor fades, replaced by concern. But I don't want you to feel pressured. I know you have your own life. Last thing I want is to drag you into a messy situation just because some unhinged fangirl decided to flip out. My heart softens at his thoughtfulness. You didn't drag me anywhere, trust me. I volunteered. And it's not like I mind helping you out. I pause, biting my lip. Though I guess we should talk about Sebastian eventually, since I started this entire fiasco to prove I'm not boring. Knox's brow lifts, but I wave him off. Long story. The short version? He called me vanilla, so I decided to be spicy. Seducing you was part of that plan, but now I've basically hijacked your entire love life with a public act of relationship warfare. A half smile quirks his lips. That's quite the journey, but to be fair, I'm not complaining about the spiciness or the attempts. His gaze lingers on me, sending a fresh shiver across my skin. I swallow. So we'll pretend for a while, see if Tamara backs off, then we reevaluate, right? He nods. That's the gist. Could be days, could be weeks. A smirk flashes. You sure you can handle that? I roll my eyes, ignoring the warm flutter in my stomach. I'm not the fragile flower Sebastian claimed, remember? I can handle anything you throw at me. His grin widens, revealing a slightly crooked canine. Good, because this might get complicated. Complication is basically my middle name, I joke, though part of me knows this is no laughing matter. We're stepping into a game of pretend that could get messy if our real feelings tangle with the act. But we share a private moment of acknowledgement, both aware of the risk, both unwilling to let it scare us away. Knox opens the office door, nodding for me to go ahead. I step out, pulse racing. The gym noise floods back in, a constant reminder of the chaotic environment we share. As we move down the hall, my hand brushes his, and a jolt of electricity sparks up my arm. We exchange a quick glance. Showtime, boyfriend? I tease quietly, a nervous laugh escaping. He chuckles, low and warm. Lead the way, girlfriend. With that, we stride into the main gym, side by side, uncertain how deeply we've leapt into this comedic charade, but oddly confident we'll figure out how to land. People stare, but we ignore it. Because for now, we're a united front against pastel-obsessed Tamara and whatever else tries to shake our makeshift romance.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Knox. By the time the evening's last class empties out and the gym closes, I'm tempted to crawl under a bench and pass out. Between Tamara's meltdown and Monica's sudden claim that I'm her boyfriend, complete with an impromptu kiss in front of half my staff, my brain's been doing cartwheels all day. Now, the large overhead fluorescents flicker off one row at a time as Becca locks the front doors, and I'm left alone with the faint echoes of music from someone's smartphone in the locker room. Well, not entirely alone. Monica emerges from my office, where she spent the last hour fielding questions from random onlookers. Her expression looks torn between exasperation and lingering embarrassment. Her hair, twisted into a loose updo, has begun to come undone, and a few errant curls frame her face. She's wearing this black t-shirt dress that shows off toned calves and hints of shapely hips. I would be lying if I said I haven't been checking her out all day, especially since she's going around calling me her man. Not that I'm complaining. "Ready to go?" she asks, fiddling with the strap of her tote bag. "I think if we stay here any longer, we'll get cornered by more gossip hounds." I nod, slipping my phone into my pocket. "Let's bail. I'm starving anyway." My stomach growls loudly on cue. She arches a brow. "You and food are practically married. You're always hungry." I chuckle, shrugging my shoulders. Comes with the territory. High metabolism, ex-fighter appetite, blah blah. Let's escape before Tamara tries to reenact some low-budget thriller out in the parking lot. We step outside, the cool night air brushing our faces. The stars poke through the city's haze, faint glimmers against a backdrop of distant sirens and passing cars. Across the parking lot, a flickering street lamp buzzes. My battered gray pickup waits by the curb, every bit as tired as I feel. I pause at the door, turning to Monica. "Listen, I owe you big for going along with that I'm your boyfriend story. Granted, it was your idea, but I appreciate you saving my hide." She folds her arms with a smirk. "You should. I about gave myself a heart attack pulling that stunt." I rub the base of my skull. "How about I pay you back in tacos? Best stand in town, just a few blocks from here. I promise you'll forget your name when you taste their carnitas." Her eyes flick with interest. "You had me at carnitas. Let's do it." I push open the passenger door, gesturing for her to hop in. "After you, girlfriend." She laughs, sliding onto the old bench seat. "I still can't believe we're going to keep up this charade. But yeah, sure. Hey, boyfriend." A spark of strange warmth flickers in my chest at the word boyfriend. I brush it off, trotting to the driver's side. No sense in overthinking. We're just trying to survive tomorrow's dramatic escapades, right? The taco stand is a little hole-in-the-wall spot on a narrow side street that most people drive past without noticing. A flickering neon cactus glows above the main window, promising everything from burritos to late-night tamales. One side of the lot features a string of battered picnic tables under a sagging tarp, and a faint haze of sizzling onion and cilantro drifts on the breeze. "It might not look like much," I warn her, pulling into a spot, "but they've got the best tacos on this side of the city." Monica opens the door and steps out, clutching her tote. The glow of the streetlight casts a bronze sheen over her espresso-brown skin, highlighting her high cheekbones and the spark in her eyes. She takes in the sight of the humble stand, wrinkling her nose. "Hey, I grew up with street food. Don't underestimate my comfort with questionable ambience." Then she waves a hand at the seating area, though that tarp might collapse mid-bite. "It's part of the charm," I deadpan. When we stroll up to the counter, the owner, a stocky older man named Gil, flashes me a toothy grin. "Mi amigo. Long time no see. Who's your lovely companion?" A pang of realization strikes. I've never brought a date here. Normally, I come alone or with my gym buddies. But tonight, I dip my head and pretend not to see the mischievous gleam in Gil's eyes. "This is Monica," I say, clearing my throat. "We're, together." The word hovers awkwardly in the air, but for the sake of our ruse, I roll with it. "She's new to the wonders of your tacos." Monica extends a hand politely. "Can't wait to try them. I'm not sure what to order, though." Gil's grin widens. Fear not. I'll fix you up with a variety. He glances back and forth between us, then wags his spatula. Couples get free extra guac. We'll take it, Monica blurts, mouth curving with genuine excitement. Her eyes practically sparkle. I can't help smiling. It's impossible not to feel a surge of warmth seeing her so genuinely happy, especially after the day we've had. We both place our orders, stepping aside to wait near a wobbly picnic table. Overhead, the tarp rustles in the breeze. Monica sets her tote on the bench, then rubs her arms for warmth. It's gotten chillier than expected, the wind carrying a subtle bite. I peel off my hoodie and drape it around her shoulders. She blinks, glancing down at the worn black fabric. Thanks, she murmurs, pulling it closer. No problem. I shrug, arms folding over my t-shirt. Tattoos swirl along my biceps. A phoenix, some swirling script, a stylized set of wings. She's seen them during class, but the intensity of her gaze suggests she's noticing details anew. Her lips twitch. I never realized your phoenix has a pair of brass knuckles in its beak. I glance at my left arm, forgetting that I'd had that detail added years ago. Yeah, it's symbolic. Rise from the ashes and also punch your problems in the face. Something like that. Monica covers her mouth, laughing. Fits you perfectly. A wave of relief washes over me. She's not shy about noticing my flaws or poking gentle fun, and for some bizarre reason, that's comforting. Maybe because she doesn't treat me like some untouchable macho fighter. She sees my quirks. I exhale, letting the tension from the day slip away. Gil calls out from behind the counter. 2 carnitas, 2 al pastor, 2 barbacoa. Extra guac on all. Enjoy. We hustle over, collecting our baskets piled high with steaming tortillas, grilled onions, and tangy salsa. Monica's eyes widen in delight as the spicy aroma hits her nostrils. I might cry, this looks incredible. Wait till you taste it, I say, guiding her to the least shaky picnic table. The tarp overhead flaps ominously, but for now, it holds. We settle, shoulders nearly touching. We pass the trays back and forth, sampling salsas, making exaggerated moans whenever something particularly delicious hits our taste buds. Monica's eyes roll back at one point as she devours an al pastor taco, the sweet spicy marinade leaving a smear of sauce on her lip. You have no idea how good this is, she groans around a mouthful. I might marry this taco. I arch a brow. I thought we were the couple, not you and the tacos. She smirks, wiping her lip. I'm a one-taco woman, but I occasionally cheat with carnitas. A warm laugh rumbles out of me, surprising even myself. This is easy, this banter, this comfortable back and forth. I almost forget about the rest of our day. Then, reality intrudes. Tomorrow's meltdown, the police, the idea that Monica's ex called her bland. I push aside the unpleasant thoughts, focusing on the moment. We polish off the first batch, and Gil brings over 2 cups of horchata on the house, along with a knowing wink that sends heat flooding my cheeks. Monica winks back, clearly reveling in the comedic spectacle of it all. You know, she says, cradling the cup, I keep forgetting we're supposed to be faking this. It almost feels normal. I pause, swirling the frothy cinnamon drink. Yeah. Weird, right? She nods, biting her bottom lip. We should probably lay down some guidelines, though. This Tamara situation is no joke, and I also have a personal agenda of messing with my ex. Is that awful? I set my cup down. Screwing with your ex who called you boring? I'd say that's vengeance well earned. A hint of a smile teases my lips. So basically, you're helping me keep Tamara off my back. And I'm helping you prove to your ex, what was his name again? Sebastian? She practically hisses the word like it tastes bitter. Right, him. So we're proving you're not vanilla by hooking you up with Mr. MMA. I tap my knuckles against the table. So we keep up this fake relationship act until we each accomplish our goals. She nods, sipping her horchata. Exactly. We have to look authentic, though, especially around your gym crowd. And if Sebastian pops up, we need to be consistent so he believes it too. My eyes dart to the salsa stains on her napkin as I process the pact. We can do that, but we should set some ground rules, right? Her brows lift in interest. Like what? I lean back, ignoring the squeak of the bench under my weight. Rule 1, no random hooking up with other people. Because if Tamara sees me flirting around, it defeats the purpose. And if Sebastian sees you on a date, it kills your plan. A faint flush warms her cheeks. Agreed. Total exclusivity for appearances. She twists the napkin in her hands. Anything else? Rule 2. No major lies beyond the relationship story. We shouldn't spin an entire soap opera about how we met or plan kids. That's too complicated. She nods vigorously. Yes, minimal backstory. Just enough to seem legit. We already have plenty of comedic accidents to point to if anyone asks how we got together. Like me punching your... I nearly choke on a laugh. Let's not lead with that. She grins, eyes shining. Fair enough. We swap a couple more ideas, scribbling them on a spare napkin. Keep up the couple act in public, coordinate schedules so we appear together occasionally, avoid major contradictory statements. The conversation flows with a strange mixture of seriousness and humor, punctuated by the occasional drip of the tarp overhead. Midway through drafting Rule 4, something about physical boundaries, Monica's phone buzzes. She glances at the screen, face twisting in a half-grimace, half-laugh. Keisha, she mutters. Bet you she's dying for details. She ignores the call, setting the device aside. I crack a grin. Your friends must be living for this drama. You have no idea. Dana's been making bets on how long before we, quote, just give in to the raw sexual tension. She's not subtle. A low chuckle escapes me. Your friends sound fun. They're my ride or die girls. They've been pushing me out of my comfort zone ever since. Well, you know. Her voice softens. I wasn't always so keen on living dangerously. My chest tightens, a memory flickering of how she looked the night I took her home, and again when she valiantly kissed me in front of the cops. Seems like you've got bravery to spare these days, I remark. She shrugs, fiddling with a shred of napkin. I guess it was always in there, just buried under fear of stepping outside the lines. Then she smirks, though Tamara forced my hand. I'm not about to let that woman slander you. Warmth spreads through me at her loyalty. Thanks again for that. I can't remember the last time someone fought a psycho meltdown on my behalf. Her gaze glides over my tattoos, lingering on the phoenix. You're used to fighting alone, huh? I stiffen, momentarily caught off guard by how neatly she pinpointed my default behavior. Most of the time, yeah. Relationships, and I don't exactly get along. I figured it was easier to handle life solo. She nods, as though she understands more than I expect. Maybe this faux relationship will let you see that a partner can be an asset, even if it's just for the sake of appearances. She waggles her brows. Or ex-revenge. My lips quirk into a grin. Sure. Let's see if we don't kill each other first. A playful sparkle brightens her eyes. I think we'll manage. We toast with our cups of horchata, sealing our pact in the most ridiculous way possible. Cheers to fake dating so we can fend off a stalker and toy with a judgmental ex. It's hilariously convoluted, yet somehow it feels right in this moment. The synergy between us pulses with unspoken energy. After we polish off the remaining tacos, Monica insists on finishing every last bite, praising Gil's cooking like it's a religious experience. We toss our trays and cups in the trash. Gil waves from behind the counter, shouting, "Come back soon, lovebirds!" Monica flushes. I mutter a thanks, resisting the urge to hide behind her. This ruse is already leading to cringe-inducing scenarios, and we're only on day 1. As we stroll back to the truck, the air has grown colder, and Monica snuggles deeper into my hoodie. Her subtle perfume mingles with the lingering scent of grilled onions, forming a bizarrely pleasant aroma. She glances up, lips curving in a mischievous smile. If we're going to do this properly, we might as well practice a bit. You know, so we don't look awkward the next time we pretend to be all couple here. My heart stutters. Practice? She shrugs, cheeks pink, like hugging, hand-holding, so we don't seem stiff when eyes are on us. Uh-huh. Right. The idea sets off a swirl of adrenaline, but if we're truly going to pass as a couple, we can't look like strangers. Sure. Quick practice. At my truck, we pause beside the passenger door. Without overthinking, I slide an arm around her waist, tugging her closer. She curls an arm around my shoulders, pressing closer than we've ever been without comedic accidents. Warm breath fans against my collarbone, and a jolt of awareness zips through me. Our bodies align, chest to chest, her curves fitting snugly against my frame. For a fake embrace, it feels a little too natural. I cough, glancing down at her. Good. This is normal, right? She peeks up through her lashes. Totally. Super normal. Her lips quiver in a half smile, eyes dancing with mirth. I get the distinct impression she's messing with me, but I can't deny my heart is pounding. Even though we're only practicing, there's an undercurrent of something raw and real. We break apart, the night air slipping between us again. I clear my throat, reaching to open the door. That should suffice for a practice hug. She exhales a soft laugh. Sure. We don't want to overdo it on day one. Inside the truck, tension crackles as I start the engine. Neither of us speaks for a full minute, but the silence isn't uncomfortable. It's charged, buzzing with unspoken possibilities. Finally, Monica sets her toad on her lap and says quietly, "Knox, thanks for the tacos." I glance at her, noticing the small, genuine smile tugging at her mouth. "Anytime, Doc." The city lights blur by as I drive her home, the radio playing softly in the background. We chat about mundane topics, her therapy sessions, my old MMA bouts, both of us skirting around the undeniable spark that flared during that practice. When we reach her apartment building, she opens the passenger door, hoodie still on, turning to me with a slightly uncertain expression. "So," she says, "see you tomorrow? We should figure out a plan for how we officially went from teacher-student to a couple, so we don't confuse everyone we know." A half laugh rumbles out of me. "Right. We'll figure out a timeline. Maybe something about you taking classes, me noticing how you can handle yourself, and then romantic sparks flying." She presses her lips together, suppressing a grin. "We'll refine it. For now, let's just say it's a story still being written." My pulse quickens. "Yeah, exactly." She slides out of the truck, closing the door softly. I watch her walk up the sidewalk, hugging my hoodie tight. The porch light frames her silhouette, highlighting the confident set of her shoulders, even if she wobbles slightly on the uneven concrete. At her front door, she glances back, offering a small wave before disappearing inside. For a moment, I sit there, engine idling, sorting through the tangle of my thoughts. On paper, this plan is absurd. I'm fake dating a client who punched me in the junk, so she can prove to her ex that she's spicy and I can ward off a pink-obsessed stalker. Yet when I recall how natural Monica felt in my arms, how she lights up over tacos, how she unwaveringly defended me, I can't pretend it's all a charade. Something real simmers beneath the surface, no matter how loudly I remind myself we're just acting. I shift into drive, pulling away from the curb. One day into this fake relationship, and I'm already wondering how I'll keep it from spiraling into actual feelings. That possibility both excites and terrifies me. For now, though, I'm content to ride the wave. If Monica's determined to show Sebastian she's no bore, and I need to stay free from Tamara's delusions, we might as well tackle the challenge together. "Looks like we're in for one wild ride," I mutter to the empty cab, a grin creeping across my face. Then I roll down the window, letting the crisp night air wash over me, carrying the remnants of cilantro and fresh limes. Maybe this fiasco won't end in disaster. maybe, just maybe, it'll turn into something worth keeping beyond the pretend. And judging by how fast my heart's thumping, I'm game to find out. With that thought simmering in my chest, I head home, adrenaline fizzing in my veins. Tomorrow, the real show begins. 2 reluctant conspirators forging a bond that's supposed to be phony. Except, a small voice in the back of my mind whispers it might be the most authentic connection I've felt in years.
Chapter 9, Monica. Fake dating rule, #7. Never lose yourself in the act. That was my idea. Scribbled on a neon sticky note the night Knox and I promised to keep it simple. If only I'd realized how easy it is to blur lines when your fake boyfriend is a 6'4" ex-MMA fighter with a smile that could melt glaciers. Right now, I'm perched on a bench at East Side Empowerment Gym, trying not to gape as Knox demonstrates a series of advanced combos on the heavy bag. His muscles bunch and ripple with every strike, tattoos weaving intricate stories across bulging forearms and broad shoulders. The man is basically a superhero come to life. How am I supposed to pretend this is all an act? He drops his gloves and strolls over, sweaty hair clinging to his forehead. Even in the midst of his workout, he's annoyingly attractive. My pulse does a little dance, and I force a confident grin. "You're showing off," I tease, arching a brow. He grabs a towel, wiping the sheen from his face. "Is it working?" "Oh, absolutely," I deadpan, flipping open my phone. "So well, I might have to post a video for our adoring fans. Because yes, apparently we have a growing audience on social media." 2 weeks have passed since our impromptu pact to fake date, and the rumor mill is now in full swing. We've been fueling it, purely for strategic reasons, of course, by posting cutesy couple photos on Instagram. The first pic was a casual shot of us laughing at the taco stand, leaning closer than normal. The second was me wearing one of his baggy MMA hoodies, looking up at him with faux adoration. If the 100 or so comments from my friends and family are any indication, people are buying it, or at least, they're rooting for us. Knox drapes the towel around his neck. "You got a good angle on that last combo?" I wiggle my phone mockingly. "Better than your form, big guy." A flash of challenge sparks in his blue eyes. "Kidding, kidding," I add quickly. Standing to smooth the wrinkles from my leggings, he flicks a glance at the battered clock on the wall. "We have half an hour before the next class. Might as well get some training in ourselves." Butterflies swirl in my stomach. "Sure, let me just, gear up." I head to the locker area to swap my sneakers for boxing shoes, double-checking my hair tie. When I return, Knox has set up a ring of foam pads in an open corner, and a handful of onlookers from the advanced group linger curiously. They've grown accustomed to seeing us together, but some can't resist teasing remarks. "She's about to school him," jokes Tasha, one of the more outspoken members. "He looks scared." Knox barks a laugh. "I'd never claim to be safe from that left hook," he says, giving me a playful side eye that sends heat pricking at my cheeks. We exchange a grin, then step into the makeshift sparring area. The crowd dissipates, leaving us space to work. He shows me how to move with my shoulders relaxed, hips powering each strike. Despite having practiced for weeks, I still occasionally tense up. Being so close to him makes it 10 times worse. "Spar lightly," he instructs, setting his hands up in guard position. "But don't hold back completely. I need to feel your aggression." I huff. "Careful what you wish for, Mr. Delaney." We begin circling, testing distance with feints and half jabs. Each time my fist connects with his blocking forearm, a surge of excitement zings through me. There's something invigorating about pitting my body against his, a reminder that I'm stronger than the vanilla label once plastered on me. The air crackles with unspoken tension, the closeness stirring butterflies in my stomach. Then he ups the ante, slipping into a more serious stance. "Don't forget footwork," he murmurs, voice low and focused. "Pivot that back foot on the cross." I follow his advice, letting my cross punch extend with added torque. A jolt of satisfaction hits when my glove meets his palm with a resounding pop. "Nice," he says, stepping forward unexpectedly. Our bodies nearly collide. I yelp, pivoting away on instinct. My back presses to his chest, and time seems to slow as I feel the heat radiating off him. He chuckles quietly, resting a glove lightly against my arm. Always be prepared for a sneaky close-range move. My breath stutters. For a second, all I sense is the steady rise and fall of his chest, the faint tang of sweat, and the subtle rumble of his voice. My gloved hands lower a fraction. I turn, heart pounding. "You're not supposed to be flirting with me mid-spar." He smirks, eyes flicking to my mouth. "That's the benefit of a private lesson." That is definitely not a professional teacher-student line. My pulse sprints, and a swirl of confusion whirls in my mind. This is fake, right? So why do I feel these real dangerous sparks? I muster a scoff, raising my gloves again. "Get your head back in the game, coach." He obliges, although there's a playful glint in his gaze. We dance around for another minute, occasionally exchanging jabs and counters. My muscles burn with exhilaration. Then, I slip, foot catching on a foam pad. I stumble, and Knox lunges to catch me. In a blink, I'm pinned to the mat, his broad frame hovering above me. Our gazes lock. Everything else fades. There's no advanced class, no watchers, no stalkers, no exes. Just two people breathing hard, hearts pounding in sync. He exhales shakily, pressing a hand near my shoulder. "You okay?" "Fine," I whisper, though my chest constricts from more than physical exertion. A current of electricity arcs between us. I notice how his gaze drifts from my eyes to my lips, then back again. Without warning, the tension snaps. His mouth descends on mine in a heady, impulsive kiss. At first, it's soft, cautious. But I respond automatically, my arms looping around his neck, pulling him closer. An eruption of sensation crashes through me. Heat, need, and a raw rush of adrenaline from having just sparred. Our mouths slide together in a hungry, disbelieving rhythm, like neither of us can believe we're finally giving in. Some distant part of my brain shrieks, "Fake? Are we sure?" But the spark is too intense. The moment too perfect. I nibble his lower lip, and he groans softly, pressing his weight more firmly into me. My pulse roars in my ears. This is no pretense. This is a confession in the form of a kiss. We break apart, gasping. Knox's eyes blaze with a mixture of surprise and hunger. A flush tinges his cheeks, visible even through his stubble. That was unexpected. I laugh shakily, still pinned beneath him. Yeah, unexpectedly good. A grin tugs at the corner of his mouth. We should probably continue this conversation somewhere more private. Yes, definitely, I murmur, heart hammering. He helps me up, glancing around. The rest of the gym is busy with the next class forming at the far side. Most people are preoccupied, but I notice Tasha smirking from across the room. My face burns. One passionate lip lock on the mat might be enough to spark rumors for days, but at this point, our entire existence is a rumor. Knox grabs my hand, tugging me gently. Follow me. We slip into the staff locker area, a section of the gym not visible to casual members. An employees-only sign warns others away. Inside, the lights hum softly, reflecting off metal lockers and a couple of benches. It's cramped, the air tinged with soap and disinfectant. Knox lets go of my hand, spinning to face me. Uncertainty flickers in his expression. Look, if we're crossing a line, just say so. I won't push, but I cut him off by leaning in for another kiss, gentler this time. The tension from the ring follows us, too raw to deny. No lines, I manage against his lips, except the ones we define. A low groan of relief rumbles through him as he gathers me close, hands sliding up my sides, exploring the curve of my waist. A pulsing warmth blooms in my core, and I grip his shoulders, letting the moment wash over me. His kiss is urgent, laced with the pent-up desire we've been ignoring under the guise of fake dating. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Finally, fully clothed and heart still hammering, we exchange a breathless look. A wave of giddiness floods me. Did that really just happen? Knox runs a hand through his hair, the muscles in his arm flexing. So, that was something. Understatement of the century. I manage a wobbly smile. Definitely something. And, everything. He nods, swallowing, the corner of his mouth lifting in a tender grin. How do you feel? I grip the edge of a shelf for balance. A little dizzy, but good dizzy. Like I just discovered a part of me that's been dormant. He steps closer, pressing his forehead to mine gently. That part suits you. Warmth envelops me at his sincerity, but then a flicker of reality intrudes. We're still in a fake relationship. My stomach clenches at the complication. This wasn't in the script. I catch the same flicker in his eyes. That quiet, oh crap moment that suggests he knows we just crossed a line that might change everything. Before I can delve into the implications, he runs his thumb along my cheek. Let's not overthink this. We can talk more later, figure out what it means. But for now, are you okay? My chest tightens at his concern. Yes, I'm okay. More than okay. But you're right. We'll need to discuss how this affects the plan. He nods, exhaling. Plan or no plan, I don't regret it. A small smile tugs at his lip. And I don't think you're vanilla by any stretch. My cheeks flame, recalling the unhinged passion that just transpired. Not sure I can be called safe anymore. I joke lamely, but a thrill pulses through me at the idea that I've finally proven I'm more than a comfortable choice. He kisses my forehead, then steps back, letting me breathe. We should probably head out before someone knocks. We gather the last of our dignity and exit the back room with carefully schooled expressions. The locker area is still deserted, but I can't dissipate the sense that we're two teenagers sneaking around after curfew. I stifle a giggle, smoothing my hair as we head back into the main gym, where half a dozen women warm up for the next class. Tasha spots us, eyes flicking from my slightly flushed cheeks to Knox's tousled hair. Ooh, they're glowing, she teases in a sing-song voice. Somebody's been busy. My jaw drops, and Knox lets out a choked laugh, quickly deflecting. Just intense training, he claims, raising his hands in a mock innocence pose. Sure, Tasha says, winking. Have fun with your, sparring. We hurry past, ignoring the laughter that follows. My ears burn, but I can't wipe the grin off my face, because despite the comedic stares and potential gossip, I feel more alive than ever. Knox ushers me to a quieter corner, leaning in close. "Meet me after your class," he whispers. "We'll talk about next steps." I nod, a flutter roiling in my chest. "Yes," I whisper back. "We should definitely talk." His gaze lingers on my mouth, a flicker of hunger returning, and I force myself to break the eye contact before I forget we're in a public place again. With a subtle wave, I head to the group that's forming for the next session, trying to calm the riot of emotions swirling inside me. My mind replays everything. How we started posting playful couple photos, all the half-awkward, half-flirty jokes, the smoldering moment on the mat, the unstoppable pull in that cramped back room. We crossed a threshold that's impossible to backtrack from. The words "fake relationship" echo in my mind, and I can't help wondering if we're still faking anything at all. As I slip into the line with other students, I catch a glimpse of Knox across the gym, guiding someone through a new technique. He glances my way once, his gaze lingering just long enough to spark a fresh rush of warmth. I exhale, leaning on my knees, praying no one notices how my entire body trembles with the aftershocks of our encounter. "No regrets," I remind myself, recalling his words. The synergy we just experienced was far more potent than a simple fling. It felt transformative, as though we shattered every preconceived notion of who we are, who we can be. Class begins, but my mind is stuck replaying the press of his lips, the strength of his arms, the sheer joy of proving to myself that I'm as spicy and adventurous as I've always secretly wanted to be. Somewhere deep inside, a quiet voice wonders if this is the turning point, when a forced arrangement morphs into something real, something unstoppable. One thing's for sure. The next time Sebastian or Tamara tries to claim I'm bland, or Knox is unattached, they'll have to go through the new Monica, because the old me, she's done being boxed in. And if tonight's explosive moment is any indication, Knox and I are about to discover what happens when two people try to fake it, only to find it's the most genuine thing they've ever felt.
Chapter 10. Knox. A single overhead bulb flickers above me, casting harsh shadows across the gym's deserted main floor. I'm leaning against the boxing ring with my arms crossed, replaying last night's events in my head, specifically the part where Monica Taylor and I got tangled on a stack of yoga mats, crossing every boundary we said we'd keep. The memory still rushes heat into my cheeks like a punch to the gut. I keep telling myself it's no big deal, but my heart won't stop hammering whenever I imagine the way her eyes fluttered shut, the faint gasp she let out, the soft press of her body. Fake dating was supposed to be all smoke and mirrors. Me fending off Tamara, Monica proving to her ex that she's not vanilla. We definitely didn't plan a locker room rendezvous, but that impulse overtook us, and now I'm more rattled than ever. "Dude, you look like you haven't slept," says Marco, one of my training partners, nudging my shoulder. He's short and wiry, his curly hair tied back in a loose bun. "What's up? You got that post-fight daze?" I straighten, forcing a casual shrug. "I'm fine," I lie. "Just got a lot on my mind." Marco's gaze darts around, then he arches a brow. "Right. A lot. Doesn't have anything to do with a certain therapist who's been trotting around here in neon leggings?" My jaw tightens. Everyone in the gym knows Monica and I are together, but few have guessed exactly how complicated it is, especially not after the fiasco where she saved my butt from Tamara's false accusations. Now I'm stuck in a weird limbo. We're a pretend couple, except that we've gone and made things intensely real. Rolling my shoulders, I glance at the clock. "I'm taking off early today. You good to lock up?" Marco tilts his head, curiosity blazing. "Sure, boss. But are you sure you're not?" "I'm good." I cut him off, more forcefully than intended. Grabbing my hoodie, I head toward the exit, ignoring the concerned look he shoots my back. I can't exactly tell him the truth. The last thing I need is more speculation. 2 days later, I'm crouched on Monica's living room floor, fiddling with a burnt-out overhead fixture that hangs crookedly from the ceiling. It's a modest apartment, tidy but lived in, with plush throw pillows scattered on her couch and half-melted candles lining the window. She stands a few steps behind me, arms folded as she observes my attempts to swap the old bulb and tighten a loose bracket. Every so often, I catch her biting her lip like she's worried I'll electrocute us both. "You sure you know what you're doing?" she asks, voice edged with doubt. I glance over my shoulder, wrench in hand. Hey, I'm a man of many talents. Fixing a light fixture can't be harder than pinning an opponent in the cage. Her eyes sparkle mischievously. "I'd rather you not put my entire living room in a chokehold." I smirk, returning to the wiring. The tension between us simmers, half-charged from that night in the gym. We haven't exactly talked about it, unless exchanging 2 long glances and awkward half-smiles counts as talking. It's like we each know something monumental happened, but we're tiptoeing around the consequences. My hands tremble slightly as I tighten the bracket. I catch sight of Monica's bare feet tapping the floor in impatient rhythm, bright pink polish on her nails. She's wearing fitted jeans and a simple tank top, her hair pinned in a loose bun. I can still vividly recall how she looked in far less. My chest tightens. Focus, man, focus. Her phone buzzes on the kitchen counter, pulling her attention. She snatches it up, mouth curving into a frown. Who's this unknown number? I keep getting these random texts. She unlocks her screen, eyes flicking rapidly. Then her expression sours. "What's wrong?" I ask, finishing the final turn on the fixture. She holds up her phone. The messages are from an unknown sender, but the content is unmistakable. Pictures of us. Me stepping out of my truck at her place last night. Us walking into the gym side by side. Even a grainy shot of me hugging her in the hallway. All attached with snide comments like, "I see you." My gut churns instantly. "Tamara," I guess, climbing down from the step stool. My voice sounds harsher than intended. Monica nods, jaw clenched. "Who else would it be? She's apparently doubling down on her stalker game. Congratulations. You're an even bigger target." My blood boils. Tamara's intrusion is more intense than I realized. First, the false accusations. Now this covert photo spree. It's invasive. My fists clench. "We need to call the cops." She leans against the counter, sighing. I can file another complaint, but without direct threats, it's tricky. And I'm afraid she'll escalate. A swirl of protectiveness rushes through me. I set the wrench down carefully, stepping closer to place a hand on her shoulder. "You're not dealing with this alone. If she's harassing you, we handle it together. That's the deal, right?" Monica relaxes under my touch, tension easing slightly. "Right," she murmurs. "Fake boyfriend to the rescue." A pang of discomfort lodges in my chest at the word fake. Despite everything, we're still playing roles. But those roles feel painfully real right now, especially with a stalker snapping photos from the shadows. I open my mouth to respond, but Monica jumps in, clearing her throat. "Anyway, that's for tomorrow's meltdown. For now, you fixed my light, so let me thank you by cooking dinner. My mom used to say the stomach is the best route to gratitude." Her grin wobbles, an attempt at levity. My heart thumps in cautious delight. "Sure," I say, ignoring the alarm bells in my head that say we need to talk about our locker room fiasco. Maybe dinner will help us find a normal rhythm again. An hour passed. The smoke billows from a skillet on Monica's stove, setting off the shrill beep of her smoke detector. She yelps, flailing with a dish towel to fan the detector. Meanwhile, I seize the panhandle, swiftly relocating the charred remains of what was supposed to be stir-fry. The blackened lumps hiss in protest. A pungent odor fills the kitchen, and tears prick my eyes, more from laughter than the sting of smoke. Monica coughs, cheeks aflame. "I have no idea what happened. I added sesame oil, some veggies, soy sauce, maybe too much chili paste. Oh, and the heat might have been on high. Oops." I waved the smoke away with a potholder. "Relax, Gordon Ramsay, it's not your fault. I mean, it is your fault, but it's no big deal." I crack a grin. "We'll just get takeout." Or maybe we need a burger run. I know a spot that's open late. She sags against the counter, still fanning the smoke detector. I can't believe I ruined dinner. A gentle laugh escapes me. Come on, you fixed it all up with that extra dash of chili paste. I point at the smoldering skillet. At least you impressed the smoke detector. She swats my arm with a playful eye roll. Shut up, and let's get burgers. We end up strolling through her neighborhood, a modest area with tree-lined sidewalks and older brick houses. The sun is sinking low, painting the sky in soft pinks. A small burger joint sits on the corner, complete with a neon open sign flickering in one window. We squeeze into a booth, the vinyl seats squeaking under us. The place is blissfully empty except for a lone teenager behind the counter, scrolling on his phone. Monica tucks a curl behind her ear. You realize we're making a habit of bonding over greasy food? I lean back, still wearing my hoodie and slightly damp from a rushed attempt to wash off the stir-fry smoke. Nothing says love like shared cholesterol. She snorts, studying the laminated menu. I'll have the double cheeseburger, fries, maybe a shake. No, that's too decadent. Nah, never mind, I want a shake. Caramel. The teenager takes our order with a bored nod, handing us little plastic number stands for the table. We plop down in the booth again, facing each other in the warm glow of old-fashioned bulbs. The vibe is cozy, almost date-like. Except we're technically fake dating, which is complicating everything in my mind. Silence stretches, but not uncomfortably. She taps her nails against the tabletop, a thoughtful look in her eyes. You never talk about your relationships, she says quietly. I mean, obviously you're single, and you told me a bit, but not all. We wouldn't be pulling this charade if you're in a relationship, though. You're so guarded. The question prickles my defenses, but I exhale, deciding to trust her. I used to fight MMA professionally. The lifestyle didn't leave much room for healthy connections. Then, after the gym opened, I dated casually. Never got serious. I guess I prefer focusing on my own stuff. She regards me, brow furrowed. So you kept people at arm's length. A bitter laugh escapes. Yeah, more or less. I guess I didn't want to risk letting someone in and losing focus. I'm good at punching stuff, not so good at the warm and fuzzy stuff. She leans forward, elbows on the table. You realize punching and vulnerability aren't mutually exclusive, right? My chest tightens, recalling how easily she crumbled my walls the night we... Yeah, I'm starting to figure that out. A comfortable hush settles until the teen sets our order down. The burgers are massive, with melted cheese oozing between thick patties, and the fries glisten with salt. Monica digs in, moaning in delight at the first bite. This is redemption from my cooking failure. I devour my own burger, letting the juicy flavor wash away the awkwardness. We chat about random things. Her therapy practice, my funniest gym anecdotes. She jokes about the time she accidentally punched a punching bag off its chain, leaving me cackling. We're laughing so hard we nearly choke on fries. Seriously, she says, wiping her mouth. I still can't believe I managed to dislodge that bag. It's been hanging there for years. You're a secret powerhouse. That's what I keep telling you. Her cheeks warm. You've been a big part of that transformation, you know. You taught me how to feel strong physically and otherwise. My heart flips at her admission, but doubt creeps in. If I'm just a stepping stone to her feeling spicy enough to impress her ex, am I fooling myself by wanting something more? The burger suddenly feels heavier in my stomach. What's on your mind? She asks, noticing my shift in mood. I cast my gaze to a nearby poster advertising vanilla milkshakes, ironically mocking me. I guess... I swallow hard. You're not using me to get revenge on your ex, right? I mean, I know that was part of the plan, but the lines are blurring. She stiffens, fidgeting with her fries. At first, yeah, it was about proving to Sebastian that I'm not dull. But now, she rubs her temple. This whole arrangement, us, feels too real. I wouldn't want to, lead you on if your feelings got complicated. My gut twists. She's basically pointing out exactly what I fear, that I might be more invested than she is. Or maybe she's just as lost. The tension crackles, and I want to drag her into a hug and reassure her that we'll figure it out, but I'm not sure how. Instead, I focus on the last fry on my plate, swirling it in ketchup. She exhales, her voice soft. Hey, let's not spiral. We can figure this out if we just talk openly. Communication, right? I am a therapist, after all. A wry grin tugs at my mouth. Yes, Doc. My heart lightens a fraction at her humor. She reaches across the table, taking my hand. Warmth radiates through my palm. I'm not using you. I did want to show Sebastian I'm capable of more than he gave me credit for, but I'm discovering sides of myself with you that I never expected. It's not just some game to me anymore. My chest loosens at her words, relief flooding in. Same, I admit. I started this to keep Tamara off my back, but seeing you break out of your shell, seeing you laugh with me, it's making me question if I'm just fighting for show, or if I'm letting myself really care. Her thumb gently strokes the back of my palm, sending a pleasant shiver up my arm. I guess we both have to decide what we want. This is definitely no longer the world's simplest scheme. I let out a dry laugh. Understatement of the century. We share a quiet smile, the burger joint's neon hum enveloping us. For a moment, time stands still. We're two people in a plastic booth, hearts pounding with a budding connection that neither of us planned. Then the teen behind the counter starts fiddling with the lights, probably gearing up to close, and we realize we've lingered past normal hours. We walk back slowly, side by side, the night breeze tousling her curls that escape their bun. Under the dim glow of street lamps, she glances up at me, a tentative grin tugging her lips. I hesitate, then slip my hand around her midsection, pulling her closer. She doesn't resist. Instead, she leans into my side, warmth and the scent of her perfume mingling with the distant whiff of sidewalk hot dogs. Thanks for the dinner, Chef Disaster, I tease, bumping her hip. She chuckles, cheeks puffing in mock offense. Rude, but hey, I tried, right? I nearly burned down the apartment, but yes, you tried. A laugh bursts from her, loud enough to echo off the quiet houses. For a second, I forget about Tamara's looming presence, the chaotic plan, everything. All I see is Monica's beaming face, lit by the faint golden aura of a nearby street lamp. My heart clenches. This is exactly the kind of moment I've avoided most of my adult life. Easy closeness, genuine laughter, the sensation of belonging with someone. It's terrifying and addictive. Outside her door, she fishes for her keys, turning to me with an uncertain smile. Want to come in? My pulse jumps. Do you want me to? She shrugs, nibbling her lip. I mean, if you're comfortable, we don't have to do anything. We can talk, or watch something dumb on Netflix. My chest clenches with a rush of warmth. Talking sounds good. She unlocks the door and we step into her cozy living room again. The overhead fixture I fixed earlier glows steadily. No more flickering. We both pause, exchanging a look that says a million things at once. Gratitude, curiosity, a trace of lingering desire. I settle on the couch, noticing a new arrangement of candles on the coffee table. She sits close, tucking a leg beneath her. We talk about everything and nothing. Her childhood fascination with boy bands, my near-disastrous first pro fight, her best friend's threat to slash Sebastian's tires. That time I almost got arrested for brawling in a parking lot at age 19. Laughter spills freely between us, along with comfortable silences that don't feel forced. Eventually, she yawns, leaning her head on my arm. I wrap an arm around her, heartbeat steady and warm. For a fleeting moment, I imagine what it'd be like if none of this were fake, if we could simply decide to date without any drama. The thought scares me, yet it also fills me with a longing I can't ignore. She stirs, voice husky with sleep. Thank you for being here, for dinner, for the light, for everything. My throat tightens. Anytime. I press a soft kiss to her temple, inhaling the scent of her shampoo. Sleep now, Doc. She mumbles something unintelligible, snuggling closer. We drift in that quiet space for a while, her breath evening out. The urge to stay all night is overwhelming, but I also sense she needs rest. Carefully, I ease her upright, guiding her to her bedroom door. She blinks, disoriented, but manages a smile. "Text me," she murmurs. I brush a knuckle across her cheek, nodding. "You bet?" I'm in my truck, engine idling at the curb. My mind replays the evening, the burnt dinner, the burger jokes, the confessions about our fears. It's surreal how quickly she's become essential to my day, like a missing puzzle piece snapping into place. And that realization is both exhilarating and terrifying. The phone on my passenger seat buzzes. My stomach flips, hoping it's her. Instead, it's a text from an unknown number. "Stay away from Monica, or you'll regret it." Attached is a blurry photo of us leaving the burger joint. My blood runs cold. Tamara! She's escalating, threatening me now. Anger flares like a lit match. I'm not about to let her terrorize Monica or sabotage whatever fragile happiness we're building. Adrenaline surges, but I force myself to take a breath, calm the pounding in my veins. First step, protect Monica. Second step, inform the cops with this new evidence. Maybe now they'll take it seriously. I glance back at her softly lit window. The thought of Tamara lurking in the shadows, snapping pictures, twisting our story. It sends a protective rage through me. But more than that, a sense of realization strikes. I care about Monica. This is no longer about playing pretend. It hasn't been for a while now. Clutching the steering wheel, I let out a shaky exhale. Fear warps into resolve. If Tamara wants a fight, she'll get one, but not on my watch. And as for Monica and me, we'll figure out how to handle these feelings, the messy, uncharted territory of maybe not being so fake after all. I shift into drive, pulling away from the curb with a determined glare. Because no matter what Tamara tries or how complicated my emotions get, one thing is clear. Monica isn't just using me. She's trusting me. And that might be the push I need to confront my own hang-ups, open up my guarded heart, and discover if we can turn this staged romance into the real thing we're both starting to crave.
Chapter 11. Monica. Nothing sparks a morning faster than seeing your ex in the cereal aisle, clutching a box of crunchy almond bliss and smiling like he's your long-lost soulmate. I nearly dropped my soy latte. I was at my favorite organic market, humming along to the piped-in folk music and tossing groceries into a basket. My plan? Pick up fresh blueberries and a decent red wine for a low-key night in. Ever since Knox repaired my apartment's wobbly light fixture, followed by a near-kitchen inferno that ended in burger takeout, I've been trying to prove I can handle basic adult tasks without summoning the fire department. Groceries seemed like a safe place to start. But of course, that's when he appeared. Sebastian. My ex. The same man who declared me too vanilla before prancing off to find his spicy muse. Right now, he's looming at the end of the aisle, wearing a crisp polo and a dopey grin that reminds me of a bored Labrador. We lock eyes. My breath hitches, and the entire store's music seems to dim. I consider abandoning my cart and sprinting for the exit, but his eyes widen with recognition. It's too late to flee. I push my cart forward, trying to look calm. The overhead fluorescents cast unflattering shadows, and I become absurdly aware of my gym leggings and messy ponytail. "Sebastian," I say, forcing a polite nod. He gawks like he's seen a celebrity. "Monica? Whoa, hey, fancy meeting you here." "Fancy indeed," I mutter, glancing pointedly at the cereal. "Shopping for breakfast?" He lifts the box of crunchy almond bliss. "Yeah, you know, exploring healthier options." We stand there, awkwardly parked beside a towering display of artisan quinoa. My heart thumps more in annoyance than nerves. Memories of his "you're too safe" speech flash in my mind. I clear my throat, determined not to let him see how flustered I feel. He takes a hesitant step forward. "So, how have you been? I heard from mutual friends that you're, dating someone." I freeze. Dating someone is a polite way of referencing the swirling rumor mill about me and Knox's relationship. Half the city is abuzz with pictures we post on social media. Us at taco stands, him helping me train, me wearing his hoodie. We've done a thorough job selling the story, especially after that gym meltdown with Tamara. Yet, hearing Sebastian mention it triggers a tangle of conflicting emotions. I lift my chin, feigning nonchalance. "Yes, I'm seeing someone. He's great. A real upgrade." I refuse to elaborate, savoring the flicker of discomfort on Sebastian's face. He edges closer, gaze darting around the aisle. Look, can we talk for a second? I know I was not the nicest when we ended things, but maybe I was hasty. I've been thinking a lot about us, about what we had. My grip tightens on the cart handle. What we had was 3 years of me bending over backward to accommodate his need for novelty, only for him to claim I was too predictable. "You made it clear you wanted someone with more edge," I say, trying to keep my voice steady. He exhales, rubbing the back of his neck. "I know, and I realized maybe I needed a grounding presence more than I thought. I've missed your calmness, your stability. I was an idiot for throwing that away." A bubble of laughter nearly escapes. Missed my calmness? The nerve? My pride prickles. But also, there's a tiny traitorous part of me that's gratified by his regret. I push it aside, remembering how devastating it felt when he blindsided me with that breakup in a candlelit restaurant. "Well, I'm no longer interested in playing it safe," I say, letting a wry smile curve my lips. "My life is spicier now." He flinches at the word spicier, like it's a dagger. "Look, maybe we can meet for coffee? Catch up. I want to make amends." My mind scrambles. I picture Knox's face, his crooked grin, the way he looks at me like I'm the most fascinating woman alive. The memory steals my resolve. "Sebastian, I don't think that's necessary. I'm happy with my new boyfriend," I say, letting the words slip out with more emphasis than needed. "And you and we're done. For good." He nods, pain flickering in his eyes. Or maybe that's just wounded pride. "I get it, but if you change your mind—" "I won't," I interrupt. "Now, excuse me. I have to go find the perfect wine for a romantic evening that definitely won't be with you." His face crumples, and for a split second I almost feel sorry for him. Then I remember how I spent an entire weekend ugly crying over a jar of almond butter because he said I was vanilla. My pity evaporates. I push my cart past him, ignoring his half-formed stammer, and roll down the aisle, chin lifted high. Hours later, I'm sitting on the edge of my bed, phone clutched in one hand, trying to recall the subtle differences between cocktail attire and semi-formal. My best friend, Dana, chatters in my ear, instructing me on the perils of mixing the two. "If this is your work gala, you can't show up in a short club dress. But you don't want to look like a bride of Frankenstein either. Something sleek, sophisticated. Show those luscious calves." "Dana, I only have about 4 fancy dresses." I groan, rifling through my closet. "This event was sprung on me last minute. My boss told me I should represent our therapy group at the annual mental health and community fundraiser, and we can bring a +1, which obviously means—" "You're dragging Mr. MMA so you can prove you two function in high society," Dana finishes gleefully. "Also, so you can drool over him in a suit, I assume?" I snort. "Yes. I want to see if the man can do more than black t-shirts and joggers. And I also want him to see me in my professional world. Maybe he'll realize I'm more than a klutzy gym bunny. You are so far from a klutz. Except in the kitchen, she teases. But yeah, good plan. Show him Dr. Monica. All poised and unstoppable. Also, get photographic evidence so I can squeal over your couple goals. I hesitate, remembering the awkward confrontation with Sebastian in the cereal aisle. My ex's regretful face flits through my mind. It's not just about that, though. I ran into Sebastian earlier, and he's practically begging for reconciliation. I want to make sure I'm not falling into the trap of overcompensating, you know. Dana's tone softens. You're not with Knox just to rub it in Sebastian's face, babe. That might have been how it started. But things are different now, right? A swirl of conflicting emotions churns in my stomach. I think so. Sometimes I wonder if I'm still proving myself or if I'm actually falling for him. My voice lowers to a whisper. The idea sends a thrill and a chill through me simultaneously. Girl, you are definitely falling. The question is whether you're ready to admit it, but that's a problem for another day. Right now, find a dress that says, I'm accomplished, classy, and capable of pinning you to a locker room mat if you cross me. Something in that vibe. I laugh, scanning my closet. My gaze lands on a sleek, deep purple sheath dress with a subtle slit up one thigh. I bought it months ago, intending to wear it to a couple's dinner Sebastian never bothered to attend. Now it feels like destiny. This might do, I say, pulling it off the hanger. Evening comes, and Knox stands in my hallway, fiddling with the cuffs of a black suit jacket. The transformation is astounding. Gone are the sweat-soaked t-shirts and athletic shorts. Instead, he wears a tailored suit that hugs his broad shoulders and dips neatly at the waist. A crisp white shirt, open at the collar, suggests a rebellious streak. My pulse kicks into overdrive just looking at him. He offers a lopsided grin, clearly uneasy with the formal attire. I feel like I snuck into some fancy wedding. Are we sure I won't get kicked out for not knowing which fork to use? I step back, letting my gaze rake over him. Don't worry. You're so handsome they'll let you break any fork-using rules you want. My own reflection catches my eye in the hallway mirror. The purple dress clings in all the right places. The side slit, adding a dash of daring. I spent longer than usual on my makeup, and my hair is swept up with a few loose curls, framing my face. Knox's lips part, his gaze turning appreciative. You look? He shakes his head, swallowing. Wow, where's my phone? I need to document this. Heat flushes my cheeks. Behave, I chide, though a grin tugs at my mouth. He extends his arm, gentleman style, and I loop mine through it. Together, we head downstairs to the waiting rideshare. I can't ignore the mild jitters flaring in my stomach. This event is a big deal in the mental health community. An annual fundraiser that gathers sponsors, donors, and professionals. I'm expected to network, chat with potential partners, and project an air of calm competency. Meanwhile, Knox is, well, a reformed brawler with a protective streak and a heart of gold hidden behind tattoos. Am I nuts for mixing these worlds? Possibly. But as we climb into the car, his warm hand covers mine, squeezing gently, and my doubts fade. The venue is a lavish hotel ballroom, all glittering chandeliers and hushed conversation. Waiters glide around with trays of champagne flutes. Classical music plays softly, setting an elegant backdrop for the clusters of guests in cocktail attire. I take a deep breath, scanning the crowd. Knox's shoulders tense slightly. I feel like I need a dictionary for half these words on the program, he mutters, eyeing the pamphlet he picked up at the entrance. What's a philanthropic circle? I stifle a laugh. It's fancy speak for donors sharing money. Just smile, nod, and pretend you're enthralled. He smirks. Sure thing. By the way, if I break something, you'll bail me out, right? I bump his hip playfully. Don't jinx us. Within minutes, we're swept into small talk with my coworkers. I introduce him as Knox Delaney, self-defense instructor and gym owner. The staff seems intrigued, especially my boss, Dr. Perkins, who exclaims how valuable it is to combine therapy and physical empowerment. Knox nods politely, explaining how he started training women to protect themselves, how it became a passion after a student was attacked. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest ache with pride. A balding, bespectacled donor named Marvin corners us, launching into a grand monologue about his philanthropic endeavors. Knox looks dazed by the avalanche of jargon. I hide a grin, slipping my hand into his arm for moral support. Suddenly, a wave of parted guests reveals a face I did not expect to see. Sebastian, holding a champagne flute and chatting up a woman in a sparkly gown. My stomach drops. He's here? Of course he is. He's tangentially involved in some tech for mental wellness apps, so I guess it's not shocking. But the timing is comical, like fate's personal joke. The moment he spots me, his gaze flicks from me to Knox, then to our linked arms. A flash of recognition crosses his face, and he downs the rest of his champagne. My gut clenches. This is exactly the scenario I dreaded. Knox stiffens beside me, noticing my sudden tension. He follows my stare. When he sees Sebastian, his jaw ticks. Before I can whisk us away, Sebastian ambles over, forced smile plastered on. Monica, Sebastian greets, voice tight. What a pleasant surprise. Knox's hand lands possessively on my lower back, delivering a jolt of reassurance. Hi, Sebastian, I say, forcing civility. I'm here representing my clinic. This is Knox. Sebastian's eyes linger on Knox's broad shoulders, the faint hint of tattoos peeking beneath his jacket cuff. Yes, I've heard about him. Quite the success story in the MMA world, right? He tries for polite, but the edge in his tone is unmistakable. I roll my eyes internally. He's pretending he doesn't know Knox, when we know very well that Knox is his man crush. Knox offers a tight nod. Former MMA fighter, yeah. Currently a gym owner. And Monica's date tonight. Sebastian's knuckles tighten around his empty glass. Right. Date. Fascinating how quickly things change, huh, Mon? I bristle at the nickname, but I maintain a measured smile. It's been a while. People grow, move on. His eyes flick to me. Oh, I'm aware of growing and changing. I just didn't think you'd pivot so drastically. From safe routines to... He trails off, glancing at Knox like he's some alien. Anger bubbles, but Knox tugs me closer, preventing an outburst. I feel the tension rolling off him, but he stays outwardly calm, his posture confident. You'd be surprised how versatile she can be. Monica's not nearly as predictable as you might have assumed. Sebastian's jaw flexes, a flicker of jealousy igniting behind his polite facade. Clearly, well, I hope you're happy. He musters a brittle smile. If you decide to catch up sometime, Monica, you still have my number. My mouth falls open. The nerve of this guy, hitting on me in front of Knox. Before I can retort, Sebastian swivels and disappears into the throng of donors. The tension lingers, and I exhale shakily. You good? Knox murmurs, voice low enough for only me to hear. Yeah, I manage, though my heart still pounds. Sorry about that. He shrugs, gaze softening. Not your fault. I'm just glad you're not buying his I've changed act. I rest a hand on Knox's chest, feeling the steady thump beneath his jacket. I'm not. Trust me. His nod is short, but relief flashes in his eyes. Then let's focus on enjoying your fancy fundraiser, and maybe snag more of those bacon-wrapped hors d'oeuvres. I nearly lost a finger to that tray. I giggle, tension easing. Lead the way. At some point, the classical quartet transitions to a more modern band, coaxing a few couples onto the small dance floor set up near the stage. I linger at a table with Knox, sipping sparkling water and giggling over the spectacle of Dr. Perkins attempting a salsa swirl with the CEO of a wellness tech startup. "Shall we?" Knox asks, nodding to the dance floor. I arch a brow. "You can salsa?" He smirks. "I'm a fighter, not a statue. Footwork is footwork." A bubble of delight surges up. "Okay, but if you break my toes, you're paying my medical bills." We weave through the crowd and step onto the parquet floor. A Latin-infused melody begins, cheerful and flirtatious. Knox places a hand at my waist, the other capturing my fingers. An unexpected synergy crackles between us. My head tilts up, meeting his intense gaze, and a rush of awareness flutters through me. This is the man who once taught me to punch, who melted every leftover insecurity from Sebastian's breakup. Now he's guiding me in a dance, pivoting gracefully despite his size. We spin, our bodies shifting in playful harmony, laughter escaping when his step accidentally bumps my heel. He mutters an apology, and I grin. The entire room recedes as we focus on each other, the swirl of the crowd fading to a blur of bright lights and swirling dresses. "You're good at this," I murmur, letting him twirl me. "You're making me look good," he counters, voice laced with warmth. Sebastian stands at the sidelines, scowling into his fresh flute of champagne. But I hardly notice him now. All I sense is Knox's reassuring grip and the exhilarating sense that I'm precisely where I belong. The music ends, applause ringing out, and we pause, breath mingling. Cheers ripple across the floor. Knox leans in, brushing his lips against my ear. "You okay?" I swallow, chest tight with emotion. "I'm better than okay." We share a quiet smile, the air charged, and I wonder if he's feeling this shift too. Something deeper than the arrangement we started with. I suspect he does. His eyes flick down to my mouth and my heart thunders, remembering how passionately we collided in the gym's back room. Before either of us speaks, a surge of guests floods the dance floor, pushing us aside. We return to our table, cheeks flushed. Dr. Perkins bustles over, praising me for bringing such a wonderful date, who's apparently made an impression on a few donors. Knox shrugs modestly, fielding compliments about his gym and how beneficial self-defense is for mental empowerment. Amid the swirling chatter, I notice Sebastian skulking in the distance, occasionally glancing our way. But I no longer feel the same pang. Instead, a certainty builds inside me. I'm not with Knox just for show. It started as a farce, but each day proves how real it's become. The entire fiasco with Tamara and my ex is overshadowed by the fact that I'm falling for a man who sees me, truly sees me, in all my messy, chaotic, definitely not vanilla glory. As the night winds down, we gather our coats and exit the Grand Hotel, stepping onto the sidewalk where the city's neon lights reflect on damp pavement. Knox slips an arm around me, pressing a soft kiss to my temple. "Proud of you," he whispers. "You knocked it out of the park tonight." My chest warms. "Thanks for coming, and for not punching Sebastian." He chuckles, leading me toward the curb where a rideshare car waits. "You've taught me to be more diplomatic. Or maybe I just like distracting you with salsa steps." I swat his shoulder, rolling my eyes, but inside, euphoria thrums. The driver opens the door and we slide into the back seat. Soft jazz plays through the speakers, and city lights blur into glowing streaks as we head home. Knox intertwines our fingers, his thumb gently stroking my hand. The subtle gesture ignites a quiet storm in my stomach. We exchange glances, little smiles, a shared laugh about Dr. Perkins' unstoppable dance moves, a memory of me nearly toppling into a dessert table. Everything about the night is hilarious, sweet and heartbreakingly real. With each passing block, the uneasy question surfaces. Am I still proving myself to Sebastian? Or am I proving something else? To myself or to Knox? The more time I spend with this man, the less I care about revenge or facades. I want the real thing. And yet, a kernel of fear remains, whispering that I might get hurt again. But as Knox squeezes my hand, leaning in to murmur, "You hungry for late-night pizza?" in a conspiratorial tone, my doubts fade into laughter. Always, I declare, letting the moment's joy carry me forward, because in this comedic, unexpected journey, one truth shines clear. I'm no longer that safe, second-guessing woman Sebastian wrote off. I'm with a man who sparks chaos and laughter, and maybe, just maybe, love. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Knox, a pinchy collar is currently my worst enemy. I've spent most of tonight fighting the urge to yank my suit jacket off and ditch this fancy mental health fundraiser. But Monica is glowing in that purple dress, slim silhouette, subtle side slit, a look of quiet confidence in her stride. She's been chatting up donors, swirling a glass of something bubbly that she barely sips. Even though I'm not exactly a tux and ballroom sort of guy, I'm happy to play along if it means seeing that giddy sparkle in her eyes. What I'm not happy about is the persistent presence of the ex, Sebastian. He's lurking in the periphery, pretending to mingle with random people who look as out of place as a fish in a desert. Every so often, he glances over with a puppy dog expression, as though he's waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim his territory. The notion irritates me more than any half-baked rumor Tamara's thrown my way. I grit my teeth, adjusting my collar. Monica's boss, Dr. Perkins, holds court with a group of sponsors near the stage. Monica stands at his side, graciously answering their questions about therapy programs. I'm a few steps behind, letting her take the spotlight. After all, this is her world. She's the brilliant therapist forging new partnerships, the calm force bridging emotional well-being with community outreach. I'm just the muscled sidekick with a tangle of tattoos peeking under my cuffs. Yet each time she looks my way, catching my eye with an amused grin, my chest warms. Sebastian chooses that moment to swoop in like a misguided hawk. He sidles next to Monica, leaning in too close, spouting remarks about the good old days, peppering in subtle digs at how she's changed. She remains polite, but her posture stiffens. My spine tightens, an instinctive urge to plant myself between them. Instead, I circle behind the sponsors, inching closer to Monica's side. Dr. Perkins politely excuses himself to greet another donor, leaving Monica standing between me and Sebastian. She glances at me, wearing an expression that begs for rescue. Before I can step in, Sebastian reaches for her elbow in a gesture that's all too familiar for my taste. "You should catch up with me sometime," he murmurs, his tone coaxing. "It doesn't have to be dramatic. We can just talk about life." Monica's shoulders tense, but her reply is calm. "We've covered that topic, Sebastian." He tries a pained half-smile. I regret rushing things, you know? You were always the stable one. The anchor I didn't appreciate enough. Anchor? Seriously? My jaw clenches, a growl simmering in my throat. Monica was never some inanimate object to tether him. She's a living, breathing, unstoppable force who deserves better than a last-minute ex recanting his regrets. I catch her gaze again. This time she subtly jerks her chin towards Sebastian as if to say, "Please intervene before I lose my temper." Fine. My pleasure. Sliding up behind her, I place a hand on the curve of her back. A familiar rush skates through me, remembering exactly how it feels to press her against a locker in the gym, discovering the shape of her body beneath my hands. My voice emerges calm but edged. "Everything all right here?" Sebastian bristles at my intrusion. "We're just chatting about old times," he says, attempting an indulgent grin. "Nothing you need to worry about." Monica steps half a pace nearer to me. "We're done rehashing the past, Sebastian. Maybe it's time you move on." A flicker of frustration cracks Sebastian's polished facade. "If you insist," he mutters. But before retreating, he levels me with a pointed look, the kind that says, "We'll see who she really wants." My pulse spikes, primal jealousy rearing up. The temptation to deck him is almost comedic, like an old cartoon where the bulldog smacks the scrawny hyena. But I curb the impulse. Monica doesn't need me starting a brawl in the middle of her swanky function. When Sebastian drifts away, she exhales sharply. Her lips part in relief, and she murmurs, "Thank you for that well-timed interference." I slip my arm around her, pulling her close enough that she can rest a hand against my chest. "You've got more patience than I do," I say softly. I was 5 seconds from forcibly escorting him out by the scruff of his neck. A half-laugh escapes her. "You would have turned this place into your personal fight club. Dr. Perkins would probably faint." "Just telling it like it is," I tease, dropping a light kiss on her temple. Her lashes flutter, cheeks brightening under the soft glow of the ballroom lights. The tension swirling in my gut throbs, a blend of jealousy, adrenaline, and a fierce rush to claim her in a way that leaves no doubt. But this is a classy event, not some street corner. So I settle for holding her a fraction tighter, inhaling the faint floral scent of her perfume. "You about ready to leave?" she asks, voice low. I nod, scanning the crowd. "Definitely, unless you have more people to impress." She glances at Dr. Perkins across the room, who is thoroughly occupied by a trio of donors. I can slip out. My job here is basically done. Relief washes through me. Great. Let's get out before your ex decides on a grand finale. 20 minutes later, we're in the back of a rideshare, zooming away from the glow of the Grand Hotel. The driver rattles on about city traffic, but I'm only half listening. Monica sits beside me, knees angled in, her dress hugging those long legs. Her hair is pinned up in an elegant style, but a few curls have escaped, framing her face. Her posture is rigid, and her hand twists the little purse in her lap. I sense the leftover tension from Sebastian's intrusion. My own nerves buzz in sympathy. "You sure you're okay?" I ask, leaning closer so the driver won't eavesdrop. She lifts a shoulder in a delicate shrug. That was more awkward than expected. And the way he touched my elbow, like he still has some claim, ugh. She shudders, releasing a frustrated exhale. I shouldn't let him get to me. But he always had a way of making me question myself. I grimace, sliding an arm around her shoulders. He's just stirring the pot because he sees you're not still pining after him. Don't let him manipulate you. Her gaze flicks up, a grateful smile tugging at her lips. Thanks. Then she adds more softly, "You sure I'm not just using you as a prop to wave in his face?" My chest clenches. I recall my own doubts about whether she's simply proving a point. But the memory of her laughter, the warmth of her body pressed to mine in the gym, The gentle way we connect over late-night burgers. It feels more genuine than any sham. I don't feel like a prop, I say, brushing my thumb against her hand. I feel like I'm in this with you. Her posture loosens, a small smile blooming. I'm in this with you too, she murmurs, voice trembling on the last word. The honest vulnerability behind it steals my breath. Heat curls through my gut, sending my mind spiraling back to the fiery intimacy we shared in that locker room. My hold on her tightens and we lock eyes. The air thickens with unspoken longing, a magnetism that makes my pulse hammer. We only break the gaze when the driver clears his throat, announcing we've arrived at her apartment complex. We stumble out of the car, barely mumbling goodnight to the driver. She fumbles her keys, a shaky laugh escaping when she almost drops them. I swear I'm not always this clumsy, she mutters, cheeks flushed. Might be the adrenaline, I tease, sliding a hand to her back. My own heart pounds, pulse surging in anticipation. She manages to unlock the door and we spill into her living room. The overhead light still works thanks to my earlier fix, but it's off, leaving the space lit only by the amber glow of a table lamp. The hush enveloping us crackles with tension. She sets her purse aside, turning to me. We hover in the entryway, the city's nighttime hum drifting in through a half-open window. Everything else recedes. The party, the ex, the swirl of polite conversation. My entire focus narrows to the dip of her neckline, the quick rise and fall of her chest, the parted fullness of her lips. She offers no words, only a smoldering look, a slight nod that invites me closer. I step forward, raising a hand to cup her cheek. She's breathtaking in that purple dress, the side slit revealing a toned expanse of leg. Her breath hitches when I trace a thumb along her jawline. You're lethal in that outfit, I whisper, voice husky with need. She lets out a soft laugh that dissolves into a gasp as I slide my other hand around her waist, pulling her flush against me. My pent-up frustration from the night roars to life. All the jealousy, the tension, the burning desire to stake a claim, it surges forward, demanding release. Our mouths collide, urgent, devouring. Her hands splay across my chest, nails lightly scraping through the thin material of my shirt. I angle her head, deepening the kiss, savoring her low moan. We stumble backward until her shoulder blades press against the wall, my fingers tangling in her hair, dislodging pins that clatter to the floor. The intensity is scorching, an almost desperate ache to feel her, prove to both of us that we're not simply acting a part.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
She's the first to break the silence. That was intense, she whispers, voice unsteady. I manage a breathless laugh. That's one way to put it. She shifts, chin tilting so she can study my face. Her eyes hold equal parts wonder and uncertainty. I see it mirrored in my own expression, a reflection of how we're both teetering on the edge of something bigger than a convenient arrangement. Her palm slides across my cheek and I lean into her touch, heart pounding a renewed beat of apprehension. A question lingers in the air. What next? Because it's impossible to walk away from a moment like this unscathed. My mind races with 1,000 possibilities. Are we crossing lines that shouldn't be crossed? Are we real enough to handle the fallout? I almost blurt something about how I'd fight 1,000 Sebastians to keep her safe, how Tamara's meddling can't shake me if I have her by my side. But the vulnerability lodged in my chest keeps me silent. Instead, I kiss her fingertips, swallowing the confessions swirling behind my teeth. She watches me with parted lips, a hint of trepidation shadowing her gaze, as if she's torn between triumph and terror. "We should talk about this," she finally says, voice hushed. "But maybe not tonight?" I nod, brushing a damp curl off her forehead. "Not tonight," I agree, though an undercurrent of tension seeps into the words. We both know the conversation is coming, and it's bound to be messy. She gives me a small, grateful smile, then nestles her head into the crook of my shoulder, letting her hand rest over my heartbeat. I stroke her arm, lulled by the warmth of our shared exhaustion. A knot coils in my stomach, though, realization sinking in. This is no longer about teaching her self-defense or faking a romance for external gain. We're entangled in ways neither of us can dismiss. My eyes drift shut, inhaling the faint smell of her shampoo mixed with leftover perfume. Beneath the haze of satisfaction, fear tugs at me. Because if we're crossing from pretend to real, we're risking heartbreak on a scale I've never approached. The old instinct to run from commitment battles with the desire to keep her close enough to never doubt my devotion. She shifts slightly, her steady breath against my skin. I press a soft kiss to the crown of her head, letting the quiet envelop us again. We'll figure it out in the daylight. For now, in the hush of her bedroom, I cling to this fleeting calm, ignoring the pang in my chest that warns nothing will ever be the same. We've unleashed something fierce and fragile, and I'm not entirely sure we can contain it. But as her fingers curl against my chest, I decide maybe I don't want to contain it at all. Maybe it's time I stopped dodging a real connection. Just for tonight, that thought lets me breathe.
Chapter 13. Monica. My reflection in the gym's glass door startles me. My hair is a disaster, a mishmash of curls that barely survive the night, and my eyes look weary despite the flush blooming on my cheeks. I clutch a reusable tote stuffed with extra workout clothes, figuring that if I fill my schedule with exercise, maybe I can outrun the mental chaos taking root in my head. Knox told me I push myself too hard, but it's better than wandering around thinking about Tamara's creepy texts or Sebastian's lingering presence. I yank the door open, half expecting to find the usual wave of sweat and chatter inside, but the building is weirdly quiet. It's early, sure, but there should be at least a few regulars pounding away on treadmills or practicing jabs in the corner. Instead, I hear distant thuds, likely a couple of members hitting the heavy bags. My nerves prickle, remembering how Tamara threatened to escalate. I force a laugh at my own paranoia. Relax. She can't show up every day, can she? My shoes squeak on the polished floor as I head toward the women's locker room. Overhead lights hum, and the tang of disinfectant clings to the air. My heart still racing from the memory of last night. Knox and I tangling in my sheets, a frenzy of lips and whispered pleas. Our second go at crossing boundaries we once deemed untouchable. The afterglow was quickly overshadowed this morning by reality and unspoken questions about what any of this means. A rustle near the side exit jolts me from my reverie. For a split second, I see movement through the glass pane, a flash of pastel pink. My stomach drops. Tamara is the only person in this city who dresses like a cotton candy bomb exploded in her closet. I pivot, pushing open the side door that leads to the parking lot. The sun is barely up, painting the asphalt in a hazy orange glow. That's when I spot her, all pastel leggings and a too-tight hoodie, rummaging behind a dumpster. My first instinct is that she's lost something, like her mind, for instance. But she straightens, turning, eyes locking on me with an unnerving gleam. "Monica," she calls, voice laced with sweet venom. "I've been waiting for you." My pulse spikes, and I grip my tote, wishing I'd stashed a taser inside. Tamara, I respond, scanning the lot for witnesses. It's empty aside from a few parked cars. Not good. You should leave before the staff calls the police again. She drapes a pastel pink arm across her chest, nails matching the brand new coat of neon polish. And miss a chance to warn you that you're meddling in my relationship? I don't think so. Her grin is equal parts unhinged and scarily confident. You can't keep him forever. Every muscle in my body locks. Knox isn't your property, I say, trying to keep my voice level. The urge to scoff or roll my eyes is overshadowed by an unsettling chill creeping up my spine. She's shorter than me by a few inches, but her posture seethes with intensity. Move on, Tamara. He's not interested in you. Her pink lips curl in a mock pout. So naive. He's playing you, obviously. Why else would he suddenly get a girlfriend after all these months of flirting with me? Blood roars in my ears. Flirting? You keep cornering him at the gym. He's told you multiple times to back off. She sways from side to side, like a predator sizing me up. Men say that when they're denying their real desires. Trust me, I've studied it in all those romance books. They pretend to push you away when they're struggling with forbidden longing. Forbidden longing? A laugh almost escapes, but there's something unhinged about her that suggests laughter might trigger an explosion. Knox doesn't want you, I reiterate, each word heavy. You're scaring people, including him. Her eyes flick with rage. What about me? I'm the victim here. I've watched him flaunt you on social media, in his arms, in my gym. So yeah, I'm stepping up to claim what's mine. You're the one who should be scared. Goosebumps erupt along my arms. This is a next-level delusional. If you think threatening me is going to make him magically interested in you, you need serious help. Her breath hitches, and for a beat, I worry she might lunge. Instead, she flings a crumpled photo at me, an actual printed snapshot of me and Knox leaving my apartment last week, arms wrapped around each other. The angle is dark and grainy. My stomach lurches. She's physically stalking us. I swallow the panic. Back off, I snap, stepping away from the door. This is beyond messed up. I'm calling the cops. She laughs, the sound high and unhinged. Go ahead. I'll tell them I have proof of him leading me on. We'll see how long your little fling lasts when people realize you're just a filler until he gets bored. Red-hot anger churns in my gut. The moment I dig for my phone, she shoves her hood up, pivoting to sprint across the lot. I glance at the exit leading into an alley, half considering chasing her, but my heart thunders too loudly in my ears. Instead, I back away, yanking open the gym's side door to slip inside, mind reeling. Minutes later, I lean against a row of lockers, breathing hard. My tote slumps at my feet, that crumpled photo still clutched in one hand. The overhead fluorescent buzzes, washing everything in a cold glow. My reflection in the mirror across from me looks stricken, eyes wide, face pale. Tamara's words replay in my head. He's just going to get bored. Why does that accusation sting so much? Because deep down, I'm terrified she might be right. Knox is a man of big passions, heavy impulses. What if he wakes up tomorrow and decides he's done with me? Fake or not, we've become something real. But I know from experience how quickly illusions can shatter. Sebastian once claimed I was his perfect partner, then ditched me for not being thrilling enough. Maybe I'm repeating history, falling for someone who ultimately wants something else. A shaky laugh escapes me. Tamara, of all people, is making me doubt myself. I'm not going to let her twisted logic define my worth, but that dread sits in my chest, gnawing. My phone vibrates from the side pocket of my tote. Knox's name flashes across the screen. I almost drop it, startled. I swipe to answer. Hey, I manage, attempting to sound normal. Where are you? His voice is a comforting rumble, but tension edges each word. I saw your car in the lot, but no sign of you inside. Everything okay? I release a breath, heart still pounding. I'm in the locker room. I had a run-in with Tamara outside. A strangled curse escapes him. She confronted you? My eyes glances at the photo in my hand. She's ramping up the crazy. Cornered me by the dumpster, ranted about how you belong to her. She even threw a picture at me, one of you and me. Obviously, she was lurking around, snapping photos. A few seconds of dead air, then a low hiss. Stay there, I'm coming. He strides into the locker room with the determined air of a warrior, ignoring the sign that says, women only. A couple of gym members in sports bras do double takes, but scatter upon seeing his fierce expression. He's wearing black athletic pants and a snug tank that highlights the swirl of tattoos on his arms. The tension in his stance radiates protectiveness. I attempt a shaky smile, holding up the snapshot as he approaches. Look what she gifted me. He snatches the photo, glancing down at our grainy images. Fury etches his features. Unbelievable, I swear. If she doesn't back off, I'll... Knox, I interrupt, voice unsteady. She's unhinged, okay? I'm freaked out. She's taking pictures, claiming you're leading her on. His anger morphs into concern. He cups my cheek, searching my face. Hey, you're safe. We'll handle this. His eyes drop to my trembling hands, and he gently covers them with his. Let me call the cops. File a new report. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. We can, but it doesn't fix the problem right away. I don't know how to deal with her. She's so convinced you two are meant to be that she's rewriting reality. He tightens his hold on my fingers. Then we keep pushing reality at her until she breaks, or the cops handle it. A muscle in his jaw twitches. This might mean stepping up the facade, though. Make it crystal clear we're together, like permanently. Are you okay with that? Because I know you're dealing with Sebastian. The mention of my ex frays my nerves further. I snatch my hands back. Sebastian's got nothing to do with this. That's a separate can of worms. The words emerge sharper than intended, frustration swirling. It's not just about showing Tamara we're real. There's also you. How do I know you won't just get bored like she said? He blinks, frowning. Bored. Monica, have you met yourself? My cheeks burn. That's not an answer. His mouth opens, closes, uncertainty flickering in his expression. I'm not going anywhere, but I can't promise we won't face more drama, especially with Tamara and your ex lurking around. My stomach clenches. So you're basically saying you'll try not to run, but you can't guarantee anything. He exhales roughly. What do you think I should say? That I can predict the future? I know I want you. That's all I have right now. The raw admission stirs a wave of emotion in me, but the lingering doubt still scratches at my mind. You can't pretend this is easy, I say, voice cracking. You're juggling your gym, a psycho stalker, my ex popping up, and we're sleeping together in between. Fake relationship? I don't even know what's real anymore. He drags a hand through his short blonde hair, frustration evident in the taut line of his jaw. Look, I'm not discounting the chaos, but I'd rather face it with you than walk away. Isn't that enough? A swirl of conflicting feelings grips me. Part of me wants to fling my arms around him, bury my face in his shoulder and let the comfort of his presence soothe my insecurities. Another part wants to lash out, demanding an ironclad guarantee that he won't vanish the second life gets hard. This push and pull churns in my head, intensifying until it snaps. I drop onto a locker room bench, burying my face in my hands. I can't handle more uncertainty, I mumble, voice muffled. Sebastian told me I was safe and predictable, then left me for being too boring. Tamara calls me a placeholder. My entire relationship with you started fake. I don't know who I am in your life, or if you even see a future with me. Silence. Then his heavy footsteps pad closer. Monica, he says gently, sitting beside me. When I don't look up, he sighs, tone edged with desperation. I see you. I see how strong you are, how much you care about people, how you overcame your insecurities to sign up for self-defense. That's not placeholder energy. My breath quivers. That's sweet, but it doesn't solve Tamara or Sebastian. We're knee-deep in drama, and I can't tell if we're fueling it by pretending. A frustrated groan escapes him. What do you suggest? That we break this off? Let Tamara believe I'm single? Let Sebastian roam free to sabotage you? That's not what you want. Tears threaten at the corners of my eyes, which only heightens my anger. I hate crying in front of him. I don't know what I want, I confess, swallowing a lump. Everything moved so fast. I wanted revenge on Sebastian. You wanted a shield against Tamara. We ended up hooking up in a locker room, in my bed, and it's a lot. His jaw flexes. So you're bailing after we've come this far? I snap upright, glare scorching. I didn't say I'm bailing. Stop putting words in my mouth. A wave of guilt hits because he looks genuinely pained by the idea. I just need clarity. I can't keep floating in this gray area. His chest rises with a sharp breath. We can define it. We can say we're real. We can say we're committed and handle these psychos together. But if you're not all in, it won't fix anything. All in, I echo, letting the words settle. My heart pounds, and for a moment I imagine telling Sebastian to vanish for good, filing a restraining order on Tamara, and forging a real functional relationship with Knox. Yet the swirling fear persists. I'm scared, I admit quietly, scared of pouring my heart into this and having it crumble. He scoots closer, enough that our thighs press together. Warmth radiates through my leggings. I can't promise it won't crumble, he says, voice low, but I'm not playing with you. I wouldn't risk all this if I didn't want something real. His eyes burn with sincerity. Please believe me. Emotion throbs in my chest, a mix of relief and residual anxiety. I nod, forcing a watery smile. Okay, but I need time to wrap my head around everything. His shoulders slump in a silent exhalation. Time, I can give you. But we also have to decide how to deal with Tamara. She's escalating, and I won't let her corner you again. Maybe we go to the police station this afternoon and show them the photo. I sniff, wiping a stray tear. Yeah, let's do it. At least we'll have a paper trail if she crosses another line. He nods, gaze dropping to my hands, which are still trembling. Slowly, he covers them with his calloused palms, warmth radiating through me. I'm sorry, he murmurs. My brows knit. For what? For not knowing how to fix this, for dragging you into my messed up orbit. I never expected a random self-defense student to become everything. My heart stutters at the intensity of that last word. Everything. Something inside me shifts, softening. Despite the drama swirling around us, he's claiming me in a way that's more profound than a short fling or a favor. Maybe that's enough to push back the doubts. For now, I squeeze his hands. I got myself into this. We'll handle it. But I need you to be patient with me. Don't bulldoze my fears, okay? He musters a wry smile. Deal. But can we agree not to fling ourselves at each other in random storage closets until we figure out our next steps? A laugh burst from my throat, watery but genuine. Sure, no more spontaneous gym hookups. I pause, cheeks warming as I recall our escapades. Unless it's absolutely necessary. He snorts, wrapping an arm around my shoulder to pull me into a sideways hug. The tension in my gut loosens a fraction, replaced by a tentative sense of comfort. We're bruised by insecurities, haunted by Tamara's stalking, threatened by Sebastian's meddling, but for this moment, we're aligned. Two people trying to salvage something real. The locker room door swings open, and Tasha, one of the advanced students, pokes her head in. She catches sight of Knox's arm draped around me, her eyebrows shooting up. Hey, sorry to interrupt. Just wanted to let you know class starts in 10 minutes. Didn't see you guys in the main area. My cheeks blaze. Knox rises, clearing his throat. Thanks, Tasha. We'll be out in a minute. She lingers, eyes darting between us, obviously curious. Then she shrugs and leaves, muttering something about sexual tension thicker than protein shakes. I groan, burying my face in Knox's shoulder as he chuckles. Definitely time to move, I mumble, before the entire class gossips about us on the treadmill. He nods, helping me to my feet. We'll talk after class, then head to the police station. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I say, steadying myself. My breath catches when he leans in to press a feather-like kiss on my forehead. The gesture is so gentle, so unexpectedly sweet, my heart constricts. He lingers for a second, as if silently promising we'll stand against anything that threatens to tear us apart, even our own doubts. With a small smile, he strides out, calling over his shoulder, "Don't forget to warm up. I won't go easy on you next time we spar." I roll my eyes, though a grin graces my lips. Big words, protein shake, I retort, loud enough for him to hear. His laughter echoes in the hallway. Despite the turmoil, that sound is like a balm, a reminder that we're allowed to share levity even when life is messy. In the afternoon, we arrive at the police station. The waiting area smells of stale coffee and disinfectant, and the battered chairs creak with every shift. Knox sits beside me, flipping through the photo Tamara dropped, occasionally muttering curses under his breath. We handed it over to an officer who promised to add it to our existing complaint. The system feels slow, unhelpful. My nerves jangle as we wait for any sign that the authorities might do something more proactive. I grip Knox's forearm. I feel like we're stuck in a loop. We come in with new evidence. They file it, and Tamara keeps waltzing around. She's probably rummaging behind another dumpster right now, giggling about how the cops can't catch her. He rubs his jaw, frustration etched into his brow. It's a process, Monica. But the more evidence we collect, the harder it is for her to dodge consequences. I exhale, leaning my head against the wall. We're in evidence collection purgatory. Fun times. He slips his hand into mine, giving a reassuring squeeze. The small comfort dissolves a fraction of my tension. Just as I lean into his side, an officer appears, gesturing for us to step into a cramped office. We answer more questions, filling out forms, reaffirming we're not hoaxing them. 30 agonizing minutes pass before we're released, told to stay vigilant and call if Tamara approaches again. By the time we stumble back onto the sidewalk, I'm itching to run far away from the cluster of swirling anxieties that threaten my peace. Knox hails a rideshare, checking his phone. I have a one-on-one training session in an hour. Are you okay to head home alone? Or do you need me to drop you off? My chest flutters with leftover adrenaline. I'll go home, take a long bath, try not to freak out about pink-haired stalkers. He angles his head, clearly torn. If you need me to stay, I'm fine, I say, forcing a smile. I swear. He studies me for a second, then nods. The car arrives, and he opens the back door for me. For once, I let him be chivalrous without protest, slipping inside the vehicle. My heart clenches, wanting to call him back, to ask him to skip work, curl up on my couch, and vow to never let go. But that might be too needy, especially when we're both still raw from the morning's confrontation. He leans in through the open door, voice low. Text me when you get home. Lock your door. I'll swing by tonight if you want me there. My throat tightens. I'll let you know. The driver shifts impatiently, so Knox steps back, letting the door shut. Through the window, I catch his silhouette, broad and protective, face etched with concern. A pang of longing tears at me. As the car pulls away, my mind replays every second of our locker room spat, the intensity of my anxiety, his quiet vow not to leave. I clutch my tote, fingertips pressing the cloth as though it's a lifeline. He said he wanted something real. Maybe that's all I need to hold on to, even as my insecurities swirl. The city blurs by, bustling shops, traffic lights, a billboard advertising teeth whitening. Nothing feels stable or certain. My phone buzzes in my pocket with a message from Keisha, asking for an update on the Tamara situation, but I ignore it for now, gazing blankly out the window. In a single day, I faced a deranged stalker, engaged in a heated argument with the man I'm falling for, and filed yet another police report. Exhaustion weighs on me like a physical thing. Beneath the fatigue, a flicker of gratitude glows. For better or worse, I'm not alone in this madness. Knox is there, fighting by my side, even if we occasionally fight each other. The thought coaxes a small, shaky laugh, because this might not be the romantic fairy tale I once imagined, but it's a story that's undeniably ours, one filled with accidental locker room hookups, and strangely enough, hope. As the rideshare turns onto my street, I lean forward, rummaging for the keys in my bag, bracing myself for an evening of uncertain reflection. But one thing's clear. Even with Sebastian's doubts swirling in my head and Tamara's menacing shadow, I'm done letting other people define my worth. I'll take a stand for my own heart, even if it means tumbling headfirst into love with a tattooed fighter who might just be the best thing that ever happened to me. It's messy, and maybe I'm terrified. But deep down, a surging wave of determination pulses. Bring on the pink nightmares and meddling exes. I'm stronger than I ever realized. And with Knox by my side, even my insecurities don't stand a chance.
Chapter 14. Knox. My reflection in the rearview mirror looks grim enough to scare off a seasoned UFC fighter. I'm sitting in my truck outside Monica's apartment, engine idling, fists clenched around the steering wheel. This is the third time in 10 minutes I've considered driving away, just gunning it back to the gym and burying myself under a stack of unfiled paperwork. But each time I remember the anxious look on her face when we parted yesterday, the way her voice quivered with leftover adrenaline from Tamara's latest ambush. I shoved the truck door open with a groan, stepping onto the curb. The evening air wraps around me like a chilly reminder of the tension swirling between us. My black joggers sag at the hips, a faint smear of white chalk dust trailing down one thigh from earlier boxing drills. I tug at the zipper of my hoodie, adjusting the hood over my short blonde hair. Usually, I stroll up to Monica's place brimming with warmth, maybe carrying takeout or a playful grin. Tonight, my stomach twists with a brewing storm of frustration. For days, we've been dodging each other's deeper questions, patching over cracks with jokes and half-promises. I told her I wanted something real, that I wasn't going anywhere. But Tamara's harassment ramped up. Sebastian popped in like a smug ghost from the past, and we both started tiptoeing on eggshells. Enough is enough. My phone buzzes. Marco, a gym buddy, texts me a photo of the broken speed bag he tried to fix. When are you back? This place is falling apart. I toss him a quick reply. Soon, maybe. I'm too keyed up to commit to a time. Because right now I'm facing a bigger problem than fraying equipment. Whether Monica and I can move beyond a pretend arrangement and into something that's not overshadowed by fear. Her apartment building's front door is propped open by a chunk of brick, probably left by another tenant dragging in groceries. I step inside, jogging up the short flight of steps. My heart pounds with each footfall. My imagination churns. Will she let me in, or do I find a closed door and an equally closed heart? At her door, I pause, listening. Soft jazz filters through the wood. I hear the faint clink of dishes. I knock gently once, then again. She calls from within, voice hesitant. Coming! When the door swings open, she's standing in black yoga pants and an oversized off-the-shoulder sweater, her hair twisted into a messy topknot. Tiny sparkles of flour dust her cheekbones. Apparently she's been baking, though the faint burning smell suggests a less than successful attempt. A swirl of affection hits me, colliding with the frustration that brought me here. Her eyes flick from my face to my clenched fists, reading my mood instantly. "Knox," she says, stepping aside. "Come in." I cross the threshold, letting the familiar scent of her apartment, a mix of vanilla candles and peppermint tea, wash over me. There's a flutter in my chest, the memory of pressing her against that wall after a fancy fundraiser, or laughing with her over burnt stir-fry. But my mind also replays the last day at the police station, her expression torn between trusting me and holding back. I rub my jaw, forcing a short laugh. "You look busy." She glances at the kitchen counter, where a mixing bowl sits in a cloud of powdered sugar, spatulas strewn about like a baking battlefield. I tried to make brownies to unwind. I might have quadrupled the cocoa by accident. My smoke alarm nearly staged a revolt. Despite the tension swirling in my chest, I snort. Classic move, chef disaster. She twists her lips in a rueful smile. I deserve that nickname. But hey, at least I used a timer this time, didn't burn the entire place down. My attempt at a small grin falters. We're dancing around the real issue. My gaze flicked to the couch, draped in a cozy throw blanket that invites me to sit. I remain standing, arms folded. "Monica, we need to talk." She exhales, shoulders rounding. "Yeah, we do." I nod toward the couch. She steps over a half-eaten tray of brownies, leading me to the sofa. As I follow, I notice she's hugging herself, like she's bracing for a harsh wind. I sink onto one end of the couch, near the armrest, giving her space. She lowers herself onto the opposite cushion, tucking her legs beneath her. My pulse throbs in my ears. I force my voice steady. I can't keep pretending that Tamara's the main problem here. She's part of it. She's insane, but there's more going on between us. I rub the heel of my palm over my chest, words tumbling out. "I told you, I'm not going anywhere, that I want something real. But every time I try to push forward, you pull back like you're terrified I'll vanish or, I don't know, break your heart." She huffs a humorless laugh. "You can't blame me for being scared. My ex hammered it into my skull that I was too bland, too safe. Tamara calls me a placeholder. You say you want me. But I see no guarantee that tomorrow you won't wake up bored and craving a new challenge." The sting in her voice cracks my composure. "How can I guarantee tomorrow? Nobody can. But I'm standing here, right now, telling you I'm all in, and it's not enough." Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, anger or hurt. I can't tell which. "You don't understand, Knox. If you leave, I'm the one left picking up the pieces. And I just got them back together after Sebastian shattered my confidence. Then we jumped into this entire fiasco, fake dating, hooking up in locker rooms, and it's all so intense. I can't handle falling apart again." My throat tightens. "So you'd rather keep me at arm's length, never letting me in fully, because that's safer?" Her gaze drops to the cushion. "You make it sound so simple." I push a hand through my hair, frustration mounting. "It's not simple, but that's life. Relationships aren't supposed to be a cakewalk. If you want easy and safe, then maybe you don't actually want me." Because I'm chaos incarnate, I teach people to fight. I have a psycho-stalker ex-client. I swear like a sailor. If you need guaranteed security, maybe we end this right here. That lands with a thud, echoing in the small apartment. She recoils, eyes snapping up in alarm. "Stop it," she says, voice wavering. "I never said I wanted you gone. Don't twist my words." I clamp my jaw, trying to quell the pounding in my chest. "We're going in circles, Monica. 1 minute you're pulling me close. Next minute you're freaking out that I might vanish. I told you how I feel. Either trust me or don't." She shoots to her feet, crossing her arms. "You think trust is a switch I can flip? That I can override all my insecurities because you said some nice words?" I rise to face her, the tension thick enough to choke. "What do you want me to do then? I've tried being patient. I've tried giving you space. I've tried showing you. I'm not running. All I get is half-belief." Her cheeks flush. She opens her mouth, closes it, then blurts, I don't know. I want to feel safe, but I also want you. It's contradictory, and I'm confused." My frustration ignites. "Then figure it out." The volume of my voice startles even me. I take a step back, realizing I'm practically yelling in her living room, but I can't stop the avalanche of words. Because I'm done being strung along like some consolation prize. I deserve someone who can say, "Yes, I choose you, not maybe if I don't freak out tomorrow." Tears sparkle at the edges of her eyes now. A pang of guilt lances through me, but anger roils stronger. She lifts her chin defiantly. "You're the one who started this entire arrangement as a fake cover for Tamara. You wanted me to solve your stalker problem. Don't act like you didn't have ulterior motives." My fists clench at my sides. We both had motives, but somewhere along the line I got serious. I caught feelings, Monica. Real ones. And every time I hint that we should define us, you freeze. You can't have it both ways, letting me get physically close but shutting me out emotionally. She barks a laugh that comes out more like a sob. "So now I'm the villain? Look in the mirror, buddy. You only started paying attention to me when you realized I could chase Tamara away. Before that, you were all business." "That's not fair," I snap, pulse thundering. "I was interested in you from day one. I just tried to keep it professional because you were a student. You sure? Or did my ex's involvement make you jealous enough to notice?" My jaw twitches, a red haze dancing at the edges of my vision. She's lashing out, rummaging for anything to throw. I drag in a ragged breath. "I can't do this," I mutter. "I'm done trying to prove myself every single second." She rubs the heels of her palms over her eyes, forcing back tears. "Fine. If you're done, go." "Is that what you want?" My voice cracks on the question, emotion tangling in my throat. She hesitates, not meeting my eyes. Silence expands, pressing on my eardrums. She doesn't say no, doesn't beg me to stay. That hurts worse than any punch I've taken in the ring. A bitter laugh rattles out of me. "Wow. Okay." I grab my hoodie from the couch, stuffing my phone in the pocket. "Guess that's it then." Her lips part as if to argue, but she snaps them shut. I wait a half heartbeat. Maybe she'll say, "Don't go." She doesn't. Instead, her arms tighten protectively around her torso, tears trembling on her lashes. My chest feels hollow, like someone ripped out my ribcage. I turn, marching to the door. I should fling a final snarky remark, something that protects my pride, but my throat's too tight for words. I yank the door open, stepping into the hallway. Outside, the nighttime chill grips me, slicing through my hoodie. My body hums with pent-up aggression, yet my heart weighs more than an anvil. I start the truck with shaking hands, cursing under my breath when the engine sputters. Figures my ancient vehicle would pick this moment to stall. I punch the steering wheel, jolting my knuckles. Son of a... On the second try, it sputters to life. I peel away from the curb, turning aimlessly onto side streets. A voice in my head whispers, Go back! Fix this! Don't storm off! But the memory of Monica's watery eyes and silence crushes me. She practically told me to leave. My pride and heartbreak tangle in a furious knot. Traffic is light, so I drive without purpose, eventually ending up at a 24-hour diner near the old industrial district. The neon sign flickers "Eats" in yellow letters. My stomach churns, half nauseous from the emotional roller coaster, half starving because I spent all day forgetting to eat. With a resigned sigh, I park, stepping inside. The fluorescent-lit interior is depressingly empty, a lone trucker at the corner table, nursing a coffee. I sink into a booth, grateful for anonymity. A bored waitress sidles over, handing me a menu. "What can I get you, hon?" I rub the ache in my chest, scanning the greasy food options. "Cheeseburger and fries, coffee, lots of coffee." She jots it down, wanders off, leaving me alone with the buzz of the overhead lamp. My phone vibrates on the table, some text or notification. I glance at the screen with misplaced hope, but it's just a coupon for athletic tape from a sports supply website, not the text I wanted. I set the phone aside. My reflection in the dull chrome napkin holder shows drawn features, circles under my eyes from too many restless nights. The last time I felt this hollow was after my final MMA fight, when an injury benched me permanently. This heartbreak is different but equally gut-wrenching. 20 minutes later, I've demolished half the burger and a basket of fries, though the food tastes like cardboard. My mind fixates on Monica, her parted lips, the single tear at the edge of her eye, the frustration that made me shout. Guilt weaves through me. I hate how I lost my temper, but I also hate how she kept retreating, never letting me in. My phone buzzes again. I stare, hoping it's her. Instead, it's Marco. "Dude, you good? Gym's weird without you." I type back a half-hearted "I'll be in tomorrow." He replies with a thumbs up. So much for emotional support. I toss some bills on the table, ignoring the untouched coffee. The waitress gives me a sympathetic nod, probably reading heartbreak all over my face. I slip out, the night air colder now. My breath puffs in small clouds as I trudge back to the truck. For the next few days, I bury myself in the gym's routine. I greet members with forced smiles, help Tasha perfect her sidekicks, guide a group of new students through self-defense basics. Each task feels robotic. My mind swirls with images of Monica's anxious expression, the curve of her lip when she used to grin at me, the scorching heat in her eyes when we were pressed together in a back room. Multiple times I catch myself scanning the doorway, half expecting her to walk in. She doesn't. My chest constricts every time I recall how we parted. An ache forms whenever someone mentions, "Your girlfriend." I deflect with a grunt or a quick subject change. At night, I can't sleep. I toss on my couch, replaying the fight in my head, each harsh word echoing. The second day, Tamara doesn't appear at the gym, but I half wish she would so I could have a legitimate excuse to storm across town and check on Monica. Pride keeps me away, though, plus the memory of that final moment where she didn't stop me from leaving. By the fourth day, I'm a mess. The members notice. Marco corners me in the stockroom, arms crossed. "All right, boss, spill. You're more distracted than a toddler in a candy store. Either you're training for a silent yoga competition or something's up." I grip a box of protein bars, scanning the label like it might hold the secrets of the universe. Monica and I had it out. I walked away. He sighs dramatically. "Of course. People are saying you two are on the rocks. Hell, Tasha claims you nearly broke the speed bag again from punching too hard. Care to confirm?" I roll my eyes. Maybe I punched it once or twice to vent. But, yeah, we're done, I guess. She didn't want me around, so I left. His brow arches. "You sure she didn't want you around? Or did she just need space, and you took off?" A low growl escapes me. She told me to figure it out, basically. I said I was done, so that's that. He hums, unconvinced. "You sure you're not being stubborn? Go talk to her." "Dude, I tried." She freaked. She's scared of commitment or something. My voice cracks. Look, just leave it, okay? Marco lifts his hands in surrender. Fine, your funeral. But you look miserable, and from what I've seen, you two actually like each other. Don't let Tamara or Sebastian or your own pride screw that up. I shake my head, stepping past him. Not that simple. Days blur into a monotonous routine. I wake up at dawn, drag myself to the gym, teach classes, scowl at the front desk whenever the phone rings. My humor drains. Even members who used to joke with me sense the tension. I half snap at one student who keeps messing up her stance. Immediately, I regret it, apologizing profusely after class. But the shame lingers. I've become a ticking bomb, set off by the slightest reminder of Monica's absence. Late one evening, I flip off the gym's overhead lights, the darkness mirroring my mood. My phone screen glows with missed notifications, none from Monica. The sting of disappointment never quite dulls. I rub my eyes, heading to the office to gather paperwork. A sticky note pinned to the corkboard catches my attention. A bright pink square with, "Breathe, you muscle-headed goofball," scrawled in girly handwriting. Monica left it weeks ago as a joke after I got frustrated with some finances. A wave of longing crashes through me. I yank the note off the board, clenching it in my fist. The swirl of her cursive mocks me, reminding me how she effortlessly teased me out of sour moods. I toss the note aside, heart twisting. I can't do this. I can't keep wandering the halls like a lovesick idiot. Something's gotta give, either. She decides she's ready for something genuine, or I'll have to accept we were doomed from the start. The pain in my chest intensifies, because deep down I know this isn't some shallow fling. I felt it every time she smiled at me, every time her laughter bubbled up at some ridiculous joke, every time we collided with enough passion to make the world tilt. The realization that we might have thrown away something extraordinary claws at me. I slump behind my desk, elbows braced on the surface. Staring at the dim reflection in the darkened computer monitor, I can't shake the image of Monica's face. Her eyes shimmering with tears, telling me she doesn't know how to trust. I want to protect her from everything, Tamara, her ex, her insecurities, but I can't if she won't let me in. A bitter laugh rattles in my chest. Who am I to whine about trust issues? I've never let anyone get this close before. I shoved away ex-girlfriends the moment they hinted at wanting more than casual. Monica cracked my armor in a matter of weeks. Now I'm left floundering, not sure how to fix the jagged pieces. I shut my eyes, letting the quiet press in. Then, with a surge of determination, I stand. She might have said go, but that doesn't mean it's permanent. Maybe we just need space. Or maybe I have to prove to her that I'm not leaving at the first sign of trouble. That's if she even wants to see me again. The thought churns my stomach. I flip the office lights off, stepping out into the hallway. The empty gym echoes my footsteps. Each piece of equipment casts a shadow, reminding me of times I taught Monica how to jab, how she once nearly knocked me in the groin while flirting. My chest constricts at the memory, half laughter, half ache. Damn it. I love that woman. The admission flickers in my mind. I love her, possibly too late. Exiting the building, I lock up behind me. The night air slaps my cheeks, more bracing than comforting. I peer up at the stars, faint behind city haze. My breath fogs in front of me. You want something real, I remind myself. Then fight for it. Don't sulk in darkness. But how do I fight for someone who's so afraid she pushes me away? I enter my truck, thoughts swirling. The interior still smells faintly of old leather and the cheap cologne I spritzed on the day I first took Monica to that taco stand. A sad smile quirks my lips. I jam the key into the ignition, engine roaring to life. The radio sputters on, static crackling before settling on a late-night talk station. Some host drones about relationship advice, ironically enough, and I snap it off. Headlights piercing the gloom, I roll out of the lot. My chest tightens at the prospect of going home to my empty loft, where no one's waiting but a battered punching bag in the corner. For once, the quiet gloom doesn't sound like relief. It feels suffocating. But I don't know where else to go. Monica's door is closed to me by mutual meltdown. My buddy Jace is out of town. Marco has a new girlfriend, so I doubt he wants me crashing on his couch to mope. I drive aimlessly, letting the city lights smear into abstract streaks. My phone vibrates, jolting hope in me. Maybe it's her, I think, snapping it off the dash. But the screen reveals a text from Tasha. Heard you closed up late. Everything good? Want to grab a beer? I sigh, replying thanks, but I'm not good company right now. She tries to push me, but I silence the phone. I'm done rehashing the same story with gym folks who can't fix my broken heart. Eventually, I pull up to my loft, cutting the engine. The building stands in silhouette against a purple-hued night sky. I trudge inside, flicking on the single overhead bulb that reveals an open space scattered with minimal furniture. Just a couch, a coffee table, and a small TV. A weight bench sits in one corner, half assembled. I never bothered finishing it because I have the gym. Another testament to my half-done attempts at domestic life. I yank off my hoodie, tossing it on the couch. My gaze lands on a mug perched in the sink, one Monica used the last time she was here, complaining about the bitter coffee I'd brewed. She teased me for not owning any decent tea. My gut twists. I can't even rinse a mug without remembering her. She's everywhere, entwined in every corner of my life. Scrubbing a hand over my face, I slump onto the couch, burying my head in my hands. The unspoken question echoes. Is this it? Did we blow our chance? Or is this the messy middle of a story that might still find a happy ending? My mind replays her last expression, stricken yet resolute. She told me to go, and I left. Raking my fingers through my hair, I mutter a few choice curses at the empty room. There's no buddy to banter with, no wise friend giving me a pep talk. Just me, raw emotions, and the dull hum of a refrigerator in the kitchen. It's ironically comedic how the big, tough MMA fighter is undone by a single woman's tears. As the clock ticks past midnight, I realize sleep won't come easily. My brain thrums with regrets and scattered memories, her laughter, her scent, the first time she socked me below the belt, the second time she kissed me so fiercely. I saw stars. A twisted grin forms on my lips. She's chaos in neon leggings, but she's also the calm I never knew I needed. And I might have lost her because neither of us knew how to banish fear. I drag myself upright, rummaging for the boxing gloves I keep stashed under the coffee table. If I can't sleep, maybe I can pound away at the heavy bag. Let physical exhaustion drown out heartbreak. As I lace up the gloves, a thought pierces me. Hitting a bag won't bring her back. Real solutions require conversation, vulnerability, an honest willingness to stay even when it hurts. The question is whether Monica wants that with me. Because if she doesn't, I'm pummeling an empty promise. With a groan, I sink back onto the couch, gloves dangling from my fingers. My chest feels hollow, but in that void, a stubborn spark remains. I'm not ready to let go. This might be the lowest point, the moment everything seems lost. But one truth beats louder than the pain. I love her. And if love means anything, it's pushing through fear, even if it means risking heartbreak. Exhaling a shuddering breath, I toss the gloves aside and close my eyes. I'm not sure how to fix this, but for now, I cling to the hope that tomorrow will bring a chance to show her I'm not giving up. That we can write a better ending than a slamming door. Because as much as pride demands I walk away, my heart insists I fight for us. And that unyielding desire might be the only light I have in this darkness.
Chapter 15. Monica. My living room is a catastrophe of color-coded sticky notes, half-finished to-do lists, and the wilted remains of a once glorious bouquet of sunflowers. Ordinarily, the sheer vibrancy of neon pink memos labeled groceries, therapy sessions, and laundry would cheer me. But today, each little square feels like a mocking reminder of how I've tried to structure my life into perfect compartments, only to watch everything unravel. I slump on the couch, running a finger along the spine of a therapy textbook that's been gathering dust on my coffee table. My phone sits nearby, silent for the 5th day in a row. No calls from Knox, no texts. My chest constricts at the memory of our last argument. The shock in his eyes when I didn't ask him to stay. The resignation in his posture when he walked out. It's been 4 days since my talk with Knox. 4 days of me going through the motions at work, faking smiles for clients, ignoring the quiet ache that gnaws at my core. As a therapist, I'm supposed to champion emotional vulnerability, yet I can't face my own. Instead, I've retreated into my color-coded fortress. Blue, house chores. Green, client notes. Pink, personal life. Under pink, I've scribbled, talk to Knox, accompanied by 3 question marks. That's as far as I got. Each time I consider reaching out, I freeze, paralyzed by the same old fear. What if he changes his mind? What if I'm too safe for him? Then a bigger fear whispers. What if losing him is worse than any risk? I flick a stray sunflower petal off the couch. The moment it hits the floor, my phone vibrates. My pulse leaps. Maybe it's Knox, or perhaps the police with new information on Tamara, but the screen shows Dana's name instead. A small part of me deflates, but I answer anyway. "Where are you, woman?" Dana demands, not bothering with pleasantries. "Keisha and I have texted you 10 times. You can't ghost us. We're your moral support team." My voice emerges scratchy, as though I spent hours screaming into a pillow, which, ironically, I did last night. "Sorry, I've been busy." A loud snort crackles through the phone. "Busy wallowing, you mean? Don't even try that excuse. We're coming over. I hope your fridge isn't empty because we're bringing wine." I glance at the fridge in question, which contains half a carton of almond milk, questionable eggs, and the leftover wreckage of brownies I attempted to salvage. I have, 0 groceries. I was going to go out, but... Yeah. Dana sighs with theatrical flair. "Then we'll bring emergency cheese and crackers. Also, Keisha is threatening to bring raw cookie dough, so brace yourself." Despite my gloomy state, a faint laugh escapes me. Cookie dough is Keisha's solution to heartbreak, headaches, and everything in between. "Fine," I mumble. "Come on over." "Good. 15 minutes, no backing out," Dana warns. She hangs up before I can muster a protest. I toss the phone aside, massaging my temples. The last thing I want is to rehash my meltdown with Knox in front of 2 unstoppable friends armed with wine and questionable snacks. But maybe they'll help me see sense. Because right now, I feel like I'm treading water in a sea of regrets. 20 minutes later, because Dana is chronically late, my apartment door flies open. Dana and Keisha stride in with enough energy to power a small metropolis. Dana's in a tailored navy blazer and jeans, a sophisticated look offset by her fuchsia lipstick. Keisha sports a bright yellow jumpsuit that demands attention. Together, they radiate unstoppable best friend vibes. Keisha thrusts a bag of cookie dough at me. "Your crisis care package. Now sit that cute butt down and spill." Dana sets a bottle of Merlot on the kitchen counter, scanning the cluttered sticky notes. "Girl, this place looks like a stationery store exploded." She picks up a pink note labeled "Confront Fear" with a tiny doodle of a punching glove. Her expression softens. "We're definitely having a talk." I let out a feeble groan, letting them corral me to the couch. Keisha flops down beside me, hand on my knee. Dana plops a stack of napkins on the coffee table, presumably for tears or cookie dough disasters. The Merlot stands guard like a silent witness to my impending confession. "Start talking," Keisha says, voice gentle but firm. "We've heard the rumor mill. You and Knox had a blowout. He's been sulking at the gym. You've been hiding here. What gives?" My throat tightens. We parted ways. I manage, eyes flicking to a sticky note that reads, "Fix this," in bold marker. He said he was done with the back and forth. I told him I couldn't promise my fears wouldn't vanish. Then he left. Dana's brows shoot upward. Wait, that's it? No tearful goodbye? No airport chase scene? You just let him walk out? I fold my arms defensively. I panicked. We started as a fake couple, then everything got real. He wants a commitment, no half measures. Tamara's still stalking, Sebastian's meddling. It all got too huge. Keisha shakes her head, rummaging in the plastic bag for a spoon. She peels open the cookie dough container. Let me get this straight. The man literally said he wants you for real, and you responded by pushing him away? Monica, do you want to be miserable? Her bluntness stings. I grab a chunk of dough from her spoon, shoving it into my mouth to buy time. The sugar hits my tongue in a sweet rush that fails to calm my roiling thoughts. It's not that simple. I mumble around the dough. He can't guarantee that in 3 months he won't decide I'm boring. That's happened to me before, remember? Dana sighs, leaning forward. But that was Sebastian, the jerk who left you for being too vanilla. Knox isn't Sebastian. He's the same guy who taught you to punch, who carried you home when you were drunk, who faced a pink-haired stalker for you. If that's not devotion, I don't know what is. My chest constricts. I know, but every time I think about letting him in fully, I recall how quickly Sebastian dumped me. I'm afraid I'll open up completely and get crushed. Keisha nudges me with her knee. Are you hearing yourself? You're letting an old ex define your present. That's not the Monica I know. You've always been the rock in our group, the one who's unafraid to confront tough truths. Now you're dodging your own happiness because of some jerk's opinion? My eyes sting. I'm not proud of it, I whisper, tears threatening. But this is hard. I don't want to lose the progress I made after Sebastian. Tamara's spooking me too, making me question if I'm just a placeholder. It's ridiculous. Dana leans forward, capturing my hand. Listen, you deserve to be loved without conditions. Knox is offering that. Sure, there are no guarantees, but nobody gets a 100% promise in relationships. That's part of the risk. My chin wobbles as a tear escapes. I know. Keisha hands me a napkin. Then maybe the question is, do you trust him enough to take that leap? Because from where we stand, he's proven himself over and over, helping with Tamara, supporting your therapy career, literally risking crotch injuries for you. I choke out a half laugh, recalling how I accidentally punched him there during our earliest attempts at flirting. God, that was such a disaster. Yet he stuck around, Dana points out. Men with weaker resolve would have run. Another tear slips free, and I blot it with the napkin. You're both right, obviously. I've been letting fear rule me. I stare at the neon pink sticky note that reads, "Confront fear," in bold Sharpie. Maybe safe isn't what I want. Maybe I need to risk falling on my face for something that matters. Keisha nods vigorously, mouth full of cookie dough. Yes, that's the Monica we love. Kick fear's butt. Dana pats my hand, eyes glinting with relief. So, you're going to talk to him? Yeah, I say, voice trembling. I have to, but I don't even know if he'll want to see me after the way I acted. Keisha snorts. Girl, have you seen him at the gym? He looks like a sad puppy. He's definitely not over you. I can't help the tiny smile tugging at my lips. Thanks, that helps. Dana opens the Merlot, pouring 3 glasses. We'll toast to that revelation, but first, tell us about this open house event you're hosting, the one for survivors of violence, because we saw a flyer on your counter and we're definitely coming. My stomach clenches. Right. the big open house therapy workshop at the community center in a few days. It's a safe space for people dealing with trauma. We're encouraging them to explore new healing methods. I'm leading a session on mental wellness and self-empowerment, and local businesses are sponsoring refreshments. It's a big deal for me, career-wise. I pause, picking at the cookie dough. I was hoping Knox would drop by with some self-defense demonstrations or something. It'd be a chance to combine our worlds. Keisha's eyes gleam. So invite him? Or better yet, just show up at the gym with a boombox over your head, rom-com style, and beg him to come. He won't say no. Dana snickers, swirling her wine. I'd pay to see that, but maybe a direct conversation is more efficient, less property damage. My shoulders rise in a hesitant shrug. I could text him, but that feels anticlimactic after everything. Maybe I should gather my courage and go see him in person. Absolutely, Keisha crows. Waltz into that gym with confidence. Don't ask if you can talk. Tell him you need to talk. Man loves a bold move. A swirl of nerves tumbles in my stomach. You think he'll even listen? Dana tilts her glass toward me in a mock toast. He's miserable without you. Guaranteed. He'll listen. She takes a sip. But you have to be honest. Lay your fears on the table. No more tiptoeing around. I swallow hard, nodding. Right. No more half measures. The idea of bearing my soul is terrifying. Yet the alternative, never seeing him again, feels worse. Keisha clinks her cookie dough spoon against my wine glass, eyes dancing. That's the spirit. Now let's talk about outfits for this open house, because if we're reuniting you with your man, we need a killer ensemble. A shaky laugh wobbles out of me. This is why I love them. One moment, they're lecturing me on heartbreak. The next, they're planning a fashion makeover. Sure, you can help me pick something that says, I'm a professional therapist, but also a badass who might do a roundhouse if threatened. Dana winks. Exactly. Understated power. Maybe a sleek dress with subtle side slits, or wide-leg trousers in a bold color. We have time to coordinate. The event's a few days away, right? 3 days, I confirm. Plenty of time to panic over staging a real talk with Knox. Keisha waves the spoon like a baton. You're not panicking. You're preparing. Big difference. We'll do a practice run. I'll pretend to be Knox, and you can fumble through your heartfelt confession. I groan in my throw pillow. He's going to see right through me if I rehearse. I just need to speak from the heart. Dana lifts her glass in agreement. Yes, speak from the heart, but also consider bullet points. This is a serious relationship rescue mission. A little structure never hurts. I peek at them from behind the pillow, tears drying. Thank you. I really needed you guys to call me out. I've been drowning in my own insecurities. Keisha leans over, pressing a quick kiss to my hairline. We love you, and we're not letting you sabotage happiness. Now, drink up. We have planning to do. After my friends leave, my apartment looks marginally better. Dana insisted on wrangling the sticky notes into a single color-coded poster board labeled Operation Be Brave. It features columns for Tamara, Sebastian, Knox, and career goals. Each column has bullet points, some practical, some comedic, like burn all Tamara's pastel outfits, or buy new boxing gloves that say bad decision #2. I stand in front of that poster board, arms folded, letting the swirl of ridiculousness and genuine progress wash over me. The bullet point reading, Confess Feelings Before Open House, looms large in pink highlighter. My stomach somersaults. The open house is in 3 days, and I'm coordinating a workshop for survivors of violence, a cause close to my heart. I know how essential it is to show them that healing and empowerment can coexist. Wouldn't it be amazing if Knox demonstrated self-defense? People would see a tangible side of protecting oneself physically, while I guide them emotionally. We used to talk about combining our skills, bridging therapy and MMA for comprehensive healing. That dream is too precious to abandon. I swallow, bracing myself. If I want him there, I need to reach out, and not with half-hearted texts. Let me be bold, I think, recalling Keisha's spoon-waving pep talk. I grab my phone, scrolling past the short message drafts I've started and deleted. My heart pounds. Just call him. My thumb hovers. Anxiety flares. What if he doesn't pick up? I glance at the time. Nearly midnight. He might be sleeping. Or maybe he's out, drowning sorrows in a late-night diner. The memory of him devouring a burger with me at a corner booth tugs at my chest. I muster courage, hitting the call button. It rings and rings. Eventually, his voicemail picks up. A terse, "Knox here, leave a message." My throat dries. The beep startles me. "Hey, it's me," I begin, voice wavering. "Monica, obviously." I let out a strangled laugh. "I know it's late. Sorry. Look, I want to talk. Soon. Maybe tomorrow. Or the next day. I have this big open house event for survivors, and I was hoping you'd come." My pulse thrums in my ears. "Anyway, call me back if you want. If you don't, I understand. Yeah, that's it. Okay, bye." I hang up, a sinking feeling in my stomach. That message was a dumpster fire of awkwardness. My words tumbled out in a rush. Zero coherence or bullet points. He might not even respond. With a groan, I toss my phone onto the couch, heart hammering. My eyes flick to the poster board again, specifically the bullet, "Buy new boxing gloves," because my old pair mocks me every time I see them. Also, they remind me of my last spar with Knox, the way we nearly tore each other's clothes off in comedic, lustful passion. I shuffle to my bedroom, flipping off the living room lamp. Darkness wraps me in uneasy silence. I change into pajamas, mind spinning with regrets. The duvet feels heavier tonight, pressing down as if punishing me for letting fear push Knox away. My phone remains out of reach, no vibrations or dings to signal his reply. Sleep doesn't come easily. I flip from one side to another, replaying every laugh we shared, every meltdown we survived, every scorching kiss. By 2 a.m., I'm still awake, considering drastic measures like showing up at the gym with a portable stereo, blasting "I Will Always Love You." But the mental image of sweaty boxers gawking at me in tears is enough to keep me pinned to my bed. Eventually, exhaustion takes over, and I drift off, dreaming of pastel nightmares featuring Tamara cackling while wearing neon leggings and chasing me with a camera. She screeches, "He's mine, filler girl," and I lunge for her, only to discover my fists are made of cotton candy. I wake in a cold sweat, heart pounding, cursing my overactive imagination. My alarm blares the next morning, a hideous quacking sound that rattles me from a restless slumber. I slap the phone, bleary-eyed, scanning for notifications. Nothing from Knox. Disappointment gnaws. I drag myself through a cold shower, hoping it'll jolt me into functional adulthood. Today's a packed day at my practice. Morning client sessions, an afternoon staff meeting, and an evening crisis hotline shift. Perfect for burying my heartbreak under tasks, but also leaving no room to dwell on missed calls. Halfway through blow-drying my hair, my phone buzzes. I dive for it, nearly toppling the hairdryer. My heart leaps at the caller ID, unknown number. Is it Tamara? My stomach twists. Or maybe the police, or Knox calling from a friend's phone. I muster courage and answer, voice careful. "Hello?" A deep male voice responds. "Hello, Miss Taylor. This is Officer Rodriguez. We wanted to follow up on the Tamara case. We have a lead on her whereabouts." My shoulders slump with mild relief. Not Knox. I thank the officer, scribble notes about possible restraining order updates, then hang up. Another bubble of hope deflates. I glance at my reflection, hair half damp, frustration etched in my eyes. This is ridiculous, I chide myself. You're acting like a teenager, pining for a phone call. But I can't shake the urgency that time is running out. The open house is in 2 days now. If he doesn't respond soon, I'll face that event alone. I push aside my frantic thoughts, finishing my hair and rushing out to the car. The crisp autumn air nips at my cheeks, leaves scattered across the sidewalk. I click the door lock, throwing my tote onto the passenger seat. A faint smell of peppermint lingers, Knox's favorite gum brand. My throat tightens. Work devours the morning hours. I counsel clients grappling with depression, anxiety, heartbreak. Funny how I can dole out compassionate advice about facing fears while stifling my own. Lunchtime finds me picking at a quinoa salad, phone on the desk, still silent. Each beep from emails makes me flinch, hoping it's him. It never is. By the end of the day, I'm drained. I slump in my office chair, massaging the tension at the back of my neck. My color-coded schedule mocks me from a giant whiteboard. Tomorrow is final prep for the open house, then the event is the next day. No word from Knox. A pang of dread bubbles up, threatening to become full-blown despair. Shaking myself, I gather my bag. Maybe he'll surprise me, showing up at my door with that roguish grin, cracking a joke about how I look like I might punch him. The thought summons a shaky smile. A girl can dream. Back home, the weight of the day presses down. I consider calling Dana or Keisha, but I can't handle another pep talk right now. Instead, I scroll social media mindlessly, pausing on a photo of Knox's gym. Marco posted a group shot from tonight's advanced class. Knox stands in the background, arms folded, looking grim. My heart aches. The caption reads, "Training with the best, even if he's grumpier than usual. Don't cross, Knox." I chuckle bitterly. He's grumpy all right, probably missing me as much as I miss him. Or maybe he's just mad. Either way, the hole in my chest expands. I exit the app, tossing the phone aside. The walls feel like they're closing in, so I pace, mind drifting to the open house. I picture survivors stepping into a welcoming environment, a place free from judgment or fear. That's what I want to give them, a sense of empowerment. I imagine how perfectly Knox's self-defense demonstration could align with my therapy approach. A pang of longing hits, not just for his presence, but for the synergy we once shared. We were unstoppable together. Tears threaten, but I refuse to crumble. Instead, I huff a resolute breath, heading to the bedroom. I flip open my laptop, finalizing the slideshow for the event. Each slide outlines coping strategies, boundary setting, and healthy communication. My gaze lingers on a bullet point. Embracing risk can lead to growth. The irony stings. I can dish out that advice to others, but living it myself terrifies me. Midnight creeps up, and exhaustion tugs at my eyelids. I save the slideshow, snapping the laptop shut. My posture slumps, regrets swirling. For a moment, I allow myself to imagine a different scenario. I never froze. Knox never left. We faced Tamara together, supporting each other's dreams. Maybe we even planned a future, with more than color-coded schedules, like a real partnership, sweaty chaos and all. A bitter laugh bubbles up. Wishing won't fix this. If I want him back, I'll have to prove it, because I'm done with safe. It only got me heartbreak and an empty sense of control. Real love is messy. Maybe that's the lesson I needed to learn. I flip off the lamp, crawling under my blanket. My thoughts settle on one decision. Tomorrow, I'm taking a leap. If he won't call, I'll find him. No more waiting. I'll show up at the gym or wherever he might be. Lay my heart on the line. I understand that losing him hurts more than any risk of rejection. At that realization, I breathe a shaky sigh, the coil of tension loosening slightly. Yes, I'm terrified, but I'm done letting fear guide me. Let Tamara cackle in pastel. Let Sebastian brood over cereals. Let color-coded calendars watch in shock. I'm forging a new path, one where I choose the messy, wondrous possibility of real love over the hollow safety of solitude. Curling up, I press a hand to my fluttering heart. Hold on, Knox, I think, imagining him across town, possibly just as restless. I'm done running. If you'll still have me, I'm diving head first. My eyes drift shut, hope blooming in the darkness, a fragile flicker that might just light our way forward. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Knox. I'm halfway through a set of burpees when Tasha nearly topples into my personal bubble. She wields her phone like a proclamation. "Knox," she says, voice quavering with some suppressed excitement. "Dude, you have to see this. Monica Taylor is hosting a public therapy event in 2 days. It's for survivors of violence, and apparently she's been planning it for months. Looks huge. Local sponsors, a community center, the works. Did you know about this?" I freeze in mid-burpee, arms locked, sweat dripping onto the mat. My heart does this little flip that's part longing, part dread. Of course, I hadn't known about Monica's big event. She'd mentioned something vaguely about combining therapy and self-defense once, but I never followed up, too caught up in jealousy, drama, or the sensation of her lips. Then, we imploded. 2 weeks of fiascos later, we're not even on speaking terms. I exhale hard, pushing myself upright. "Nope," I admit, voice raw. "Haven't heard from her in a while." Tasha's eyes flick with sympathy. "Yeah, we all heard. The fight, the breakup, the whole Knox saga. We're worried about you." I grunt, rolling my shoulders to shake off the tension. "I'm fine," I lie, ignoring the hollowness that's been gnawing at me since I walked away from Monica's apartment. "Show me the flyer." She brandishes her phone. A digital flyer fills the screen, all bright colors and bold text. Open house therapy and empowerment workshop. Monica's name shines at the bottom, along with her clinic's info. The event is free, inviting survivors of violence to participate in a range of sessions, trauma counseling, group discussion, and holistic approaches. They'll even have a small stage, probably for demonstrations or speakers. The date is tomorrow afternoon at the Lincoln Community Center. My stomach does a weird lurch, imagining her pouring her heart into guiding these folks, offering them comfort and hope. God, that's so Monica. She's the compassionate therapist who'd feed you homemade cookies if you cried, or scold you into writing a gratitude list. She's also the same woman who set my heart on fire, then retreated in fear. Or maybe I was the one who retreated. It's all a tangled mess. "What are you gonna do?" Tasha presses, stuffing the phone back into her leggings pocket. I drop onto a bench, wiping sweat off my forehead with a towel. "No clue. We haven't talked, Tash. She probably doesn't want me showing up like some uninvited troublemaker." She sinks onto the bench beside me, crossing her arms. "Or maybe she's hoping you'll show up. Don't you want to fix things? A pang tightens my chest. More than anything. But I can't force her to see me if she's done. Tasha smirks. Dude, if she wanted you gone for good, you'd have been served with a restraining order. Instead, she's just been mopey according to Keisha's Instagram stories. That means she's missing you too. And now she's got this event. You could volunteer or something. Show you care. That's your style, right? Jump in fists first. Her words spark a flicker of hope. Volunteer. Could that work? 2 hours later, I'm hunched over my office desk, phone pressed to my ear, listening to the endless ring of the Lincoln Community Center's landline. I found their number online after scouring half the internet for details. There's a beep, then a robotic voice instructing me to leave a message. Great. Hi, yes, I say, leaning back in the squeaky office chair. My name is Knox. I own Eastside Empowerment Gym. I heard about Miss Taylor's event, the open house therapy workshop. I'd like to offer, a self-defense demo or any assistance. I'll donate equipment too if needed. Please call me back. I hang up, chest fluttering with nerves. God, I sound like a telemarketer. But I can't just barge in tomorrow unannounced and overshadow her efforts. That might reek of arrogance, like I'm making her a vent about me. Then again, showing up without permission is equally risky. Maybe I should talk to her clinic directly. But do I have the nerve to face them if she told them I'm persona non grata? A sour grunt escapes me, and I glance at my phone's dark screen. My thumb hovers over Monica's contact. I never deleted her number, obviously. I've got half a mind to call, but we parted under such tense circumstances. She left me a single voicemail that I haven't responded to, mostly because I freaked out upon hearing her voice. The memory of her shaky, call me back if you want, still lingers. That was days ago, and I've been a coward. I tap my desk, rummaging for a pen. If I can't approach her directly, maybe I can do something big. The kind of gesture that slices through pride. The mental image of a grand public apology takes form. Something comedic, reminiscent of how we started. Comedic fiascos, accidental crotch punches, neon leggings. Could I replicate that vibe? I text Tasha, Dana, and Marco, summoning them for an emergency meeting. If I'm going to plan a spectacle, I need comedic geniuses, a small army from the gym, and some discreet funding. Because an event like Monica's might benefit from extra resources. Refreshments, security staff, maybe some branded t-shirts for volunteers. Doing it anonymously might be best. I want to help, not overshadow. Within an hour, the four of us sit around a battered table in the gym's break room. Tasha sips from a water bottle. Dana, yes, Monica's friend Dana, apparently Tasha roped her in, which is awkward but might be helpful, leans against the wall, arms folded in suspicion, and Marco lounges in a corner, chewing gum like it's an Olympic sport. So let me get this straight, Dana begins, eyes narrowing at me. You want to swoop in, donate a bunch of funds, recruit volunteers, and plan a public apology after you basically had a fight and walked out on Monica? I swallow, guilt twisting in my gut. I know. I was an idiot. I messed up, big time. But I need to show her I'm in this for real, and that means stepping outside my comfort zone. She's hosting this event for survivors, right? I can help, tangibly help, while also telling her I believe in her and her work. Dana glares for a second, then sighs dramatically. Look, as Monica's friend, I'd normally chew you out, but I also know she's miserable, and if you can fix this in a flamboyant, unbelievably romantic way, maybe we'll all get a happy ending. So I'm in. Tasha pumps a fist in the air. Yes, public apology for the win. Marco raises a brow. What's my role, boss? I shuffle some notes, clearing my throat. I need you to handle the logistics, hooking us up with a catering contact we trust, maybe a quick purchase of supplies if they need them. I can wire the funds. Let's do it anonymously so Monica doesn't think I'm just swaggering in with a wad of cash. Meanwhile, Tasha, you gather some advanced students who can volunteer. We'll do short self-defense demos. Nothing big or overshadowing, just a corner of the event. Tasha scribbles on a notepad. Got it. Maybe half a dozen folks, plus me. We'll keep it low-key but helpful. I nod, turning to Dana. She lifts a manicured finger. I can't exactly feed you all of Monica's secrets. That'd violate the sacred best friend code. But I can ensure she doesn't suspect a fiasco until it's too late. Relief washes over me. You read my mind. Also, I'm planning a final apology like borderline cringe. I need to do something funny, maybe referencing our moments. The neon leggings, the accidental groin punch, the bar rescue. Something that breaks down her guard and shows I'm not bailing. Dana smirks, a spark in her eye. Monica is huge on sincerity, so you better be honest. And if you can make her laugh while also baring your soul, that's golden. A tight laugh escapes me. That's the plan. But first, how do I orchestrate it so I crash the event at just the right moment without overshadowing her entire workshop? Tasha's grin widens. We can keep an ear out from the volunteer side. Once things settle, you pop in with your heartfelt speech. She won't be able to ignore you. Marco tosses a spare pen at me. I never pegged you for a rom-com hero, boss. This is kinda epic. Heat rises in my cheeks, but a thrill churns in my stomach. If pulling a grand rom-com stunt is what it takes, so be it. I'd rather face mild embarrassment than lose Monica forever. That evening, I lock myself in my tiny loft, phone buzzing with updates from the volunteer team. We've arranged a chunk of my personal savings to funnel into the event budget under Anonymous Donor, East Side Empowerment. The community center director is ecstatic, and Monica has apparently posted a cryptic, "OMG, I have so much support, thank you," on social media. My heart squeezes at the thought of her smiling with relief, even if she doesn't know it's me. Now for the final piece. The apology. My mind races with half-baked ideas. Reenact how we first met, complete with comical lines about jabs and groin punches. Wear neon leggings to prove I can handle her brand of chaos. Something involving a microphone. Maybe a short speech about how I can't live without her messy brilliance. I pace my living room, scribbling out lines. The neon overhead lamp flickers, reminding me I never fully fixed the wiring in this place. My reflection in the dark window is equal parts excited and terrified. A meltdown in front of a group of survivors and therapy clients? Risky, but Monica loves bridging serious work with comedic flair. If I can carefully time it, ensuring I'm not derailing actual healing sessions, it might be the perfect demonstration of vulnerability and respect. The short speech forms in my notes. Acknowledge the seriousness of the event, no overshadowing. Apologize for being a stubborn jerk. Reference our comedic disasters, the accidental punch, the club rescue, me calling her Doc. End with a vow that's sweet, but not cheesy. Or maybe it's just the right amount of cheese. I catch my reflection again. You're a damn fool, I mutter, but you love her, so do it right. The next morning, a flurry of last-minute preparations swirl around me at the gym. Tasha coordinates the volunteers, 8 of them, plus a small batch of donated protective pads from our storage. We load everything into a borrowed van. I keep the mood light, but my insides churn. The event is in the afternoon, giving us just enough time to set up a discreet corner for self-defense demos. Meanwhile, the community center director assured us we could hand out flyers for East Side Empowerment, though we're instructed to keep it humble. Sipping a protein shake, I oversee the loading of equipment. My phone pings. Dana texting from Monica's place, presumably. Monica is freaking out over last-minute details. She suspects an anonymous donor gave a chunk of money. She's grateful, but also suspicious. A smile tugs at my lips. All going according to plan. I reply, "Don't let her catch on yet." She sends back a thumbs-up emoji. Noon arrives. The van departs for Lincoln Community Center. I follow in my battered pickup, hearts hammering. The sky overhead is bright blue, a gentle breeze rustling the canopy of trees near the center's parking lot. Families stream in and out, some carrying toddlers, others assisting elderly relatives. My chest tightens, remembering how Monica's entire goal was to create a haven for survivors to explore healing. She's done it, and I'm determined not to ruin her big day. Tasha hops out, instructing volunteers to quietly unload pads behind the building. I nod at her. I'll circle inside once the event starts. Keep a low profile until the right moment. She winks. Don't wait too long. We need you in prime time. An anxious laugh escapes me. Yeah, meltdown. Great. My heart thrums with the magnitude of what I'm about to do. But this is for Monica, to show her that I'm not running from her or her insecurities. I'm running toward them, arms wide. Inside the center, pastel banners hang from the ceiling, proclaiming, "You are stronger than you know." Folding chairs line one wall, and a handful of tables display brochures about resources, legal assistance, counseling services, safe houses. My chest expands with pride at Monica's thorough approach. Groups of participants gather in clusters, chatting softly or sampling refreshments. The air buzzes with a hopeful energy that's impossible to ignore. I spot a stage at the front of the room, just a small platform, a microphone stand, and a banner that reads, "Empowerment Session Schedule." My nerves spike. That's presumably where Monica will speak at some point. I rummage in my jacket pocket, ensuring my crumpled note is still there. My script, though I plan to wing most of it. No turning back now. Tasha waves me over to a corner where the volunteers set up a mini self-defense station. A couple of bright posters read, "Self-defense basics" and "Join the protective community." People drift over, intrigued. One volunteer, a petite woman named Steph, demonstrates a wrist-grab escape for a curious group. My heart clenches with pride. We're actually helping, not just grandstanding. I scan the room for Monica. My pulse quickens. She's not immediately visible among the swirling crowd. Then, from behind a tall cardboard display, I glimpse a flash of her signature curly hair. She's wearing a simple navy blue dress with a subtle gold necklace. My heart nearly leaps out of my chest. She's talking to two women who appear anxious, gently smiling and nodding, radiating the calm empathy I fell in love with. Fell in love. The words still jolt me, but I embrace them. Because it's the truth. I slip behind a pillar, not ready to show my face. She looks stressed, lips thinned, brow furrowed. But every so often that luminous warmth breaks through. My chest tightens. God, I've missed her so painfully. Half an hour ticks by. I meander around the edges, answering participants' questions about self-defense. Tasha shoots me covert glances, mouthing, "When are you doing it?" I shrug. I'm waiting for the perfect moment. Adrenaline sizzles in my veins. I check the clock on the wall. Nearly 2 p.m. A short speech from Monica is slated for 2:15, according to a poster listing event highlights. That might be my cue. Sure enough, at 2:10, the overhead lights flicker, and a volunteer with a clipboard announces that Miss Taylor is about to speak on stage, sharing insights on combining therapy with empowerment. My breath hitches. This is the chance. As the crowd shifts to face the small platform, I inch my way closer, weaving between chairs. Monica steps up, shoulders taut, but chin lifted. Applause ripples through the audience. She thanks everyone for coming, voice steady, though I sense an undercurrent of nerves. She talks about the importance of safe spaces, of acknowledging trauma without letting it define you. Her sincerity shines, and the audience leans in, captivated. At the back of the crowd, I clench my note. My heart pounds like I'm about to fight a heavyweight champion. Except this is bigger. It's my shot at love, at telling her I'm all in beyond half-baked illusions. I swallow, stepping forward as she wraps up, smiling at the applause. Then, mustering every scrap of courage, I approach the stage. She glances up, gaze skimming the crowd. Her eyes land on me. Shock flashes across her face, and the microphone slips an inch in her hand. A hush ripples through the front rows. My pulse roars in my ears. Showtime. I clear my throat, raising a hand. Hey, I say, voice surprisingly steady. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to add something. If that's all right, Miss Taylor? My tone wobbles on her name, but I force a half grin. Her lips part, confusion swirling in her eyes. Knox what? One of the event volunteers, maybe recognizing me from the self-defense area, encourages me to step up. I climb onto the stage, heart thunderous. Monica lowers the mic, visibly rattled. The audience murmurs, intrigued. No turning back. I gently reach for the mic, and she releases it, wide-eyed. Sorry for crashing this, I begin, scanning the crowd with a sheepish smile. I know this event is about healing and empowerment. Monica, Miss Taylor is an incredible therapist who's helped so many. And full disclosure, I'm her biggest fan, even though I've done an awful job showing it lately. Soft chuckles ripple. Monica's cheeks flush. She's frozen, arms crossed, probably resisting the urge to bolt. I press on. I run a gym, Eastside Empowerment, where we teach self-defense. I wanted to help support this event in a small way, so we donated some funds. Anonymously, and we brought volunteers. Because I believe in what Monica is doing, bringing mental and physical empowerment together. She once told me that true strength starts in the mind, and I've seen her prove that every day. A hush settles. My throat tightens, but I soldier on, injecting comedic flair. Our story started rough. First, she accidentally punched me below the belt during a training session. Then I discovered she was hilariously dedicated to neon leggings. We had a few disasters, like a drunken club rescue, a locker room failure, a stalker problem, you name it. Scattered laughter spreads through the crowd, eyebrows shooting up in intrigue. Monica blinks rapidly, perhaps remembering each chaotic moment. I take a breath, voice softening. Somewhere in the middle of the chaos, I realized how extraordinary she is. Compassionate, brave, a little klutzy, but unstoppable. I also realized I was falling hard, which terrified both of us. We ended up hurting each other, mostly because I'm an idiot who wants everything spelled out, while she's an angel who's afraid I'll vanish. Monica's eyes glimmer. She's biting her lip, tears threatening, though she maintains her composure. A wave of tenderness hits me. Almost there. Monica, I say, turning to her, mic trembling in my hand. I'm sorry for pushing you too hard, for demanding certainty when life doesn't work that way. I'm sorry for walking out when you needed me to just be patient, but I'm here now telling you in front of all these lovely people, survivors, warriors, friends, that I'm not going anywhere. If you'll have me, I want to stand by your side, chaos and all, because real love is worth the risk. A hush envelops the room. Unexpectedly, Tasha from the volunteer corner whoops, leading a few scattered claps. Monica's gaze darts around, overwhelmed, cheeks wet with tears she can't hide. My pulse thunders as I offer her the mic, stepping back in silent invitation. The ball's in your court. She stares at me, eyes wide, then shifts her focus to the crowd. Everyone's waiting, half uncertain if they just witnessed a real-life rom-com scene. She exhales, shaky, and takes the mic with trembling fingers. Her voice emerges soft. Hi, she starts, awkward laugh escaping. I wasn't expecting that, but maybe that's fitting, because everything about us has been unexpected. She wipes at her cheek, breath hitching. Knox Delaney is the most frustrating, wonderful man I've met. He taught me to punch, but also taught me that I can't keep my heart locked away forever. Even though I tried. Her watery smile spreads. The audience collectively holds its breath. I'm terrified, she admits, voice wobbling. But I'm more terrified of losing someone who believes in me, who fights for me, who invests in what I do. So yes, let's do this for real, no more half measures. Let's see where it goes. Together. A wave of applause swells, the crowd erupting in cheers and scattered laughter. Relief floods me. I step closer, arms open, and she slides into my embrace, pressing her cheek to my chest. The applause intensifies. Someone hollers, "Kiss her!" Tasha shouts, "Lock lips or it doesn't count!" Chuckling, I tilt Monica's chin, lips meeting hers in a brief but electric kiss. The room roars with delight, and we separate, cheeks blazing. She laughs nervously into the mic. "Right, so... Thanks, everyone, for indulging our soap opera. Now please enjoy the rest of the workshops and resources. Remember, we're here to support your journey." A wave of participants swarm us with well wishes, some teary-eyed, some amused. I let them greet Monica, who graciously thanks them for attending. Meanwhile, Tasha bounds over, practically vibrating with excitement. "You nailed it," she hisses, giving me a fist bump. "You should be in romantic drama." My chest swells. "I'll stick to the gym, thanks, but maybe we'll do cameo gigs if the paycheck is right." She snorts, bounding off to help participants try wrist escapes. I turn back to Monica, who's extricating herself from an elderly woman patting her hand and saying, "Love conquers all, dear." She finally reaches me, eyes shining. "You're insane," she murmurs, voice thick with emotion. "But thank you. That was beyond anything I expected." My arms wrap around her waist. The world recedes, replaced by the subtle scent of her perfume, the curve of her waist beneath that navy dress, the softness of her gaze. "I couldn't let you do all this alone. I had to prove I'm serious about us." She bites her lip, blinking back more tears. "I'm in, Knox, really in. But I'm still scared." I brush her cheek, nodding. "So am I, but we'll figure it out. Starting with me helping these folks learn a few jabs, yeah?" A watery laugh bubbles out of her. "Yes, please. They'll love it. We can combine therapy tips with defense moves." She glances around at the bustling room. "But for now, I think we owe them a calmer environment, minus the dramatic love confession." I grin, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. "Deal. Let's get to work, Dr. Taylor." She smiles, stepping away to address the crowd while I move to the self-defense station, greeting participants who want to learn basic combos. Throughout the next hour, we make brief eye contact from across the room, smiles passing between us like secret love notes. Each time our gazes lock, my pulse skitters, remembering the vow we just made in front of an unsuspecting audience. Somewhere near the refreshment table, I spot Dana giving me a thumbs up, mouth twisted in a wry smirk that says finally. My chest warms with gratitude. This entire fiasco, the fake dating, the comedic heartbreak, the pink-haired stalker, somehow led us here to a room of survivors receiving hope, while I find my own piece of redemption. By late afternoon, the event winds down, participants trickling out with gratitude. The community center staff thanks us profusely. Monica stands at the exit, shaking hands, offering business cards to those who might need further counseling. Her posture is relaxed in a way I haven't seen in weeks. As the last guests depart, she locks eyes with me across the emptying hall. We meet in the middle, the hush around us charged with anticipation. She bites her lip, sliding an arm around my waist. "I can't believe you orchestrated all that," she murmurs, playful awe in her tone. I chuckle, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. "It wasn't just me. Tasha, Marco, your friend Dana, everyone pitched in. But yeah, the public meltdown was all mine." Her grin widens, then softens as she grows serious. "Thank you," she whispers, pressing her forehead to mine. "You believed in me, even when I couldn't. That means everything." My throat tightens. I hold her closer, inhaling her scent. "You've always been worth believing in. I was just slow to figure it out. Now, let's never do this breakup drama again, okay? I'm out of comedic stunts." She laughs into my chest, a sound that feels like sunshine. Agreed. One major meltdown is enough for a lifetime. She hesitates, then adds quietly, "I love you, you know, even if I try to run from it." A wave of emotion hits me. I cup her cheeks, gaze locking on her warm brown eyes. "I love you too," So much. It scares me. But I'm done letting fear decide. Her eyes glisten, tears brimming, but this time they're happy tears. We share a gentle kiss, unhurried, the world beyond us irrelevant. Laughter and faint applause erupt behind us, Tasha and Marco, obviously. Monica huffs, burying her face in my neck. "We can't get a quiet moment, can we?" she mutters, voice laced with amusement. I grin, peering over my shoulder. "Welcome to our love story, Doc." I wave off Tasha's antics. Then I tuck Monica under my arm, guiding her to the corner of the hall. "Let's get out of here, find some tacos, and talk about what comes next. Because I want to build something real, starting tonight." She nods, a radiant smile transforming her features. "Sounds perfect. Let me just gather my notes." As she retrieves her scattered papers, I linger, watching her with a grateful ache in my chest. This is us, messy, impulsive, stepping on each other's toes, but always finding a way to come back together. And for the first time since our fiasco began, I feel hopeful, because we might still have Tamara lurking or Sebastian occasionally popping up. But none of that matters if we stand united. She returns, sliding her hand into mine. "Ready?" My heart flutters at the warmth of her fingers. "Ready. Let's go raise some hell responsibly." Her laughter echoes across the now empty event space, a sweet promise of the future we're forging, one at a time. And as we step through the doors into the late afternoon sunshine, I silently vow to keep choosing her every day, because in the grand scheme of chaotic romance, she's the brightest, funniest, most extraordinary partner I could ask for. Chapter 17. Knox. I've never understood the appeal of wedding magazines, glossy pages filled with articles about centerpieces, bridal veils, and 15 shades of champagne. Yet here I am, flipping through a stack of them in my loft, trying to figure out if dried eucalyptus is a legitimate decorative style or a random code name for a covert operation. Each page taunts me with visions of satin napkins and chandeliers, none of which remotely fits the chaotic, neon-splashed vibe Monica and I share. I push the magazines aside, letting them tumble onto my scuffed coffee table. Sunlight streams through the tall windows behind me, illuminating dust motes that dance in the quiet space. My phone lies next to a battered spiral notebook where I've scrawled potential wedding ideas. Maybe have a ring bearer that's actually a punch glove. Neon streamers? Possibly too much? Boob fist references absolutely off limits. Or do we lean in? It's been about 3 months since that day at the community center when I crashed her event, microphone in hand, confessing my messed up love. She said yes. We overcame the swirl of Tamara's nonsense, and Sebastian slinked away in shame when we met again. Ever since, life has felt blissfully normal. Well, as normal as it gets for two people who started with a fake dating scheme and ended up fumbling into real feelings. The best part? We're not playing it safe. We fight, we laugh, we nearly blow each other's phones up with ridiculous memes at 2 a.m., but each argument ends with a promise that we're in it for the long haul, even if we can't predict tomorrow. Then, last week, we were in the middle of a mild spat about groceries. She wanted kale. I wanted cheese sticks. I blinked at her under our fridge's flickering bulb, heart pounding, and blurted, "I'm all in. Marry me, Doc, right now. Let's just do it." Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. She demanded to know if I was messing around. I insisted I'd never been more serious. She squeaked a yes. Yes, as in yes. I'll marry you, even though you're ordering cheese sticks from questionable websites. In an adrenaline rush, I swung her around the kitchen, banging into the counter, both of us laughing so hard we nearly collapsed. Not the world's most refined proposal, but it felt exactly like us. Spontaneous, comedic, fueled by leftover pizza and unstoppable emotion. Of course, that led to the next question. Where do we get married? She suggested an intimate backyard ceremony. I joked about doing it on the mat at Eastside Empowerment Gym. Turned out she was all for it. We decided we might as well own our story and say I do where it all started, where she first accidentally whacked me below the belt, beginning our comedic partnership. hence the wedding magazines. Because apparently even a small gym wedding needs some planning, or so I'm told. My phone buzzes on the table, snapping me from my floral-themed stupor. I grab it, glancing at the screen. Monica. My chest warms at her name. "Hey," I answer, pressing the phone to my ear, half expecting she wants to discuss color swatches or vow ideas. Her voice crackles with suppressed laughter. "I just spent 30 minutes on the phone with a bakery that thinks we're ordering a 10-tier rainbow cake shaped like a boxing ring. Are we actually doing that, or can I tell them we just want something smaller?" A grin splits my face. 10-tier ring cake? That's a bit much, even for us. Maybe half that size? She snorts. "So a 5-tier ring cake, got it." I let out a dramatic sigh. "We can aim for fewer tiers, Doc. I want to feed people real dessert, not intimidate them into submission." Monica cackles. "I can't believe we're discussing tier counts. Next, we'll debate if the ring corner posts should be edible. My guess is yes?" "Obviously yes," I reply solemnly. "If we're paying for a ring-themed cake, we want to eat the ring corner posts. That's non-negotiable." She laughs so hard I hear something clatter, probably her phone jostling. My grin stretches. God, I love that sound. She recovers, voice still breathless. "Okay, so we can talk actual cake details later." Meanwhile, my friend Keisha insists we need to incorporate a self-defense demonstration during the ceremony. I told her that might be weird. An image flashes in my mind of Monica stepping onto the mat in a wedding dress, performing a flawless wrist lock on me. Actually, that might be hilarious. Weird is kind of our brand, babe. But if you'd rather keep it vow-centric, that's fine. Let's see how we feel. She sighs in mock despair. "We're going to have the strangest wedding in history." "Is that a complaint?" A beat of silence, then a warm chuckle. "No, it's perfect. I love you for your weirdness." I close my eyes, letting those words sink in. We still have issues to work through, like Tamara's court date, Sebastian's random texting for closure, and our own personal quirks. But the core of us feels stable now, that elusive sense of belonging I never thought I'd find. "I love you too," I say quietly. "Can't wait to see you tonight. You're still coming over for dinner, right?" "Yep. I'm bringing kale. Don't whine." I groan. "Fine, but only if you allow me to douse it in cheese." She laughs, murmuring a goodbye. I hang up, setting the phone down, feeling an irrepressible glee buzzing through me. The day of the wedding approaches faster than a tornado. We've decided on a small, borderline, unconventional ceremony right here in Eastside Empowerment Gym, the place that brought us together. Over the last 48 hours, we've scrambled to transform the main training area into something vaguely wedding-like, while still preserving the spirit of sweat and grit that defined our relationship. Early morning sunlight spills through the glass front doors, casting long rectangles of gold across the mats. Dana and Keisha, decked in matching lavender jumpsuits, fuss with a makeshift arch at the far end of the gym. They've draped it in chiffon fabric that somehow manages to blend with the faint whiff of disinfectant lingering from last night's class. A handful of chairs line the perimeter for our closest friends and a few relatives. The rest of the space remains open, with the ring corners replaced by whimsical floral arrangements in bright neon vases. It's weird, but it's us. I stand near the reception desk, half supervising a trio of volunteers who appear clueless about how to hang string lights. I'm wearing black slacks and a crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled to reveal my forearm tattoos. My subtle nod to formal meets rebellious. A tie dangles from my pocket, waiting until the last second. Ties make me feel like I can't breathe. My short blonde hair is slightly gelled, though I keep swiping a hand over it, uncertain if I look like I'm heading to court instead of a wedding. Tasha sidles up, carrying a bundle of plastic folding chairs. "Dude, relax," she says, rolling her eyes when she sees me pacing. "You look like you're about to fight a heavyweight champion. This is your wedding? Chill." A ragged laugh bursts out. Since when do I chill? Also, the idea that I'm about to stand in front of a crowd and vow to share my entire life with someone is more terrifying than any MMA match. Are we sure this is normal? She snorts, slapping a chair in place. Not normal, but that's your brand. Now help me lug these chairs and keep it together. You're supposed to be a fearless gym owner, remember? I grin reluctantly, lifting another chair. My heart beats a frantic rhythm in my chest, but a wave of gratitude steadies me. I'm not facing this alone. That's the magic of Monica, after all. She's meeting me halfway. Friends and family trickle in, milling around the gym's small lobby. My cousin, who once thought I was destined for jail, stares in awe at the ring corner arch adorned with bright pink flowers. A distant aunt from Monica's side sweeps in, wearing a flowy dress that dwarfs the treadmill. Everyone's laughing, snapping photos, sipping from plastic cups of fruit punch. It's chaos. But it's happy chaos. I hover near the makeshift stage set up by the far wall. Instead of a typical wedding aisle, we have a short runway along the gym mats leading to that arch. A simple white runner lines the path, taped carefully to avoid slipping hazards. One of my advanced students tunes a guitar in the corner, preparing an instrumental piece to replace the usual wedding march. Everything crackles with an offbeat energy that's distinctly us. My phone pings. A text from Marco. We're outside with the cake. She's a beast. I hustle to the door, stepping into bright sunlight. Marco and another friend wrestle a large pink box from the back of a van. The sweet smell of buttercream wafts my way, and I note that the box is bigger than I expected. Is that the ring theme cake? I blurt, eyes wide. Marco grimaces. Half the size of the original design, but still monstrous. Weighted corners, dyed ropes, the works. No regrets. A laugh escapes me, a mix of excitement and mild panic. Let's stash it near the refreshment table. Watch the rope corners, they might tip the entire thing if we're not careful. We maneuver the box inside, depositing it behind a small partition, out of direct line of guests. The icing is neon green and purple, Monica's favorite color combination, oddly reminiscent of her yoga leggings. I swallow a surge of affection, imagining her reaction. 30 minutes later, I slip into the back office to take a breath. The overhead fluorescent buzzes, the walls lined with shelves of MMA gear. It smells like the earliest days of the gym. Sweat, ambition, a dash of disinfectant. My reflection in the small mirror near the sink shows a man with tense shoulders, a swirl of tattoos peeking from under rolled sleeves, and eyes that can't decide if they're about to cry or grin. Knock! Knock! The door cracks open. Dana peeks in, sporting her lavender jumpsuit, a sly smile on her lips. Hey, big guy. You ready for the final showdown? My throat constricts. Feels like it, yeah. Is she okay? Dana steps inside, shutting the door. She crosses her arms, studying me. She's in the women's locker room, wearing a white dress that's borderline lethal. She's definitely nervous, but mostly excited. Tried to fix her hair 3 times, and Keisha threatened to confiscate her curling iron. A laugh tugs at Dana's mouth. Don't you dare back out, because she will track you down and kill you. Then revive you. Then kill you again. My chest warms with relief. Not backing out, I say quietly. I love her. But are we sure this is wise? Me? A guy who picks fights for fun, marrying a brilliant therapist who's color-coded every aspect of her life? Dana's grin softens into genuine warmth. Wise? Maybe not. Perfect? Definitely yes. You two need each other's chaos. Now hurry up, tie that tie. I'm forcing you to wear it for at least the ceremony. Groaning, I fish the dark blue tie from my pocket. I fumble with the knot, muttering curses about formal attire. Dana snorts, stepping over to help. Stay still, fighter boy. Her deft fingers produce a neat half-Windsor in seconds. I glance in the mirror, wincing. I'll look weird. Doesn't fit with my tattoos. Dana pats my shoulder. Embrace the mismatch. That's your brand, remember? She slides the tie into place. All set. Now, go stand by that arch, or wherever. The ceremony's happening in 10 minutes. My stomach leaps at the timeline. 10 minutes, right. She squeezes my shoulder, then steps out, leaving me alone again with the hum of the overhead light. I press a hand over my chest, inhaling slow to calm my heart. Then I stride toward the main floor, legs oddly unsteady. A hush descends as I take my spot near the makeshift arch. A short dais stands in front of it, and we've enlisted Officer Rodriguez, yes, the same cop who once threatened to arrest me if I decked Tamara, to officiate with a legit license she apparently had from officiating her sister's wedding. Life is weird. Officer Rodriguez stands tall, flipping through a small folder. She shoots me a wry smile, presumably recalling our earlier drama. A scattering of guests, maybe 30 people, sit in folding chairs, leaning forward with anticipation. Donna and Keisha hover near the front row, cameras poised. Tasha stands behind them, smirking like she's witnessing the ultimate comedic saga. Music drifts in from the corner, gentle guitar chords, courtesy of my advanced student who can apparently play classical tunes. The door to the locker room cracks open. My throat seizes. Monica emerges, guided by Dr. Perkins, who's apparently acting as her escort. Her dress is off-white, knee-length, and, ironically, it has subtle embroidered patterns reminiscent of floral vines swirling around her waist, like a nod to my tattoos, maybe. Her curly hair is pinned to one side, revealing the slope of her neck. My heart pounds so hard it might leap onto the mat. She glances up, eyes locking on mine, and her lips part in a trembling smile that says everything. We made it. I'm here. My chest tightens with wonder. This is the woman who once declared me a protein shake with a pulse, who accidentally whacked me in the groin, who taught me the difference between adrenaline-fueled lust and quiet, steadfast love. And now she's walking across a gym mat with an aisle runner taped down, every step a promise we forged together. She reaches the arch, letting Dr. Perkins slip away. Her gaze flicks to my tie, amusement dancing in her brown eyes. She gently touches the knot. You wore it. Don't get used to it, I murmur, voice thick. You look stunning. Ditto, she breathes, a hint of tears in her eyes. Officer Rodriguez clears her throat gently, drawing our attention. The guitar quiets. We're gathered here, she begins, tone deadpan but warm, to witness the marriage of two individuals whose meltdown somehow led to genuine devotion. By the power vested in me, I will either unite them in matrimony or arrest them for disturbing the peace. Let's see which. A ripple of laughter spreads among the guests. My nerves ease a fraction, and Monica's hand slips into mine, her palm warm. We stand shoulder to shoulder as Rodriguez reads a brief statement about love requiring trust and resilience. It resonates, each word stirring memories of how we nearly lost each other. Then it's vow time. We decided on short personal statements because we both talk for a living, and ironically, we'd lose our nerve if we tried for lengthy monologues. I swallow, flipping open a small card from my pocket. I, Knox Delaney, vow to love you, Monica Taylor, even when you remind me to breathe through my rage, or scold me for my questionable cheese stick obsession. I vow to never again walk out on you, no matter how chaotic things get. I vow to keep naming fists after you, but only if you're cool with it. And above all, I vow to stand by your side, sweaty chaos and all. A chorus of chuckles from the chairs. Monica's cheeks glisten. She exhales shakily and lifts her vow note. I, Monica Taylor, vow to love you, Knox Delaney, even when you track gym sweat across the bed, or subject me to your unique sense of humor. I vow to keep reminding you to breathe, but promise I won't let fear rule us. I vow not to accidentally punch you below the belt again if I can help it, and I vow to choose you every day, chaos included. The applause is immediate, guests smacking their hands together, a few hollers from the back. My eyes burn with unshed tears. This is so us, comedic, honest, teetering on the edge of meltdown, but landing in grace. Officer Rodriguez nods, suppressing a grin. By the authority vested in me by the city, I now pronounce you legally wed, You may well do whatever you two do. Possibly punch, hopefully kiss. My chest throbs with anticipation. Monica arches a brow, teasing. No groin hits, I promise. I bark a laugh, sliding my arms around her waist. Our lips meet in a tender, trembling kiss that instantly morphs into something deeper as the crowd cheers. Cameras flash, Tasha wolf whistles, and someone in the back yells, "Get a mat, guys!" We pull apart, breathless. Monica's laughter mixes with mine, tears shining on her lashes. She clings to my neck, whispering, "We did it." "We did," I murmur, pressing my forehead against hers. "No more faking. No more fear." She nods, eyes brimming with emotion. The swirl of applause envelops us. Dr. Perkins dabs at his eyes. Dana and Keisha rush forward to snap pictures, and we're swallowed in a wave of congratulations. Everyone's urging us toward the refreshment table. The monstrous ring-themed cake awaits. We lead the procession, hand in hand, my heart so full I can barely form words. Finally, we're on to the celebrations, and I'm excited. The ring cake stands tall, about 5 tiers, each layer dyed a different pastel color, with ropes of icing stretched around the perimeter. A comically placed gum paste figure resembling a punching glove tops it off. Monica stares at it wide-eyed, then bursts into a fit of giggles, hugging my arm. "You're insane." "Guilty," I say, seizing the plastic cake knife. The entire crowd chants as we cut the first slice. Pink frosting smears my knuckles. I attempt to feed Monica a forkful, and she tries to bite delicately, but we end up giggling so hard we drop frosting on the mat. Tasha scolds us for messing up the training area. Someone cranks up music on a portable speaker, an upbeat pop track that transforms the gym floor into a makeshift dance space. Chairs scrape back, half the guests start grooving on the rubber mats, while the other half gorge on ring cake slices. Monica tugs me onto the dance area. I protest that I don't dance well, but she shoots me a smoldering look that implies resistance is futile. We sway and bounce to the beat, me fumbling to avoid stepping on her toes, her light laughter guiding me. Every so often I spin her like a sloppy version of the bar, rescue night. Except this time we're not tipsy or feigning anything. We're wholly ourselves, riding the high of a wedding that fits us like a glove, pun intended. Dana tries to teach me a salsa move, but I nearly dislocate my hip. Laughter ensues. Keisha videotapes the entire failure, threatening to post it online. A medley of pop hits, and old-school R&B blasts through the speaker, merging families and friends into one swirling mass of joy. My cousin attempts the robot, Dr. Perkins fails at the moonwalk, and Tasha organizes a ridiculous conga line that snakes around the punching bags. The entire gym transforms into the most unorthodox reception imaginable, and it's glorious. Monica and I steal a moment of quiet behind the heavy bag near the back wall. Our breathing is labored from dancing, and her cheeks glow with happiness. She eyes the ring on her finger, a simple band we picked out together at a local jeweler, then lifts her gaze to me, eyes shining. "I can't believe we're married," she whispers, voice husky with wonder. My hand finds the small of her back, pulling her closer. "Believe it, Doc. You're stuck with me now. Neon leggings, boob fist jokes and all." She smirks, reaching up to brush a stray hair off my forehead. "Promise not to run away if I try to feed you kale forever?" I grin, pressing my lips to her knuckles. "Only if you promise never to call me boring, and to accept that my cheese obsession is here to stay." "Deal," she says, leaning in for a slow, sweet kiss that lingers despite the cheering guests a few yards away. When we break apart, she eyes the ring-themed cake across the room, then raises a mischievous brow. "So, is it time for the honeymoon? Because after this insane party, I could use a tropical beach. Or are we doing a honeymoon self-defense workshop?" I laugh at the idea. "Beach sounds better. We can punch waves if we get bored." She giggles, hooking her arms around my neck. "Then let's do it. We'll leave the city's chaos behind for a bit. recharge, and come back to keep bridging therapy and MMA, Mindfulness and Mayhem 2.0. My heart thumps with excitement. Sounds perfect. For now, though, we owe these lovely people some more dancing and comedic commentary. She snorts, pulling me back toward the swirling crowd. Lead on, husband. Husband. The word jolts me with a surge of warmth. I'm a husband now, and she's my wife. The concept feels surreal, but also so right. We rejoin the throng of guests, welcomed by enthusiastic applause as we re-enter the dance floor. The music shifts to a playful disco beat, and we plunge into the crowd, hand in hand, ready to celebrate this improbable, comedic, punch-filled, deeply heartfelt union. As the track picks up speed, Monica spins in my arms. I catch glimpses of her radiant smile, those mesmerizing curls bouncing, the soft glow in her eyes that says we've finally found a home in each other. The old me would have balked at the notion of marriage, but that was before I met a brilliant therapist in neon leggings who taught me the difference between fear and courage. And amid the swirling lights, laughter, and sugar-laden ring cake, I can't help but think, this is only the beginning of our greatest adventure. Chapter 18. Knox. I'm leaning against the half-deflated boxing ring in our gym, watching the last of the wedding guests trickle out into the night. Someone puts on a sappy pop song, but the sound is muffled by the echo of my own heartbeat. The neon overhead lights we strung up earlier still flash in dance party mode, casting bright purple and green streaks across the mats where I once taught Monica to jab. Now, after the wildest ceremony in history, I'm standing here with a brand new wedding ring on my finger, a tie undone around my neck, and a bride who's making me question all the laws of physics because I can't tear my eyes off her. Monica's off to the side, giggling with Keisha and Dana. Her wedding dress might be the strangest combination of lace and comfort I've ever seen. Flowy skirt for the vow exchange, subtle embroidered vines around the waist in a nod to my tattoos, and, of course, the hidden pockets that hold her phone. Her curly hair is pinned loosely on one side, a few coils bouncing free from the earlier dancing. She's radiant, and she's mine. My stomach flips with an odd mixture of pride and nerves. Not the fight or flight kind of nerves, but the holy crap, this is real kind. We exchanged rings, we cut a ring-shaped cake, we slow danced badly in front of friends, and now we're husband and wife. That's mind-blowing, and the night's not over. I catch her eye across the space, and a mischievous spark flashes in her gaze. Instantly, my blood warms. Because after all this celebratory chaos, unconventional guests, a conga line around punching bags, impromptu salsa attempts, there's one final milestone awaiting us. The wedding night. My entire body buzzes just thinking about it. She ambles over, Keisha and Dana dispersing with winks that are far too knowing for my liking. Monica slides her arm around my waist, glancing around at the near-empty gym. "We did it," she murmurs, voice low enough that only I can hear. "We're married. We danced. We ate too much cake. Now we either pass out or..." I tilt my head, eyebrows lifting. "Or..." A slow grin curves her lips. "Or we see if you're as good at honeymoon as you were at causing chaos." Her cheeks flush, but her eyes hold that playful, confident sparkle I've come to crave. My pulse kicks up a notch. "Babe, if you think I'm leaving you upright for more than 5 seconds once we're alone..." I let the implication hang. Her grin widens, and she lightly jabs my chest, eyes flicking around to ensure no stray relatives are eavesdropping. "Let's get out of here before someone ropes us into one more group photo," she whispers, lacing her fingers through mine. We slip away, offering quick goodbyes to the last lingerers. Tasha tries to coax us into a final set of push-ups for old time's sake, but we wave her off. The overhead lights remain in party mode as we dart out the side entrance, giggling like teens who just pulled off a prank. Outside, the crisp air hits my lungs. A starry sky arches overhead, rare for the city, but tonight's a night of miracles, apparently. I open the passenger door of my battered pickup truck. Yeah, We didn't upgrade to a fancy wedding limo. We're that couple. Monica clambers in, dress billowing around her, stifling a laugh when the lace gets snagged on the seat. Leave it to me to have a dress failure even leaving my own wedding, she mutters. Wouldn't expect anything less, I say, leaning down to help free the fabric. My hand grazes her bare calf, and a ripple of desire runs through me. She arches a brow, meeting my gaze. A silent message passes between us. Can we skip the formalities and get to the wedding night, please? I circle the front of the truck, hop behind the wheel, and rev the engine. Safe driving, Mr. Husband, she teases. Hey, it's your wedding night, Mrs. Delaney, I mock growl. Not letting you fling me in jail for reckless spouse endangerment. She laughs, the sound throaty and electric. Okay, let's see if we can actually start the honeymoon without a meltdown. 10 minutes later, we reach the small boutique hotel I secretly booked as a first-night getaway, just a short drive from the gym. We'll take a longer honeymoon trip soon, but for tonight, I wanted something cozy and private. The building looms with old-world charm, arched windows, ivy-covered walls lit by discreet spotlights. I park, heart drumming in my ears, walking around to open her door. She emerges in a swirl of lace and leftover adrenaline. Wow, she breathes, gazing at the romantic facade. When did you plan this? I shrug, sliding an arm around her waist. A while back. Figured we'd need a quiet place after the wedding fiasco. Plus, the honeymoon flight is tomorrow morning. I wanted one night in this city, just us. Her eyes shine with that soft wonder I love. She grabs my collar, pressing a fleeting kiss to my lips. You're full of good surprises these days, Mr. Delaney. Let's go inside before I start ripping your clothes off in the parking lot. A snort laugh escapes me as we hurry through the entrance. The lobby is quiet, candle lit. A sleepy-eyed receptionist hands us a key, offering congratulations on our nuptials. Monica can't resist a comedic spin, telling the receptionist, if you hear a lot of thumping, it's just us practicing our honeymoon wrestling moves. The poor receptionist blushes, stammering something about, no problem. I grin, heart thrumming with a mix of amusement and raw anticipation. We ride the elevator to the 3rd floor, tension building in the air. Once the door of our suite clicks shut behind us, the entire day's chaos seems to condense into this single, charged moment. Monica sets down her small bag, fiddling with the clasp of her lacy bodice. I toss my jacket over a nearby chair, trying to suppress a grin that borders on delirious. We're alone, newly married, the city asleep outside. The suite is modest but warm. A plush king-size bed, small table by the window, an ornate mirror reflecting the soft glow of a standing lamp. Monica stands by the bed, turning to face me, her curls catching the light. My breath catches. She's so beautiful in that dress or half in it, since she's already undoing the top few buttons. Her giggle morphs into a husky sigh when my hands roam lower, exploring the curve of her waist. I can't get enough of her softness, her scent, the fact that we have zero distractions tonight. The wedding fiasco is done, the guests gone. It's just us, free to enjoy each other in the hush of this candlelit suite. With careful reverence, I help her slip out of the dress, admiring the glint of light on her warm brown skin, the lines of her body I've come to know so intimately. She's trembling, but not from fear, from anticipation, from the electric current that crackles whenever we're alone like this. I lean down, pressing my lips to her collarbone, then her cheek, then back to her mouth. Each kiss a promise that we're safe and together. She tugs at my shirt buttons, a playful scowl crossing her features when one button resists. Why do you always buy cheap shirts with jammed buttons? She mock grumbles, giving it a yank that nearly sends the button flying. I snort. Because I spend all my money on cheese sticks and kale compromise, I joke, referencing our grocery spats. She bursts out laughing, the sound cut short by a gasp when I slip a hand under her thigh. She arches off the bed, eyes fluttering. Keep making me laugh, and I'll never get your shirt off, she warns, breathless. Maybe I'll just tear mine off, I tease, leaning back to rip the last button. She squeals as the plastic button pings across the room, lost forever. I fling the shirt aside, rolling my shoulders, letting her see the swirl of tattoos across my chest and arms. Monica's eyes darken with desire, her lips parting in a quiet moan. "Show off," she murmurs, sliding her hands up my chest. I guess I'm into it. Another laugh vibrates my throat, turning into a low groan when her nails lightly scratch over my skin. The air thickens with tension. Our laughter recedes, replaced by raw, urgent heat. I bend down, capturing her lips in a deeper kiss. She clutches my shoulders, hooking a leg around my waist. The softness of her body and the faint hum of the city beyond the window swirl into a heady mix. Time blurs. Our laughter melts into breathless whimpers as we explore each other with slow, reverent hunger. My hands roam her body, the dip of her waist, the swell of her hips, the heat between her thighs. She arches into my touch, a gasp escaping her lips as my fingers brush over her bosom, already peaked and begging for my mouth.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Eventually, we shift, cleaning ourselves up in the tiny, sweet bathroom, half laughing at the streaked makeup on her face, the new scratch marks on my shoulders. She yanks a robe around herself, tossing me a sly grin. I hope the next guests in this room appreciate the leftover meltdown vibe. I wag my eyebrows. I left them some leftover ring-themed cake in the fridge. That'll be a real treat. She snorts, flicking a droplet of water at me. Back in the bedroom, we collapse onto the bed in fresh pajamas. Hers is a giant t-shirt that reads, Mrs. Chaos. Mine is just boxer briefs because I despise sleeping in clothes. She nestles against my side, tucking her head under my chin. The hum of the air conditioner creates a comforting white noise. My eyes droop from the long day, the wedding, the reception, and the meltdown we just shared. You still awake? She murmurs, voice drowsy. Barely, I admit. But I'm here, Doc. Always here. She exhales a tiny sigh of contentment. Thanks for marrying me in a gym, for letting me punch you into a relationship, for being exactly who you are. My throat tightens, emotion flooding in. Thanks for punching me, I joke lightly, and for showing me that a chaotic therapist with neon leggings can be the most exhilarating partner in the universe. She snickers, pressing a final kiss to my chest. Sleep, husband. Honeymoon meltdown awaits. My heart swells. I close my eyes, drifting into slumber with her warmth in my arms, the ring on my finger reminding me we're bound together. Morning arrives too soon, but we drag ourselves out of bed, bleary-eyed yet happy. The suites provided a small breakfast, which we scarf down while stuffing our carry-ons with random essentials. Monica insists on bringing a yoga mat. I grin, tucking boxing hand wraps into my bag, because mindfulness and mayhem never sleeps. At the airport, we navigate security lines with comedic grace. She teases me about forgetting to remove my belt. I retort that she nearly smuggled extra mini shampoo. By the time we board, we're giggling like we did the night we first bantered at that club. Except now there's no fear of heartbreak. We're a team, unstoppable. We settle into our seats. She leans her head on my shoulder and I lace our fingers together, the golden wedding bands glinting under the cabin lights. My mind flickers to last night's meltdown, the memory igniting a warm flush. She catches my smirk and grins, nudging me. "Stop reliving the meltdown," she whispers. "We're on a plane surrounded by strangers." I bite back a laugh. They'd appreciate a funny, crazy story, but fine. I'll keep it PG. She shakes her head, smiling. "Gosh, I love you. I'm so glad we did this, and not just the meltdown part, I mean the entire insane journey." My chest tightens with affection. "Me too, Doc." I kiss her temple, letting the gentle thrum of the airplane lull us. Soon we're airborne, city lights fading below. She drifts off with her head leaning on my shoulder, soft breathing a lullaby in my ear. I stare out at the window, heart brimming. We'll land on some tropical island soon, ready to create more comedic fiascos. Maybe we'll accidentally punch a seagull or something. But we'll survive, because we're Monica and Knox, soulmates who turn chaotic sparks into unwavering love. As the plane hums through the clouds, I close my eyes, content in the knowledge that our next meltdown might involve snorkeling or wave punching, but it'll also involve stolen kisses, unstoppable devotion, and the quiet certainty that we found exactly what we needed in each other. That's all I could ever want, meltdown by meltdown for the rest of our messy, glorious life. Chapter 19. Epilogue. Knox. I'm not sure exactly how a person goes from being a carefree gym owner, content to spar 6 nights a week, to a trembling, over-caffeinated ball of panic in a garage at 2 a.m, yet here I am. The universe apparently decided 3 years was enough time for me and Monica to settle into wedded bliss before tossing us the ultimate challenge, childbirth. We've had a good run so far. After that neon-bright wedding in my gym, complete with wedding gloves and a ring-themed cake, life felt blissful, if occasionally chaotic. We argued about reorganizing the freezer. We overcame the final bits of Tamara drama. She got bored or found a new obsession, I have no clue. We launched a mindfulness and mayhem class that merges therapy and self-defense. We've thrived, soaking up each day with laughter and the occasional meltdown. And then Monica got pregnant. Everything changed in the most beautiful, terrifying way. We spent the last 9 months preparing for this arrival, reading parenting books, bickering about paint swatches for the nursery. We finally settled on a calm teal, though Monica taped motivational quotes on the crib, and squabbling over name options. But nothing prepared me for this moment. The moment Monica's contractions slam her like a freight train and my brain short-circuits. Now I'm in the garage, the overhead fluorescent buzzing ominously, facing the most critical mission of my life. Drive my wife to the hospital so she can deliver our child. Seems simple. In theory. Except Monica's water just broke, and she's doubled over, cursing at me to hurry. My entire body trembles with adrenaline, like I'm about to step into the MMA cage, except this time the stakes are infinite. "Knox, get the car!" Monica shouts, her voice echoing off the concrete walls. She's clutching her very pregnant belly, leaning against a stack of boxes labeled baby gear. Her curly hair frizzes around her face, and she's wearing an oversized t-shirt that reads, "Fists full of motherhood." The shirt was hilarious last week. Now it's drenched in sweat, and she looks ready to murder me if I dare crack a single joke. "I'm on it!" I bark, fumbling for the car keys. My hands shake so violently I nearly drop them. The minivan we purchased, a concession I made to fatherhood, sits waiting, door open, engine off. My heart's pounding so loud it might pop out of my chest and splatter onto the pavement. Monica sucks air between her teeth, letting out a strangled groan. "You'd better not freeze, Delaney. I can't deliver this baby in the garage." I swallow a wave of panic, nodding fervently. Right. Let's go." She hobbles toward the passenger seat, grimacing. I slip an arm around her, guiding her gently. She's always been strong, but seeing her in this raw, vulnerable moment tears at my composure. My entire body buzzes with the instinct to protect her, which only makes me more frantic. We reach the car and I help her climb in, breath hitching when she yelps at a fresh contraction. Every cell in my body screams, "Fix this." Do something. Don't let her be in pain, except there's only so much I can do beyond not messing up. Climbing into the driver's seat, I slam the door, start the engine, and that's when everything goes sideways. Because, in my frenzy, I forget that Monica's still half outside, messing with the seatbelt. She's not fully settled, but adrenaline blinds me. I jam my foot on the gas, lurching forward. "Knox, wait!" she shrieks, voice echoing in the tight garage. I interpret the yell as drive fast, my water broke, baby is coming. So I press the pedal harder, brain short-circuiting with images of her giving birth on the minivan floor. "Stop! Knox, I'm not!" It registers a second too late. I haven't closed her door. A terrifying crunch rattles the side as the door grazes a pile of boxes. My eyes bulge. Holy, I stomp the brake, sending everything, Monica included, jerking forward. She emits a guttural scream, face contorting in pain and rage. "You idiot!" she bellows. "I wasn't in the seat." Panic surges in my chest. I fling the door open, stumbling out. "Crap, oh my God, babe, are you okay?" She's gripping the seat, belly heaving, eyes ablaze. "I'm not okay, genius. I'm having a baby, and you nearly drove off without me properly seated. If you ever do that again, I swear." Another contraction cuts her off, doubling her over. I freeze, torn between wanting to comfort her and wanting to run outside and scream for help. Her eyes snap to me, fury in every syllable. "Knox Delaney, if you dare bolt, I'll personally rearrange your face." I gulp. "I'm not bolting, I'm right here, let me just..." In my blind panic, I decide the best next step is to reposition the minivan. So I hustle around the front, jump back into the driver's seat, and in a moment of supreme stupidity, I gun the engine again, forgetting Monica's still half out of the van. She screeches, "Where are you going?" I realize too late I'm reversing, which actually pulls me away from her, leaving her braced against the seat, door half ajar, tears of pain shining in her eyes. The van lurches backward, and I can't see Monica. My heart leaps into my throat. I'm leaving my pregnant wife behind in a meltdown. Horror strikes. I'm literally driving away from her. She lets out a shriek that could curdle milk. "Get back here, you incompetent asshat!" My foot slams the brake again. The van jolts to a stop. I throw it into park, cursing myself. What am I doing? Fear tangles my thoughts. Usually I handle adrenaline fine, but this is my wife in labor. My mind's a pinball machine of worst-case scenarios. I rush out, nearly slamming the door on my own leg. Monica's doubled over, moaning, sweat plastering her hair to her forehead. Her eyes, wild and furious, lock on me with the force of 1,000 storms. "You just left me while I'm crowning or something." I have no idea what crowning means, except it's presumably the baby's head situation. My panic ratchets to maximum. "Oh, God, is the baby?" I babble, stepping forward to steady her. She swings her head up, and I swear I've never seen her so livid. "Shut up. Help me into the seat properly. Then we go to the hospital. If you try to drive off half-cocked again, I'm divorcing you. Got it? Got it, I stammer, heart hammering. I help her ease fully onto the passenger seat, carefully lifting her legs inside, making sure the seatbelt is clicked. She lets out ragged breaths, fingers digging into my arm with enough force to bruise. I resist the urge to complain. She's in labor, I probably deserve worse. Finally, she's in. I slam the passenger door gently, sprint around to the driver's side, and climb in once more. Calm, Knox, calm. I remind myself, we've done Lamaze. We've practiced routes to the hospital. We can do this. I start the engine, reversing carefully this time, scanning to ensure I'm not leaving her behind. She's gasping in pain, muttering curses under her breath. My hands grip the wheel so tight my knuckles blanch. Breathe, she hisses, half laughing, half crying. Remember your own advice. Breathe, you muscle-headed maniac. I force a shaky inhale, though it feels like my lungs forgot how. Checking the mirror, I navigate us out of the garage, trying not to jolt the van again. Monica groans in another contraction, tears streaming. My heart feels like it's being crushed. I can't fix her pain, I can only drive. We reach the street, the early dawn light casting everything in a hazy glow. I gun the engine, zipping through the quiet neighborhood, ignoring traffic rules in a controlled sense. Monica clutches the dashboard, cursing every deity known to humankind. "Are you okay? Is the baby okay?" I babble. She glares. "No, I'm birthing a small melon from my body. Does that sound okay?" My stomach roils, conjuring unhelpful images. "Right, sorry, that was a dumb question." She groans, another contraction hitting. Then, eyes wild, she lifts a glove-like fist and smacks it into my shoulder. Hard. "Pay attention to the road." I yelp, swerving. Ow, you're violent." "Shut up and drive," she roars, voice cracking between pain and fury. We race down the main avenue, lights flashing by. I blow through a yellow light, ignoring honks from a startled driver. Each minute feels like a century. Monica's breath ragged, face twisted in agony, but also determined. She curses me for forgetting to bring the birthing playlist. She curses the universe for making contractions so brutal. She curses the seatbelt for pressing into her belly. I can't blame her. Finally, the hospital looms. I skid to a halt in the loading zone near the emergency entrance. A nurse rushes out with a wheelchair at the sight of Monica's expression. Perfect timing. I scramble out, help Monica onto the wheelchair, ignoring how she nearly breaks my hand, clinging to me. The nurse calmly instructs me to breathe. Apparently, I'm the one who looks like he might pass out. We're whisked inside, fluorescent lights flickering overhead. Monica alternates between moaning in pain and swearing if I don't shut up about, "Are you okay?" She'll personally rearrange my face. I try to shut up. The staff wheels her into labor and delivery, hooking her up to monitors. My heart's still rattling like a cage. This is happening. It's happening right now. Hours blur. The hospital staff bustles. Monica's on a bed. I'm at her side. Contractions intensify. Time loses meaning. She grips my wrist so tight I wonder if bones can snap from sheer force. Whenever I whimper, she sends a death glare. The funny disaster from earlier in the garage feels tame compared to the nuclear meltdown in this delivery room. Yet amid the chaos, there's a fierce unity. We're in this together, even if I'm stumbling around like a buffoon. Eventually, the doctor announces it's time to push. Monica's face contorts, sweat streaming. I hold her hand, ignoring the fact that her nails dig into my flesh like tiny daggers. The moment is raw, terrifying, and strangely awe-inspiring. She yells, voice cracking, "Knox, I can't!" I lean in, pressing a shaky kiss to her forehead. "Yes, you can, Doc. You're the strongest person I know. Push, push, push!" She clenches her jaw, unleashing a final roar. Then a thin wail pierces the air. My chest implodes with sheer emotion. The doctor lifts a small, squalling baby, announcing, "It's a boy!" Monica collapses back, face streaked with tears, panting. My own vision blurs as the nurse hands me scissors to cut the cord. My hands tremble, but I manage it. Then they place our wriggling, red-faced baby boy on Monica's chest. She weeps openly, cradling him, whispering nonsense words of love. I hover beside them, stunned. He's so tiny, yet so perfect. A tuft of dark hair, scrunched features that look equal parts outraged and confused. My heart melts into a puddle. Monica glances up at me, smile trembling. "Hey, Daddy, we did it." I exhale a choked laugh. "We sure did, Mama. Even though I almost abandoned you in the garage." She snorts, tears still rolling. "You did abandon me, you lunatic. I'll never let you forget that. Also, I might still punch you." Despite her threat, her eyes shine with pure love. I stroke the baby's soft cheek, marveling at how real he is. My entire chest feels like it's on fire with devotion for this little person. A nurse bustles around, cleaning up, checking vitals. Monica winces as she shifts, but relief floods her expression. We share a glance, remembering the fiasco. She cracks a tired grin. You owe me big time for that fiasco. Pink gloves at the wedding was one thing. Leaving your wife in the driveway mid-labor is a whole new level. My cheeks burn, but I grin sheepishly and kisses her sweaty temple. Yes, I'll do anything. New house, new car. Name the baby after your favorite dessert, anything. She chuckles, cradling our son carefully. We already agreed on a name, right? Dominic? Or were you going to sneak in groin punch Delaney to commemorate that? I snort. Dominic is perfect. Dominic Chaos Delaney. That's the middle name we joked about. Maybe we should do it. She rolls her eyes but laughs. We'll see if the birth certificate official can handle that. Then she coos at the baby, heart melting. Hey Dominic, your dad's an idiot, but he loves you more than anything. I promise he'll only panic ditch you once a day. I groan, though I'm grinning like a fool. The nurse behind us giggles softly, presumably enthralled by us. Monica, exhausted yet radiant, rests her head against my shoulder as the nurse teaches her how to guide the baby into a first feeding. My throat tightens with emotion, tears threatening. I drape an arm around her, watching Dominic settle in. Minutes later, we're alone with our new family. The hospital noises fade. Monica sighs contentedly, pressing her cheek to my chest, baby in her arms. I realize I'm crying, though I can't recall the last time tears actually slipped down my face. This is love in its rawest form, messy, comedic, unstoppable. She glances up, eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. I love you, Knox, but if you ever do that panic drive again, I'm registering you for mandatory therapy sessions. I bark a laugh, wiping tears with the back of my hand. Agreed, Doc. I'll sign up immediately. Her mouth quirks in a lazy grin. We have the best story for the baby's future bedtime tales. Your dad freaked out and almost left me behind in the garage while I was in labor. Then I had to punch him into sense. He'll be so proud. I chuckle, leaning down to kiss her forehead. Can't wait to see how that family legend grows. She shifts Dominic slightly, letting me stroke his tiny fingers. He's quieter now, dozing off with that brand new human confusion. My chest swells. We made this little life. My gaze slides from his wrinkly face to Monica's grateful smile. In a flash, the whole insane journey, fake dating, stalkers, funny weddings, feels like an impossible dream that led to this perfect, outlandish reality. She lifts her free hand, nudging my chin. Hey, husband, thanks for not fully ditching me. I let out a watery laugh. I'm sorry. I promise to be calmer if we ever do this again. If? She arches a brow. We might wait a bit after that fiasco, big guy, but I'll hold you to it. We share a tired, joyful smile, letting the moment sink in. The overhead hospital light glows softly, blanketing us in an almost ethereal hush. Outside, dawn breaks further, painting the sky in gentle pinks and golds. My heart roars with pride for Monica's strength, for our baby's existence, for the funny moments that's become our signature. Eventually, a nurse peeks in, a polite question about paperwork. Monica sighs, shifting to let the nurse wheel in some forms. Knox, you handle it. I'm not letting go of Dominic. I nod, rummaging for a pen. The nurse discreetly exits. I scribble down the necessary info. Monica glances over my shoulder, verifying I didn't write Chaos as the official middle name. She doesn't notice me add a tiny C initial in the margin, half joking. She might kill me if she sees it, but hey, we're soulmates. Once done, I set the paperwork aside, returning to her side. She beams at the baby, eyes half closed with exhaustion, arms cradling him protectively. I plant a soft kiss on her temple. She smells like sweat, tears, and unshakable devotion. Get some rest, Mama, I whisper, smoothing a hand over her hair. I'll keep watch. She nods, eyelids drooping. Love you, my husband. A quiet chuckle rumbles in my chest. Love you, Doc. And sorry again for almost leaving you. Her only reply is a soft murmur as she drifts off. I stay awake, heart brimming with gratitude, staring at the tiny boy in her arms. Dominic, our new comedic sidekick. My mind replays the fiasco. Me reversing, leaving her in the dust, her unholy shriek echoing in the garage. Ridiculous. And yet here we are, safe together, forging a new chapter in a story defined by improbable stumbles and unstoppable laughter. Hours pass in a gentle haze. Nurses come and go, checking vitals, offering congratulations. I remain by the bed, refusing to move more than a few steps away from Monica and Dominic. And even though my back aches from the rigid hospital chair, my chest feels light, because this is everything I never knew I needed, a family built on comedic chaos, raw perseverance, and unstoppable love. Eventually, Monica stirs awake, blinking at me, then down at Dominic. A slow smile spreads across her lips. I lean in, pressing my forehead to hers. She whispers, voice scratchy, "We're officially a family. We overcame the meltdown of all meltdowns." I brush a kiss on her nose, recalling how I nearly drove off mid-labor. Next time, I'll keep the meltdown to a 2 out of 10, promise. She snickers softly, wincing at the remnants of contraction pain. "Deal. If you do that, maybe I won't punch you so hard." A gentle hush envelops the room as she gazes at our son. I trace a fingertip over his minuscule brow, marveling at the life we created from love. Monica's eyes glisten with fresh tears, but this time they're pure joy. 3 years ago, I was a brash MMA fighter who thought he'd never commit. She was a diligent therapist who believed she was too vanilla for spice. Now we're unstoppable partners, forging new memories daily, always returning to each other. Leaning back, I cradle Dominic as Monica shifts carefully. My heart surges at the warmth of his tiny body. "Welcome to our insane world, kid," I murmur. "Brace yourself. Your mom is a goddess, and your dad is an overgrown goof who might sometimes forget not to peel out of the garage in a panic." Monica cracks up, immediately regretting it as her sore abdomen protests. She groans, shooting me a mock glare. "Stop making me laugh, you brute. This hurts." I hush her, kissing her hand. "Sorry, Doc." She relaxes, eyes drifting shut again. Dominic squirms, fussing slightly, and I rock him gently, ignoring the twinge of fear that I might do everything wrong. Because if Monica taught me anything, it's that sometimes you have to fling yourself into the unknown, trusting that love and resilience will see you through. A nurse pokes her head in, offering to transfer Monica to a quieter postpartum room. I nod, letting them help her onto a rolling bed. I stand guard, cradling Dominic in my arms, feeling slightly ridiculous in sweatpants that have a suspicious coffee stain from hours ago. But hey, fatherhood is apparently messy from minute one. Monica extends her hand, beckoning me closer. As we roll down the corridor, fluorescent lights overhead, she mouths, "We're good, right?" Her eyes shimmer with that familiar mix of sass and vulnerability. I nod, a grin tugging my lips. "We're unstoppable," I mouth back, pressing Dominic's soft weight to my chest. And I believe it. Because if we can survive fake dating fiascos, pink-haired stalkers, weddings, and me almost driving away mid-labor, we can handle anything parenthood throws at us. The elevator dings. We exit on the postpartum floor, wheeling into a cozy room where a window overlooks the sunrise-tinted city skyline. Monica settles into the bed, sighing with relief. I place Dominic gently in her arms, then perch on the edge of the mattress. My mind drifts to the wild garage fiasco one more time. She catches my grin, rolling her eyes. "Don't you dare tease me. I can't believe you nearly abandoned your laboring wife." I snort. "I didn't mean to. My panic overshadowed my brain cells." She smirks. "Just so you know, I'm calling you Panic Driver forever." A helpless laugh escapes. "I deserve it." Her gaze softens, drifting to our dozing son. "Let's be real. We'll tell him this story when he's old enough. He'll laugh at how his dad freaked out while his mom threatened murder." I shrug, pressing a gentle kiss to her temple. "At least he'll know we're soulmates. Some families pass down heirlooms, we pass down tales." She giggles, snuggling Dominic close. And that's okay, because panic love is still love, unstoppable, real, and never boring. My heart throbs with adoration, gazing at the two people who matter most in the universe. The swirl of fear, chaos, and overblown comedic stunts led to this exact moment. Me, Monica, and Dominic, forging a future that's sure to be brimming with accidental car mishaps and socking each other if we panic. I can't wait. A nurse knocks, stepping in with a gentle smile, offering to check Monica's vitals again. I slip out of the way, carefully placing Dominic in his bassinet so they can examine my wife. Monica watches me, a small grin playing on her lips that sparkle in her eyes that says, "We did it." And I grin back, content in the knowledge that our story is far from over. It's evolving, day by day, punch by punch, meltdown by meltdown. We'll tackle parenthood the same way we tackled everything else, with a fiery blend of laughter, tears, and unstoppable love. I settle in the corner chair, crossing my arms, feeling the burn of relief in my exhausted muscles. Monica flashes me one more grin before focusing on the nurse's instructions. I release a slow breath, heart brimming with gratitude that I didn't permanently strand her in the garage. From now on, we'll be a family of chaos experts, unstoppable, chaotic, and fiercely bound by love. And as Dominic's quiet snores fill the hospital room, I swear I hear the faint echo of life's next comedic curveball whispering, "Brace yourself, Dad." I simply smile, brimming with a confidence I never had before. Because if we can navigate birth fiascos, a pink-haired stalker, and my misguided attempts at driving under duress, then we can handle anything. Nothing will stop us. Not fear. Not even near car collisions in the middle of labor. We're the Delaney's now, unstoppable and surprisingly good at forging happiness from chaos, and I wouldn't trade that for the world.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.